Hello, hello.
Like, this is so bootleg, girl. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just pressing buttons.
Well,
But
we're
they
live now, so too
ready.
late.
Hey y'all. What y'all doing at 4:09 a.m.? I overslept earlier when I was supposed to go live. Hey Riaz. Hey World Class. Hey Genesis. Please hit the like button as y'all come in. Please subscribe and hit the notification bell. I don't know how long I'm gonna be live, but the topic is how to keep a positive mindset. Whew, and the struggle. I'm gonna drop the link early too if anybody wants to come up and just chat. There's really no format tonight.
Hey,
So how are you,
everybody.
Mia?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Girl, Ty. I took a
Right,
good nap though. I needed that now. Like after service, I was like, oh.
right. It was a lot going on over the weekend.
Mm-hmm. So
So
what
what?
did you do today?
What?
Hmm?
What'd you say?
I said, what did you do today? What did you have going on?
I posted on my own channel. I did my video. Spent time with the fam. Of course, I was in my scripture. And I was on Freezy's channel early yesterday morning, so
Oh yeah, me too. Get my nerves worked up. But it was a good live. Shout out to Freezy. He's
yeah,
doing his
Freezy is doing
thing.
it.
He is.
Number
So I guess the first question would be, do you struggle with a positive environment? Or are you able to kind of block things out pretty well?
It all depends on what it is. I feel like sometimes you have to, because if you don't, you know, you'll let it consume you. Especially if it's a lot of negative energy and a lot of negative influence. If you don't block it out, then
Mm-hmm.
you're heading for your own anxiety and your own type of depression, and you don't want the negativity to overtake you. So I think you have to find ways to block it out.
What are some ways, like methods you use to block it out?
Well, of course, prayer, prayer, going to the Lord,
Oh
but
yeah.
also, just shutting off, like shutting it down. And sometimes you got to take a step back from a lot of things. Like even this whole YouTube game,
Oh, child.
sometimes when it's too much, when there's too many different energies and it seems like whatever you're listening to is negative, you got to take a break. You got to just step back and, say, hey, I'll come back later, but I'm not going to let it get me down to the point where I'm not on the right wavelength or I'm getting distracted from what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yes. Do you ever find yourself getting distracted, honestly,
Yeah,
or not really?
yeah, sometimes. I think in life we all do at some point. But it depends on what it is, because, I mean, if you mean like distracted from just doing things you're supposed to do, or because there's some good distractions that that are in your life that I don't know that could cause you to be more positive, so to speak. But then of course we know that there are negative distractions as well, so it just all
What would
depends.
you consider a good distraction?
um Let me see, something that you're into, like a different hobby or something that makes you happy, could be a
Oh
good
yeah, hobbies.
distraction from like just normal everyday life, or from sometimes people tend to just worry about handling business, but you don't have anything else going on. Like I know somebody like that that's always consumed but working, 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 and never any free time for themselves. And I don't ever want to be like that. You know, sometimes you got to work overtime. Sometimes you got to do this and that, but you have to always make sure you have time to do something that makes yourself feel good as well.
Yeah, hobbies are a really good way. So I never viewed it that way as like a good distraction. But yeah, that's true.
Hey, world class.
Hey, world class. I'm finally live. I know I'm super late. And being in nature too, that helps.
I hear a lot of people say that.
Not being inside all the time.
A lot of people
love
like
to be.
Really? I'm not really I like to be outdoors sometimes, but I'm not the type of person that wants to go hiking in the woods.
Me either. I did that maybe 2 or 3 times, and I hated it.
Yeah, that's where I draw the line.
Oh, thank you, world class.
Oh, thank you.
But nature is like, I just remember gardening with my dad, you know? Things like that. Even though I didn't like it all the time, but it's better than just being cooped up in the house. The house is just my comfort zone.
Right. You kind of sound like you're breaking up a little bit.
I love being inside. Important.
You hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now.
Yeah, self-care is very important. Like sleep, something I need to work on getting more of.
Yeah, now that could be the thing. Well, we can't do that if we be up all night doing these lives or on somebody else's panel. That's not gonna work.
I know, girl.
We be up all night. Freezy be doing marathons. We be up for 33 hours with them.
I know, but I take breaks. But you're right. But I'm a night owl, so it's like, I gotta get this together. You know, I gotta do better. Even when I try to go to bed early, I still find myself waking up like at 2 or 3 in the morning.
If I go to bed early, I'm gonna wake up extremely early.
Right. But why do you think it's so hard to like stay positive? What would be something that makes it really challenging for you?
You know, life just be lifing. So it could be anything. It could be, you know, oh, I forgot I had to pay this today. Or it could be,
I'll miss though, child.
You know, stuff with kids. It could be anything. You might be trying to accomplish certain things that you know you're going to have to put a lot of effort into. And that could be something that kind of wears you down as well because, you know, I feel like, especially when we get to a certain age, we don't want to stay stagnant and stuck in the same position. So, you know, you steadily are trying to increase and climb the ladder, you know. Who wants to be working till they're 80? you be retired and had to get 2 more jobs on a part-time job because you just, you know, I don't want that to be me, which I know that sometimes I've met a lot of older people that even after they retire, they keep working, not because they have to, because they just have worked all their life and they can't sit still. I don't want that to be me either. I want to be able to retire and be going on cruises or something, you know.
Yeah, that's true. My dad was like that when he retired. He wanted to get another job. I was like, sir, you need to chill. But
right. I've met plenty. There's this old man that I used to work with some years back, right? And he was smart. He knew everything about the business and everything, you know, because we used to run the front. I was in the like appliance sales and stuff back then. So he knew everything. But when I tell you, this man was so old. He would even come to work. He would come to work even when, like, it's like his hip would go out or something, and he'd be on the walker thing or whatever. He still come to work, and I'd just be looking at him. I say, why you just don't sit down and
Was
just
he retired or did he have to work?
he had been retired 2-3 times over. He's about 80. He retired back in the 60s, and I was like, so Mr. Dan, why don't you just stay home? And then he'll be like, I'm not staying
I know
home
he.
and have to deal with my wife's mess. I was like, dang, it's that bad? He would rather work than to be at home with his
Wow.
wife.
So he hated being married. See, that's a whole nother thing.
He rather
Wow.
work. He's barely walking and still want to come to work than sit at home. He just couldn't. He just could not stay at home.
Oh, thank you, A-Dub. I appreciate you. That's
Hey,
another thing.
A-Dub, how are you? Yeah, it's just crazy. I don't want to be that guy.
So he was.
You say what?
He was trying to get away from wifey.
Yeah, I think it was a combination. I think it was that, and he just didn't want. He couldn't stay still. He didn't want to stay still. He was just the type that always had to be doing something. And he was nosy as hell too, so he always had to be in the mix of something.
Was he Hawaii or what was he?
You said what?
Was he Hawaii?
I can't hear you again. You're breaking up.
I hate this. Like, why do AT&T do me like this?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Now he was an old white man.
I figured.
He was an old
when you
white
said
man.
nosy, child, I already knew.
He was so nosy, but he knew everything. Like if I need to know something, I didn't have to look it up. I just asked him.
Yeah, A-Dub, I know. When I get on my laptop for some reason, I start cutting out.
Yeah, so that was that.
Hey, Stefan, you still awake or did you just wake up? Good morning, everyone. We're just talking about ways to stay positive, even when you're in a negative environment sometimes, the challenges. Yeah.
So what about you? What do you think?
Company you keep too. The company you keep, I think that has a huge effect on your ability to stay positive.
Me too.
I think that has a huge effect on.
Me too, definitely. Because I mean, who wants to keep negative people around them? Or even people that are fake and phony,
Yeah.
And I don't want
That's
that.
the real one, girl. And then, like, we really do have to limit our exposure to negative people because it can be so draining,
Yep, exactly.
Negative environments. I can only do so much of that. So I'm not always good at that. Something I'm still working on.
Right. That is definitely true too.
Hey, Riaz.
Hey, Riaz. How are you?
I'm all right.
You've been rapping and singing today?
Yeah, but mostly though I do voiceover content, so like basically I just get rap clips and stuff like that, and I just talk over clips. So basically I'm sharing UK hip hop culture because I enjoy that, and I believe that whatever I'm doing can help them out because I want to spread their culture and scene, and I believe I can help them while doing that.
Oh, well, that is so nice.
Yeah, because it's their culture, their scene, and I want other people to see that because they're really talented, though, and I love them so much. So they deserve the exposure, even though they can do it themselves. But I believe, though, not just educating, but I'm doing something that I enjoy too.
Really. So does that make you feel positive and uplifted?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a good hobby to keep you busy?
Yeah, makes me creative.
Okay.
Oh, that's good, Riaz. Thank you so much, Stefan, for the cash up. I appreciate you. Feel free to support the live and hit the like. Oh, you know another one to me. Well, something that helps. Identifying like negative thoughts because sometimes we can be our own worst critic and biggest enemy
Of
That's
course.
because
true.
of
I
our
can
thoughts.
agree with. Right.
Um, yeah, like sometimes I have to speak over myself instead of saying like, "Dang, this is a struggle. I cannot achieve this. There's no way." I have to tell myself that I can, and I have to
That I
remind
agree with.
myself of what
Yeah.
I was
says.
gonna say
Period.
stuff.
You know, like with him leaving, I absolutely. Hold on, Riaz, sweetheart.
Okay.
But I just have to like realign my mindset because we can get stuck in negative thinking. You know,
Mhm.
that's a
Yeah, we
huge part of it because
definitely.
everything starts with a thought. So if your thought process is automatically negative, then everything that follows that is gonna pretty much be negative.
It
I,
is. And you don't
I
want to go around
agree.
being so pessimistic and, oh, woe's me, and,
Mhm.
also having like the victim mentality where you see a lot of people that instead of deciding that they want to change things for themselves, they just always with the, oh, nothing's gonna work in my life and everything like that. We have to get out of that if we want to do better and get better. And I think that's a problem with a lot of people. I think we've all been there at some point or another. But, I just refuse to be defeated and be,
Right.
just conquered. I want to be the conqueror. So, I don't want to
Girl,
be set in that victim mentality because everybody
mhm.
has a sob story. So,
Right.
please.
I agree with you though. For me, mentally 10 times though. I've even like few times self-deprecated because like if I did something disappointed or someone let me know, okay, cool though. But then also sometimes I have like points of self-deprecation.
Right.
I make to
Mhm.
avoid that. All I do is make myself believe I'm positive, and then I start thinking it. So when I believe I'm doing it, then it starts to happen though.
Yeah.
Right. You're absolutely right.
That's
Yeah.
definitely true.
But anyways, though, and actually get to that state, I have this.
You say what, Riaz?
I have this though.
Oh, okay. What is it?
That's basically what we call a tasbih. So basically, it's prayer beads. It's the Muslim prayer beads. So, like for example, you have a rosary. We call it a tasbih. Tasbih is a prayer bead for Muslims like me. And what we do though is we basically just count the praying bead and actually think about God or think about a surah or whatever. Though basically, it's just something. It's very similar to what you do as well though with a rosary. It's just that I've got a different way of doing it instead though.
Oh,
This is to basically, help your mind as well though, and you're supposed to count and actually remember God in a deeper state though. This
okay.
one's supposed to be counted though, but I actually have a proper one right here.
What is that? Like getting into chakras and stuff?
Yeah, it's for your chakras.
Oh no, baby. But it kudos to you.
Thank you. No, but I mean, it's very similar to what you use though. Basically, it's very similar to a rosary, but we call it a tasbih because it's very similar.
Oh yay, Stefan. He said he on not yay to but hey, get it how you live. He said he is on his 11th beer. Oh baby, I would have been done passed out. So he's so he is feeling very positive. Hey, intellectual soapbox, thank you so much for tuning
Okay.
in.
Yeah, but basically, what I just showed you, these are to actually help you. It's not just why you use it while you
Yeah,
pray.
but
It's basically. Sorry,
I
what's that?
don't do the we
Oh,
talked
okay.
about not doing
Hey,
that.
intellectual. How
Obviously.
are you?
Okay, sorry. No, I'm just
You
saying,
know,
no, that's just what I
like
use,
this
though.
that helps you. Okay.
No, I was just trying to show you what helps me, though. I'm not telling you to do it. There's a difference, though. I'm trying to explain to you how this helps me, though. Like, basically,
Right, I
sometimes
know.
it's one technique, though.
Yeah.
Just okay, you don't do beads. Okay, that's understandable. I get you on that though. But that's just one other way of dealing with it. Or sometimes though, I have my headphones though to basically block out everything though. I've just got different ways of dealing with things though. These beads are actually to help me. It's not just with the chakras thing though. It's just basically with
Yeah,
the
I don't get
prayer.
into right. I
Oh,
don't get into any of that though. My life is like Christ based and Bible. I don't do the chakras.
no, it's not chakras thing, but okay, never mind. Forget
I
about
thought you
that.
said it was chakras, Riaz.
It's
You
not.
said
It's basic. No, it was not. You think it is, but it's not though. Sorry. Well, no. Maybe I did not explain it properly. Sorry. So it's not to get into your chakras thing. It's basically though. It's just similar to how you basically pray with it though. It's got a prayer bead for a reason though. Those beads is not for chakras. It's basically to actually remember God. So you're supposed to count each bead though, and while you pray though, you actually remember and stuff like that. These are to actually, no, for me, the way it does though is basically it's actually to ease your mind as well though for me. So how I get what you do though, I know what you do though. I'm just trying to explain how it works for me because sometimes though, like I can do anything else that can help me though, but sometimes the other things don't work though. This is what helps me though.
so. I think a lot of it has to do with patience as well, because I think that's why we tap into a lot of different things because we're not patient if we don't get the outcome when we may desire.
Mm-hmm. Yes, okay, I got
But yeah, I feel you, Riaz.
yeah.
Whatever helps you, you know.
Yeah,
Everybody
okay.
has their own methods, so
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's
whatever helps you, that is wonderful. But the
true.
most important thing is staying positive.
Yeah.
Right, it is.
Yeah,
So
that's
what
just
do you do to stay positive, Riaz?
one of the things I do to stay positive. I basically listen to music. I have sometimes, okay, I just basically pray sometimes though, and I'll just go within generality though, reading what I need to read though. It's like I believe what I read though, right? I'm not trying to say it though. That's what I like to read as well sometimes though, or basically I like to listen to positive stuff, whoever likes basically the scripture that I follow or basically if someone else was talking about something positive. So when you're talking about if it's like Christ like type thing though, I might listen to it though, even though I don't basically follow the same thing, but we have similarities in general, of course. I might just listen to it though, because I like a good positive message though to actually help me out though.
Hmm.
Mm-mm.
I think another thing that helps is opening yourself up to things that make you laugh. I
Mm-hmm.
know laughing can be very powerful as far as, boosting your mood. It's a great mood booster. Laughing just feels so
Mm-hmm.
good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I do comedy shows sometimes. I like watching funny movies. Those
Mm-hmm.
things help to take your mind off of whatever negative thoughts you may have.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Right. I agree with you on that though as well though. Also, sometimes I like to breathe as well, though, because sometimes though what happens with me is my heart actually races really quickly for no reason. It's not just that I'm nervous as well. I don't know. Just sometimes I have moments when my heart is literally racing, like literally beating really fast, though. So I need something to calm it down.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Another thing, being physically active helps. That's a huge one.
Mm-hmm.
It benefits you mentally and physically.
Right.
Working out, you just feel so accomplished, and it does the mind so much good, as
It
well as the
does.
body, of course.
The intellectual said, "Man, y'all burning the midnight oil."
What do you mean?
I
What
Yeah.
does
think
it
it's the
mean?
timing.
Okay. I mean,
Okay.
before I have to get a sleep in a positive way, though, is to basically clean myself. That's cut a bleaching. So you're supposed to just wash your face and, just clean your body before you go to sleep. So then that's one way to actually keep me to have a positive sleep as well in general, of course, though, because sometimes when I literally go to sleep, I'm literally tapped into something, though, and it's too much, it's too strong, though, for me to handle. So I literally have to put something to actually protect me, though. And
Mhm.
so basically, what I was just showing you, that's actually just something I actually do to help me, though, stay positive. Those beads I showed you, though, those beads is actually to keep me distracted. It's not just basically to make me just not worship God only and stay positive. That's another way for me to stay positive is to distract myself with something else, whether it's beads or, whether it's just something that we read or anything, man. No. I just find something to distract myself from something that's worrying.
Yeah, and I think also a lot of times when we're trying to accomplish goals, we can sometimes get stressed out. So I think it makes sense to set achievable goals. Like if you have long term, large goals, sometimes it can be overwhelming. So it's smart to break down larger goals into smaller ones, I guess, to make it more manageable.
Mm-hmm.
So that you can, if you break them down into smaller goals, you accomplish those smaller goals and you'll feel motivated to keep going. I think a lot of times we become unmotivated because sometimes we may set unrealistic expectations for ourselves.
Yeah, that is true. Because it
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
just goes down to one step at a time, basically. Like you can't expect to do everything all at once sometimes. I've always said, write it down or have a vision board and
Right.
work your way up the ladder to whatever is like, see if I have a 5 year goal or if I have a 1 month goal, and just work your way up.
Hmm. That's
I
true.
basically try and slow down though, actually. I gotta try and work on basically slowing down. It's not just when I speak, it's basically when I do stuff around my home or in general though sometimes though, right? I think I need to slow down a little bit more though. Because sometimes though, I have a tendency though, few times though, to actually rush because it's like nervousness or something like that though. Like literally to rush while I do something and it kind of messes something up though. I don't know why though. So I need to just learn to slow down and just calm down as well. So
Well, at
Right.
least that's a positive right there.
mm-hmm. No,
You're.
that is a positive.
Mm-hmm. And I think another thing, this may kind of align with hobbies, like learning to appreciate like your skills and your talents. Focusing on those a lot can focusing on your strengths, I guess, could be a way to help you to keep a positive mindset. And another thing is forgiveness, like forgiving. We always talk about forgiving other people, but forgiving yourself. That's
Mm-hmm.
the thing.
Mhm.
Like a lot of times we won't talk about where we may have failed in some areas, and it can kind of put a damper on our spirit and cause us to be in a negative space. So forgiveness is huge, again, for yourself as well as others.
Okay. Yeah, so probably say to learn to let go of something though, like whatever feeling it is though, and learn to let go of something that you felt guilty for though, because I've actually done that though. Like I try and let go of something I've actually literally felt guilty for. Like probably 2019, like when I was 17, I did something though. I said something and did something as a 17-year-old, and that's something though sometimes though I've literally felt guilt for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I
Do
try to learn
forgiveness,
to let it go. I can
yeah,
forgive myself, but then sometimes I have to admit, though, to be realistic, there's something I can't let go and they'll come back. So then I'm just like, okay, look, just remember to let it go, though.
right,
Right.
Learning to let things go.
right. That's huge. I think another huge one is limiting negative media. this is something that I know I need to work on. Like even when it comes to the news, I have
Mhm.
reduced my exposure to negative news and social media because it can be overwhelming and sometimes depressing. So that's up to me. You know, I have to hold myself accountable in that area. That's another way to reduce a negative mindset, and it will help me to increase positivity because I have watched something in the media before and it just completely put a damper on my spirit. Like it's so much going on in the world, you know, and I have to be
Mhm.
mindful. I have to remember to take those things to God and to also not engage in it, you know.
Right. I've been like that before too. Like
Right.
so much destruction and stuff that you see on the news. So you're watching the news and it's this problem, this shooting, this murder, this everything that you see going on, and
Hmm.
it can take a toll on you because you're like, man, with all this destruction going on in the world, it can just put a damper on your whole mood, make you feel down, make you feel stressed because you might even be thinking about the people that are going through
Mhm.
all these traumatic events. And so sometimes, I
Mhm.
just check out of the news or
Right.
even be like politics or something, like stuff that makes me mad or ticks me off. Like I'm like I'm not gonna watch this, so I'm gonna check out for a couple of weeks.
Right.
And hear
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's, I was gonna say that basically I kind of agree with you, and not because that's what I'm starting to do as well. I don't really watch much news as I used to, though. I used to watch the news a lot, check into whatever's going on, though, and then basically I literally broke down, though. Literally had a full meltdown and full breakdown, though, and both parents told me to just limit yourself, though. I took their advice and I try to do that, though, because sometimes with some news, though, relating to like what I am, though, is basically though sometimes I feel like the like when some people when someone else does something that even though we do nothing though literally feels like we're carrying their sins though even though we shouldn't though, but basically me being me though sometimes I literally felt like that I'm carrying whatever crime they did though even though it's not my fault though, and I try not to think like that, which I'm trying to work on though.
Yeah, when those thoughts come up, I think you should pray and ask God to take those negative thoughts away. And I know we're saying like we don't watch the news. It doesn't have to be like a literal news channel. Sometimes opening your phone is the news.
right
You know,
Mhm.
just opening
Instagram
your
or
phone and
anything.
tapping into YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, that is the news. So
Mhm.
limiting
Right.
social media altogether can be something that we have to do. And I've done it before, but I think that I should set more boundaries as far as how much I choose to engage because even some of these YouTube channels and spaces, I'm like, oh, this don't sit well with my spirit. Let me exit left for a little bit. Just to protect my peace and my sanity.
Yeah, it
But
could be
yeah.
too much.
Hmm.
I say no, I agree with you that like pretty much the like I say I totally get you on that. So basically what I do first before praying no is I basically have a discussion with the people that are close to me first before I start praying no, because I literally talk it out with my family and everything like that, and I tell them what I'm going through though, because even if I do pray everything away, but I also have to do the work as well though, because I can't hold that stuff in and I need to let it out. So basically, for me to be positive and be good, though, is I just talk to my family first, then I go pray and then feel good about it later.
Yeah, that's good, Riaz. Stefan said that's why I take breaks from YouTube. It'd be too much sometimes. Whew, Stefan, you are absolutely right. Hey, Genesis. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you for being here. But Stefan is so right. It can be so negative sometimes on YouTube. I'm like, you know what? I cannot. And I've seen Stefan. He'll say, "All right, y'all, take care. Good night." And I won't see Stefan for another month or two.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blame them. Sometimes you gotta
Right.
I don't
check
blame them though.
out. YouTube's like the Roach Motel. Sometimes you gotta check out,
Hmm. Yeah.
girl.
I agree with you. Let's tell it with me that in a positive way. That I think I
It
just gotta
is.
learn
Oh,
to
another
calm.
thing that helps having a journal helps.
Right. Journaling is
Writing things
good.
down. Yeah, like all the thoughts,
Hmm.
that helps a
Hmm.
lot. And
Right.
then writing down, even when you have negative thoughts, like writing those things out, and then writing down things that you're grateful for. Having a grateful mindset also helps to um,
Right. That's
combat
a big
those
one.
negative thoughts. Because
Yeah.
when you consider like all the things you do have and how we're being kept, all glory to God. Like that's enough to just say thank you when
Thank
Hmm.
you
you, Lord.
because there's so much loss. Oh my gosh,
And
around me.
Hmm.
I think that's true too, Mo, because a lot of people are not even grateful for the things that they do have. So if
Mm-hmm.
you're not even grateful for the things that you have, how can you expect God to bless you with something else?
Hmm.
Man,
You got to be grateful
real.
for the things that you
Yeah.
do have and even be appreciative and take care of the things that you do have.
Right.
Right.
I agree with
It's
you, though.
so true.
Sometimes with me, the to remain positive and be grateful for everything is also to remember that there are people in this world who don't have much compared to me, though. And not to look down, it's just basically to actually learn to appreciate what I have, though, and what they're going through and stuff like that. Because, look, I have everything that I need. I can do what I need to do, though, and God has blessed me, though. So I agree with you on that, though.
Absolutely. Yeah, because you never know when we're down and out and we're going through, you never know what the next person is going through. Like I said, everybody got a sob story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's so true. And I shout out to Jeannie. She's mentioned it and went public, but she lost her husband 2 days ago. They have a new baby, 4 months.
Oh
You
yeah, you
know,
said,
Yeah.
even though I
Genesis,
don't know who she
Genesis,
is.
like I mean, not Genesis. I just saw Jenny in her live. She went live tonight, and she was still had the same beautiful smile.
Right.
She was still positive, and she was like, "I'm just kind of just talking right now. I really don't know what I'm saying," but she still had her smile. She still seems to be really in tune with God, and I prayed like God keep her strong because a lot of times when people go through things like that, you know,
Yeah.
it could make them go left. But I'm just so grateful for Jenny, and I just pray for God to keep her and the baby
Right.
strong. And it just
Mm-hmm.
helps me to put things in proper perspective. Like we cannot be just sitting up playing with our lives every day. You just never know. And she was just saying how, oh, I just cooked this for him and we did just a regular day. And
Right.
you just don't know. So
Yeah, that's
practicing
really good.
mindfulness and again being grateful helps a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay,
That makes sense.
Stefan, good night. Thank you for stopping by.
Okay. Yeah, I totally get you on that though. Because the probably for me that I already know though that what I need to work on though sometimes though and I go when I like something though I go way too deep into it though. Literally though anything basically. Anything that I'm into though, literally it's I go deep into it, whether it's my faith, my interest, whatever though, I literally go way too deep into it though. I need to learn to calm down a bit though. I get
Right.
way too
Are you like
excited.
hyperactive, Riaz?
Hmm?
Are you like hyperactive?
Yes.
Yeah, I can tell by the way you talk and you get really excited and go, your voice goes up and then you talk really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
understand. Yeah,
I think
sometimes
there's
you just
also
gotta.
some people though, like basically who can actually get that energy out of me. You both can you who are basically one of the people who could get that energy out of me though, because I know you really well though. In some way though, when I know a person really well and when it's comfortability with me, that's when I start to actually talk nonstop.
Right.
Yeah, I
Well, we
think
know. You talk a lot
Another,
around us, Riaz.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Riaz be
think
going
another
in,
one is
child.
worrying. That can, of course, cause you to think negative. And I'm learning to focus more on the things that I have control over.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
you can only control what you can control. You got to leave
right.
it in God's hands because, you know,
You'll
having
drive yourself
anxiety,
crazy.
you worry yourself to death.
I'm telling you, anxiety is nothing. Baby, that feels so bad. I
Mm-hmm.
hate, I remember, I think I was like 27. I had such a horrible panic attack. When I tell you I could not breathe, it was my first time. And I walked away from my desk. Like I just found myself like grabbing my chest in the work restroom. And it just felt like the end. Like I don't know if anybody has ever had a panic attack, but you feel
Uh-huh.
like I don't know what a heart
Right.
attack feels like, and I pray that I'll never know. But I'm
Right.
like, you think it's the end. I was
Mm-hmm.
Well,
like, gosh,
I
I'm not gonna
understand.
get out. And maybe like 5 minutes later, I was okay. But
Yeah.
in that moment, oh my gosh, I could not breathe.
Well, I get you on that though. Wow. I mean, for me, that I've been suffering with that type of stuff since I was a child. I've had it since childhood. I just found ways to manage it though. Even when I came up here though, my heart was like literally beating this fast though, and I was this close to panicking, but I did not, you know, do it or
Why?
show it.
Were you
But
nervous?
yes, I get nervous though. Yes, yeah,
What,
I
like
do.
you get nervous before you hit a panel or something?
No, sometimes though that feeling just comes when it comes though, because I'm hypersensitive. I suffer through a thing called hypersensitivity. So when I suffer through emotion, it's double than normal though. So like when you go through something that I go through it way more than normal though.
Mm-hmm.
So basically though, sometimes that's just how it is though. I
Yeah,
even,
and then again, the negative interactions, like reducing exposure to people who are consistently negative. Like, have y'all ever been around people like that? Like, everything is negative, nothing is ever good. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Every time you talk
well,
to them, it's a problem.
yeah. I mean, the thing that makes me happy is
Every
like, you know, the thing that
time.
you see me wear
Right.
around my head, the thing I wrap around my head, though, that's what keeps me happy and positive as well, though. And basically, it gives me like a sense of like literally feel protection or comfortable. Like, it's not just
Mhm,
to wear fashion, no. I wear this, though, where every time, no, it's basically, it's a form of protection to me, though.
mhm. And then, yeah, so reducing exposure to negative people, like everything is always bad, right? And I know some of us go through worse than others in
Right.
life, but to always think negative is just not good. So it's so important to surround yourself with people who are supportive. Have you ever shared like good news to somebody and they just waiting to tear it down and be negative?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Right. And there's so
healthy.
many
Like,
people like that in the world because
yeah.
for one thing, and I think we talked about this before, on maybe it was on Freezy's panel on the Bible study or something that a lot of people aren't happy for you or they're not supporting you like you think they are, like you
Mm-hmm.
can tell by what you present to people, and they may be like, oh, well, okay, that's good, your little project or your little channel or whatever, child,
No, I
like,
remember
girl,
yesterday.
Yo,
bye.
little this and little that. Dang, why can't it just be my
Right,
channel?
like that little shade, honey.
Yeah,
Right.
wait, but you
And
know
be
what?
like,
To
thank
be
God
honest,
for deliverance, honey, because I'm the queen of shade, but
Oh, girl, I
that's,
already know.
that's
But that's so important, like surrounding yourself with people who are supportive, encouraging, and who offer a positive perspective. I get it
right,
that
mhm.
this may not be your vision and your dream, but I don't need you to tear it down. So we also have to be careful who we share our dreams, goals, and
right.
aspirations. with. So we have to use discernment as well in that area. God help me to be around people who are genuinely for me. Help me to discern the spirits. Help me to be aware that everybody who smiles in my face is not necessarily for me. You get what I'm saying? Like we know that because it's easy to front, but being
Right.
around people who are for you and who push you closer to your purpose is so huge. You know, if you are blessed to find your people, man, you can really get somewhere in life.
Right.
Mhm.
But it
Yeah.
even says in the
I mean,
Bible not to do that. Not to tell all your plans.
Exactly.
Never
it's
tell
good
all your
reason.
plans, and I'm big at doing that. Like I don't tell
Hmm.
everybody what I got going on until I got it going on. Because it's first of all, it's not everybody's business. Second of all, you know, it's up to God to show us how He wants
Hmm.
us to put it in motion, or we got to pray about that thing. We just can't go full throttle and tell everybody everything. So,
That's
it's a
so true.
process.
Hmm.
Thanks, Peter.
My mom,
I
you know what?
mean,
She is somebody that I really share like a lot of my, well, mom, I want to do this, or and it may look impossible. When I tell you my mom is my biggest cheerleader,
Right.
she, girl, yeah, you can do, girl. Like I love that. So I know if I'm really
Mhm.
pushing
that's
towards a
nice.
goal, to contact my mom. That's my girl.
Right.
Oh wow, that's nice. That's what my mom is. That's my relationship with my mom. Though she's been my biggest supporter since I was 5 years old. Though, like literally, though, when everyone else found out what I had, though, they understood, but also they kind of expected that I was limited, though. But my mom, at the same time, though, just said, "Look, I know what it has, though, but you can do it, though." So my mom's like my biggest pusher, though. So she pushed me to be better, though, and how I've improved much quicker and everything like that. So I kind of get you on what you're trying to say, though.
Well, that's good,
Mm-hmm.
Riaz. It's
Hey,
always
break it
good to have
anyway.
a support system in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Very
I mean,
important.
I know. I also gotta learn to actually
Mhm.
basically, you know, calm down a bit and also just relax a little bit because when I get way too excited though, it does go to nervousness. Overexcitement will lead to me becoming nervous or like basically, sometimes it's like I'm losing control of myself though.
Right. Well, sometimes
Yeah,
I think you just got to, and especially with your condition, you have to just work on trying to just breathe and calm down a bit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And just
that's what I
try to
was just
take it
about to
down a
say.
notch.
Yeah, that like if you, because I think that's still a form of anxiety, and I know there
Mhm.
can be some reacts, but deep breathing can help. Like deep breathing is so important. That's what I've learned because it really does calm down the nervous system. You know,
Right.
and
I agree.
if the nervous system is calm, then that's gonna automatically reduce like your anxiety or whatever that overwhelming feeling is.
Yeah, I agree with you on that though. So sometimes though, like when I'm basically up here though, of course I get overexcited. I try and basically breathe while I'm up here though, because I know I get way too excited though, and it's a form of anxiety. That's why I have to learn to calm down though. I actually
Yeah.
do a lot of breathing. I breathe way too much though. Just need to
You
Right.
do
breathe way
deeper.
too much. What do you mean?
No, so basically I just do deep breathing though, and actually just try and calm down though. Like basically just
Mhm.
deep breathe and actually just relax a little bit.
Yeah.
'Cause
You get
I got
excited.
you. No, I
you.
know.
I got you. Oh, and diet, like eating habits are super important
Right.
because what you eat, of course, has an impact on your mental state and physical state.
That is so true.
Balanced diet is key. And I mentioned sleep, like prioritizing adequate sleep. Uh, of course, it supports better physical and mental health. Lack of sleep can cause a lot of issues. I'm working on my sleep, child. I'm just a night
Okay,
owl. I can
same here.
rest, but it's like
Same here though. I'll be
I'm
real with
up
you.
at night. You know, I'm really like I've been this way for years, but I still get sleep. Just
Okay,
maybe
so
Right.
not as
I
as much as I should.
Right.
Okay. So I'm gonna say I'm kind of similar to you in a way. Sometimes my sleeping is all over the place. Sometimes I feel like I wanna go to sleep early, I'll sleep early, or sometimes late though. Like basically, I'm like flip flopping between the both as well though. I try and work on that though.
Mhm. Yeah, you
Also,
gotta
the
make sure you
basically
give
one
yourself
thing as well though is
enough
actually
rest.
knowing understanding your limits as well. Yes, basically push yourself to the best of your ability, but also learn to understand where your breaking point is, though, because it will lead to a burnout, though. Because I've literally been burnt out before, though. Literally pushed myself past the limit, though, and I started to burn out, though, and I was really tired, exhausted, everything, man. Literally. So you have to learn to so also have to learn to basically learn to, you know, understand where's your breaking point.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I think a lot of times when we're going through maybe negative moments, um, it could be caused by what we may be currently experiencing at the time. And it could cause us to be overwhelmed. But I think what could help is focusing on the solution, not staying caught up in what the present situation may look like.
Right.
And actively seeking ways to address whatever the issue is, and overcome it, no matter how challenging. So yeah, focusing on what you can do to help change the situation instead of allowing it to overtake you, because sometimes life can make us feel like we're being overtaken by the situation, like the situation has more control over us. And in those moments, because I know we all feel them, that's when I have to pray and like really completely surrender whatever those burdens are to God, and ask him for his direction on how to navigate those issues, because I realize that I cannot do everything in my,
Mm,
Right.
so it definitely helps.
Right. And we know that when we have those times and those moments, sometimes there's nothing else you can do but pray. When it's out of
Mhm.
your control, when it's out of your hands, you have to. You have to
Mhm.
go to the word because we can't fix everything, you know.
At
There's
all.
some certain situations that nothing's going to heal it but the Lord,
Mhm.
you know. Nothing's gonna make it right or make it work but the Lord, you know, because He can make the impossible possible. So, I mean, that's very important for us to stay prayed up, stay in the Word, praying for other people as well. You know, that's
Mhm.
very important as well. Whenever I see because I have lost a lot of people in my life, so whenever I see a story of someone who is grieving or whatever, I just try to stop. And even no matter what I'm doing, I just try to, if I don't have the time or, you know, I will try to just stop and say a quick prayer in my head for their peace,
Mhm.
you know, for their sanity so they can find peace in their grieving process, you know, because I know how it is and it's not fun. So, you know, that's very
mhm,
important. Just praying for other people. Like I pray
Right.
for a lot of
yeah,
people that I do not know, one, and the people that I do know that, you know, not everybody's going to ask you to pray for them. Not
That's so
everybody is going to
true.
tell you
Right.
mhm,
what they're going through either. But
Mhm.
if you sense something, I feel like, you know, it's a good time to add that person or whatever it is to your prayers.
Right. I agree. Absolutely.
So that is one thing that we have to
yeah,
remember.
yeah, it's gonna be with that. I just praying as well. So deep compent. Oh god damn it! I kind of lost it. But like basically contemplation. So basically deep compent. Oh god damn it! Though. Now I'm trying to lose it though. So just basically just sit there like few minutes to like, when you're doing nothing. No, it's just to actually think deeply though. And actually though, it's not just to pray only though. Just contemplate on it. And basically when you stay in that kind of state, then you just kind of feel calm as well though. Basically, when you close your eyes and do nothing, no, it just makes it actually, you know, go deeper and actually not actually think about what you're doing. So for me, though, I just basically do that though sometimes, though, not just to breathe. I contemplate, you know. I find many other ways to just contemplate, though.
Right. So Mo said she'll be right back. So Riaz, let me ask you this. And when you're trying to find a positive outlook, besides your hobbies that you like, and your mom you talk to as a support system, do you have any friends that you go
Mm-hmm.
to that are encouraging or very supportive?
Yes, I
Okay.
have friends. I have a lot of friends though who are supportive though. Yes, of course. I do try and talk to other people, not just my friends, my family, and other people I talk to. It's the faith thing as well. Of course, it's like the God aspect as well. But you know, the only reason I was showing the beats is because it's not like basically to tell you to do what you need to do. I was just trying to explain this is what works for me. Because when I use these beads, though, these beads are actually used
Okay.
for content. No, that's one way though, basically. Like
Mhm.
literally, I take these beads with me wherever I go though because I need them though. It's my way of coping with some stuff. So say if I do everything else though and it don't work, these beads, I use to actually to help me contemplate and actually take them out. It's like a form of not just basically remembering God, but it's also to distract myself from the outside world sometimes though. Because when I go outside though, like wherever energy is being around you and everything, it's too much though, too much to handle. So I just take these beads and just count them. No, it's like, so I'm just counting these beads and just when I count them, no, it's just taking my mind off something else though. That's just what
So
works for
you
me
think
though.
that they are a distraction for you? Is that what you're saying? They kind of
Yes,
rear you back in because you
yeah,
know that I know we have different faiths, and like me and my love, we don't believe in
you
beads
don't
and
have to.
everything like that, and that's your faith, and that's fine. But do you ever think that just depending on God and just like you know, have you ever asked to like just putting your whole faith in, your
Mm-hmm.
higher power instead of
Yes,
relying on the beads?
yes. So basically, the beads is one way of worship. So it's not just like basically when we pray and stuff like that only. So like
Hmm.
when we pray, though, of course, that you basically, go down and you put your knees to the floor and you put your head on the ground, though. The head on the ground is just basically you're going deep down into submission, though, and you're asking God, though, like, please help me, go, not just worshiping, though, and also just to help you, though, like, look, I'm actually suffering through this, so God, please help me, though. So it's like, this aspect of the faith as well, though. Those beads is another way. It's not just like basically reading the scripture as well. That's one other way. But the other way, though, those beads is another way. Of course, they're basically similar to like how you basically do a rosary, though, like basically count each bead, though, and you actually contemplate to God, though, please help me go through it. It's very similar to it, though. The only difference is there's no cross attached to the. So these tasbih or these beads though are actually used to actually help with contemplation though. So you're supposed to just sit there, contemplate, not just recite what you need to recite, but actually contemplate to God, look, please help me with whatever I'm going on though. And also it actually takes my mind off. So in a simple way, it's not just contemplating, it's distracting. So I'm trying to distract myself from the outside world though. Trying to disconnect.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
And also though, sometimes though with the other beads I showed you as well, I like how they feel on my hands though as well. I like how they feel though. Like when I put it on my hand though, it makes me actually gives me a nice feeling though.
So, for me, like I of course go to the scriptures. One of my favorites is Psalms 147:3. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Um, and that scripture shows like how much God really loves and cares for us. No matter the hurt that we may be experiencing, whether it's physically, emotionally, um, God is there, and
Right.
He is willing to heal and restore if we're willing to completely surrender and depend on Him. So
Mm,
as I strengthen my walk with the Lord, like we also have to have a willing mindset if we really, want Him to um, restore and heal us, because He absolutely can. But we have to do our part as well.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I can agree with you on that though. I was just gonna ask this one question. So when you actually read the scriptures, but do you actually focus on like one bit though that interests you, or focus on that specific area or page or whatever? And basically with that though, you basically take time and contemplate on that though to simply do that. Because I'm trying to do that though. Because I actually can read it from front to back though, and it's like it's not really just a book, it's deeper than that though. Because one time when I used to do that though, I basically literally like it's too much for me to take in. I've had breakdowns, not because of the scripture, it's because of the way like my mind can't take so much of it in though. You know?
Yeah, so I would recommend like doing little by little. Don't overwhelm yourself. And I mean, you could literally do one verse. There can
Yeah.
be so much power in one verse. So when you overwhelm yourself and you're just reading, then sometimes I can get how that can be a lot for a person, you know?
Mhm. I agree with you. The only reason I ask that though, because like what God has revealed and everything, that's a lot of information. Sometimes though, your mind can take so much of that in though, because we are limited in some way to take in certain information. So that's why breaking it bit by bit or trying to understand simply what it means though in that one verse. To understand the simple aspects first, and then when you understand the simplicity, then go for the deeper level though, because
Right. So
understanding the
another
simplicity is to help your mind. That's all I'm going to summarize.
so right. So Isaiah 41:10. I think I read this a lot. Don't be afraid, for I am with you. Don't be discouraged, for I am your God. I think that helps us a lot too when we are in moments of despair and discouragement. No, God is reminding us that we don't have to be afraid. We can face anything that comes our way, even when it looks impossible, as long as we have Him at the forefront. And that's Him already letting us know you are gonna have issues in this life. Don't think that because you're saying, "Oh, you believe in me," that it's gonna be peaches and cream, baby. Please. I think that's when a lot of the tribulation starts. A lot of the trials, like when you
Mhm.
take a leap of faith and say, okay, God, I'm going to trust you in through this process. Of course, it's the enemy's job to make it look impossible. His whole plan is to, want us to give up. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm fighting. Sometimes I'm fighting for my life as far as my faith goes. If I'm real,
Mhm.
it's not easy. I'm like, God, really?
Not easy.
Do you
Yeah.
see this? Do you really see, like, I'm trying to do what you want me to do, Lord, but it's getting hard out here. I need you to show up. And in those moments, I notice that God does. It's just a matter of me choosing faith over fear. Are you going to give in to those feelings, or are you going to go forth anyway? And sometimes you have
Mm-hmm.
to do things afraid. A lot of times we don't want to admit that, okay, I am kind of nervous. I don't
Right.
know, like, because walking into the unknown, it
Mhm.
is it's difficult. And I think that's why a lot of times we can stay stuck. A lot of people are not willing to take that leap.
That
Okay,
is
let
so
me just say
true.
where I'm comfortable at. It's safety right here, you
Mm-hmm.
know.
Mhm.
So let me stay here, but Lord, just continue to be my strength, ours all together, because this journey is it's a journey.
It definitely is a journey, and I mean, God never said that it was going to be an easy one at that.
Hmm.
And most of the time, when you're trying to walk on the straight and narrow path, it's an even harder journey than,
It is.
you know, if we were out doing whatever, God knows what, with God knows who or whatever, it would be so
Mhm.
much easier. Like if we wasn't walking in faith and if we weren't trying to do what's pleasing to God, then life would
Mhm.
probably be a lot easier in some instances because we wouldn't feel that conviction. We wouldn't worry about, you know, whatever it was, or um, making God angry, or having to repent, or any of that. It's a lot
Oh,
easier when you're
Yeah,
not following God actually than it
but
is
this,
to follow God, because it's
right. I
a
understand.
struggle, and we
hold
can
on.
try to stay in our
Yeah.
faith, but we all have those moments when we're feeling like, I'm feeling a little disconnected, Lord. I'm feeling a little disconnected. I need some help bringing it back together, getting back closer to you, because we are of the flesh. We are human. So when we start to
Mhm.
feel like we are not doing what we need to do, that's even the time where we need to lean into God more. But we know that's not always the case. I've had times in my life, like I've shared before, where I was numb, or I was angry at God, or, it was this or the third. And I just felt like, what would be the point to continue? But then
Mhm.
in the
Yeah.
end, you know, God always has a way of bringing me back in and letting me know that despite of whatever it is I'm going through, he still got me, and
Right.
I'm going to get through it no matter how hard the situation could be in life. And that's what we have to remember when we're going through all these different circumstances. I mean, we could be out right now instead of on here talking about God. Girl, we could be sloppy drunk, just coming home from the club, you know.
Girl, I
Whatever,
remember those
I'm saying?
days.
Got this nigga in and out of our house, bed, whatever, doing whatever. You know what I'm saying? Not
And that's another thing. Like when we were talking earlier, like it's so much more difficult when you are trying to do right. Not saying we're not trying to do right.
Sorry, your audio is cutting in and out. Sorry.
right. And it's
Be perfect, but
mhm.
when you try
You're
to
going
do
in and
that,
out, bro.
yeah, no, I see it, child. Can you hear me?
I
Yeah, I
can
hear
now.
you. I hear you though.
Yeah, so it's like yeah, it can be difficult, like even with making genuine connections when you're called to be different. Not saying that you're better, but when you really take being set apart seriously, it's
Ooh, you're breaking up bad.
difficult because it's like, if I'm honest, I battle not settling to my spirit because God has called me to do something completely different, and I have to honor that and be obedient. My peace comes through me honoring God,
Mm-hmm.
if
Right.
that makes sense.
Right.
Sometimes
Right.
when I
I definitely
put
say
Hold
that.
myself
on,
in
Rian.
situations, yeah, please. Okay, so sometimes when I expose myself to certain environments too much, like God will check me on it. It ain't
Me
even gotta
too.
be. It's just I feel it in my spirit. Like,
Mm.
okay, this is not where I'm supposed to be. You
Well, that's
know.
conviction. I mean, you know that. And see, it's a thing where, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
not thinking that you're better, but knowing that God is displeased. That's two
Right.
different things. You know what I mean? So people will look at, she thinks she's better, or she thinks she's stuck up, or
Right.
whatever. But no, we have a conviction
And
that
I'm
God be kicking us
not.
in the butt if we, you know what I mean? If we doing stuff that
Yes.
we're not supposed to be doing. And it's hard, because some days I'll be like, man, I'm about to cuss this person out. Or I just, feeling it. Like, I'll be like, Lord, please. And sometimes it's hard to refrain from backsliding the way you used to be. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
but I feel it in my spirit, like you better not go there. You shouldn't be doing that. Now you know better
Girl.
than that. You know, you're supposed to be wiser than that. And that's the
Hmm.
thing. So that's why I have to reframe, because if I mess up, I feel like I'm to the point now, like if I mess up and if I go there, then I'm not happy with myself. It drama and cussing people out and all that. That doesn't make me feel good, you know. In the past, I might not have thought twice, like, oh well. But I
Hmm.
feel when God is convicting me, like I'll be like, darn, you know, I was doing so good.
Me too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was just
Even
always
when it
thinking,
comes to interacting with, when it comes to interacting with just men altogether, right? Being divorced,
Right?
it's like certain lines you can't even cross.
Mm-mm.
And when I try to cross them, it's like, and he checks me like, this is not.
I can't
mm-hmm.
hear you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I can.
even when
Sorry,
I
to
slip up, like God, like you said, God just pulls us back. He snatches me right on up, child, and be like, nope.
Hmm. It does. It does. And
mm-hmm.
it's a real thing.
Sorry.
It's definitely a real thing. Because it's like now you know better than that. You
Okay,
know.
so I was just gonna say basically that's why they say that in general, of course, so God helps those who helps themselves. Yes, we put our faith in Him, we believe in everything, but we're the ones who's supposed to do the work, though. Like we're the ones supposed to put in the work, though, to actually make it happen, though. And it's not just on our time; it's on God's time, though. And I meant in a generality, man. Generality sense though. Like for example though, right, when I was like 12 years old though, I had a lot of questions though. Literally question God, asking about, like, of course I believe for the sake of believing, but I literally asked God everything though, man. And I got my answers when I hit 13 though. And when I hit that though, I realized though God gave me the answers that I needed to. I just didn't realize it though when I was 12 though. Basically, that's a general way though. I was trying to explain that though. But yeah, I get you on that.
Hmm. That's right. I mean, we learn our lessons as we go. We learn a better method of doing something, you know, as we continue to go and we continue to grow in the Lord.
Hmm. That's so true. As we continue to go, we continue to grow. So it's just important to keep going.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, I totally get you on that.
Uh,
Yeah, and I think um another way to stay positive is acknowledging that we may need healing in some areas, because
right.
Hmm.
how can you obtain positivity with bitterness and malice in your heart,
Right,
unforgiveness? It's
right.
impossible. And we also have to acknowledge that healing does not take place overnight. Healing is a journey.
That's
You know,
right.
Hmm. Right.
there is it that it's multifaceted. Like, there has to be healing of the mind, the body, and spirit, all those things, and it could be like emotional struggles, physical ailments, or it can even be spiritual.
Definitely.
um
Okay. That's why I
because
said that
a
identity.
lot of us,
I can't hear both of y'all at the same time.
right, yes, can you mute? Or yeah, so a lot of times it can even be a spiritual distress. I know a lot of people who have completely, like, given up on God because of the things that they've experienced.
Right.
Um, and I always pray for restoration, and I ask for peace and clarity against those things that they may not understand, because I've been there. I've had my moments where I felt like, God, is your hand still on my life? Do
Yep.
you understand? Like, and a lot of people won't admit those things, but it gets so real, Like, God, do you see what I'm going through? You know, and thankfully I'm here today to say God really saw me through. Like,
That's
this thing
right.
is real. Like I don't get up here and talk about God just to be talking about God because it sounds good. I am a living witness of his healing power through mentally, emotionally, and spiritually.
Amen. Mo, I'll be right back.
Mhm.
Okay. And this is something that's a consistent thing. You know, like we need healing over and over again as we walk this thing out, you know. And this
Mhm.
whole talk is about faith at the end of the day. Like, are you gonna trust me through every encounter? What if you call me and you don't feel me near in that moment? Like, are you still gonna trust me? What if you have to let go of the things that you felt like you never could? Like, is that going to be the determining factor on whether you trust me or let me go? So it's not based on how we feel. It's not always based on the things that we want, because in this walk we won't always get our way with God. And sometimes we view not hearing from God, like God's silence, as a punishment, and it's not. Sometimes silence is sacred. What are one of the fruits of the spirit? Patience, right? And how can we learn patience? Sometimes it's only through the silence of God. We have that's going to help us keep our momentum. Okay, God, I'm not hearing from you, but I'm going to trust you. We can't learn patience if God comes through right then and there. We
Mhm.
how can we learn patience if he comes through every time we want him to, when we want him to? Hey,
Mhm.
Bridget.
Mhm. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And it also like to learn patience though, and also to be grateful truly though, is to be level headed though. For me though, every time when I hear a milestone in general though, of course, or basically when you know, I'm I say, look, all credit goes to God first, then it goes to everyone else, and then me. I'm not saying though I'm not proud of what I've got and not giving myself any credit. I do, but I just rather give the credit where it goes first because I always remember who's the one who put me in the position first.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
And
Bridget, I know you're a living witness, girl. I know. I done heard your testimony. People need to
mhm,
hear testimonies to know that God is with them through it all. That is so true.
right,
I
I
am
agree.
never ashamed to share mine. Grace and
Yeah.
mercy. That's another thing. Man, that's real. When you think about like God's grace on our lives, oh, Lord Jesus, because I know I don't deserve it. Just thinking about how God kept me when I didn't even know how to keep myself, how God loved me when I didn't even love me. Hey, I do not
Mm,
know how to pronounce your name. Good morning.
okay. Yeah, I agree with you.
World
So,
class day. Oh, hey, world class.
okay. Well, I guess what I'm gonna say is
Talking
basically
about
that,
me or Riaz? Because Riaz say, mm-hmm. He say, too.
yeah,
Yes, but
I'm just
Bridget,
gonna say,
girl, you when you tell your testimony, that blessed me. Oh, that blessed me, girl. Like, you just never know like what people have endured and how God has brought them out. Man,
mm-hmm. I was also gonna say that as well, that I know that God has been, sorry.
me too, Bridget. I'm so grateful. It's going good. How's your morning? Hey, Logic.
How y'all doing today?
Oh,
How are
good.
you? We're blessed.
I'm
How
good,
you doing?
alhamdulillah.
How you doing, young Red?
I'm doing good, alhamdulillah. I'm doing good though, man.
I've been watching some of your videos. I gave a couple
Thank
of
you.
thumbs up.
Thanks, man. I
Oh,
appreciate that a lot.
yay.
No problem.
Thank you, Blaze, for the cash app. I appreciate you. Shout out to Blaze. That's my Bible study partner too. So
Okay.
logic, what advice would you give as far as keeping a positive mindset? Sometimes even when you are, I guess, in negative environments or you may be going through the worst of the worst.
Find a way to be productive.
Yes.
Yeah. If you feel like you're not happy, you probably not productive.
Mm, that's
So
good.
yeah, like niggas like world class, they just
You always gotta, you
I
gotta
no,
stand you.
you just saw he talking shit to me in the chat. And so
What?
no. But yeah, be productive. Like um I don't know. I find that I just have to find a way to be productive. I gotta build on something.
Yes,
So yeah.
Okay.
absolutely.
That's
Productivity
cool.
for you, Julie. What is the scripture? It says, "An idle mind is the devil's workshop." So if you're just sitting up doing nothing, then that's the quick way for you to give in to negativity. But
Yeah.
like you said, productivity is key, and focusing on providing a solution instead of dwelling in whatever that negative thing may be can also help.
Mhm.
Yeah. See, like now I was in a position that I kind of felt down because I finished my classes and I
Yeah.
won't be able to take
What
classes again
did I
till the fall.
say earlier?
I said I was feeling kind of down
What did you say?
because can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Hello?
hear you.
I said I was feeling
Yes, can
down
you hear me?
because
I
yeah, I
hear
hear you.
you.
Something wrong with your mic, Mo Love. You need to goddamn
Is it now?
upgrade. I mean, I don't
It's
know. I mean,
weird
I hear
because
you.
I have AT&T fiber, but when I get on my laptop, it goes like in and out. I don't know.
Yeah, you on the delay. You know what I'm saying? I blame Fear No Mortals.
Yeah. Oh, I have a delay. Man, I hate this. I don't know why.
Uh, Bridget said, Mo, you watching The Chosen One on Prime? No. Is you watching it, Bridget?
I heard of it. I need to watch it. Hey, what did Blaze say? Let me see. Blaze said,
He said, now this is
no,
a
this is
collab.
a collab. I love
Uh,
to see. Good morning, ladies, and everyone in the house. Pray everything is going smooth. Swinging by for support. Thank you so much, Blaze.
Okay.
yeah, I think it'd be good if the world class came up and Bridget.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
come
a
up,
good
y'all.
idea. Sure, come up though. Actually, that'd be nice though. I totally
Talk
agree with you
about
on that. Well,
Yeah,
for me though, it was identity though. Like basically, like I knew God was by me though, like trying to help me though find myself though. Cause my whole life before though, like it's not just the faith part, it's just basically on what I am though. Like I literally struggled with being identity though. Even though I was positive when I was younger though, I still felt something was up though. Like something was missing or I didn't know what I was though. So it took me a while though. And then when I hit my age right now, 23 though, I actually started to realize things though, started to heal. First I talked to God, please help me though. Then I talked to my parent and stuff like that though. Because when I had the conversation with both of them though, I actually really actually helped me fix any deep rooted problems I might have had, and I'm on the way to heal on it. On the way to heal though, because it looks like I recently discovered who I really was.
hmm I agree. Identity is very important. I don't feel that we could live a fulfilling life without knowing who we are and where we're going. So identity and purpose are
Yeah,
key components.
yeah. So basically, for me, when I hit my age, I realized I should make my own identity because growing up, I had two different, nationalities and two different cultures though to live in. And I'm in a Western country in general, of course, though, right? I'm in a Western country and they have a different. Being born and raised here though is very different though. You know what I mean? So like basically though, like I grew up, and also the thing I also have as well. So growing up, basically feeling out of place and not knowing what I was. So I had to literally find. I could have told parent long back though, but I didn't know how to tell them back in the day because I wasn't conscious enough to know that. Once I got to my age though, I started to learn. Look, I'm my own culture, just blend both together and actually make myself my identity though.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's
Do
how
you think
basically
not?
I stood.
What were you saying?
Wait, sorry, who you saying it to, me or Logic?
You were still talking. I was gonna ask Logic, did he see world class comment? He said,
Oh,
unlike Mr. Logic, I'm being productive right now.
Yeah, I'm being productive too, Mr. World Class. I'm just going to. It's on. I'm on lunch. It's 12:30 here.
Oh, it is. I forgot. So
I've
I
been
keep
productive
forgetting.
11:34.
So Germany is a 7 hour difference.
1 hour difference for me.
Gotcha. What you cook, Logic?
What I cook
Yes. Did you cook?
for lunch?
Yeah. Did you?
No. Too many restaurants out here to be cooking. What's wrong with you? No.
Funny.
Okay, I mean, I get you. Not the basically the reason I brought that up is that's how I found a way to be positive at my age and actually learn to discover that. Because I was still, despite everything I've been through, I was still positive, but I was missing something.
Mm-hmm. Another thing I mentioned was being grateful, like having a mind of gratitude. Sometimes writing down or even just meditating on positive things, like your blessings, even though you may not have everything you want, but keep in mind like God has satisfied all of your needs, and that alone is enough to say, God, I thank you. When you look
Mm-hmm.
at other people's lives and you know how they may lack. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you though.
And another one I said is limiting exposure to negative media. I think that's huge, and that's something I have to work on. Like being mindful of some of the things that I choose to engage in.
Like
Sometimes
being on the
it
panel
can.
with Freezy.
I need you to
No.
hush now. I didn't say that. But it's not Freezy. I love Freezy. That's my brother. But you know, sometimes when different people may come in and hit the link or whatever, it can be overwhelming, I think, for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I love Freezy, but sometimes I know like to hit leave studio or leave when certain people are up.
Then
Even the news.
why would I tell
Huh?
you that? I told you that last time, and then you got mad at me.
I did, but how did it end though? I told you, you know what, Logic, you are right.
All right. Hold on 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What? I don't know what we're talking about, but it looked funny. Yes, Bridget, you are. I know you are.
Mm-hmm.
That is so important because that can be a damper on the spirit too. Like,
Right.
and being around positive people too. Not engaging in not engaging yourself like with negative people. There are people in this world that thrive on the negative. Nothing is ever positive in their lives, and that can be so draining. You know, it's
Mhm.
important to have a healthy support system, people that will align with you and push you towards your goals, that will support you wholeheartedly, genuinely. That's huge, because when you're connected to people who automatically like tear down your dreams or the things that you share, that can also cause you to have a negative outlook, and it can make it very difficult for you to remain positive, you know?
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, I did enjoy yesterday though, but basically though, it was really fun, and it was basically the way I handle a situation is always to remember though that there are more people who love me that don't. In general, of course, it's not really directed at anyone. It's a very general statement though. I always remember, look, I got more people who love me though than don't, not just here, but basically offline too. I got my family who still love me and everything. So I just gotta remember who act. Who, I just gotta remember that. That's why I just, I'm like, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, and strong social connections. Like nothing is wrong with being social, right? But the right social connections that can provide emotional support and a sense of belonging are important and can help you to remain positive as well.
hmm
It
Sometimes,
helps.
hmm sometimes I like to be alone though. Actually, like sometimes though, when
Oh
it's like,
yeah, alone time, self care, those things are very important too. So I guess a good balance would be
mm-hmm,
key. Hey, Lord ADS, good morning.
mm-hmm, yeah. So
What
sometimes I
world
just
they
want to
said bag
change
chases
stuff.
was wow.
Wait, like
Oh, I don't know much about bag chases, but I heard of it.
when it's nighttime, no, I like to be alone in the night though. Like when it's nighttime, no, I want to be alone though. Like, look, I can understand. Okay, you can talk to me in the morning, afternoon, whatever though. But in the night, that's where I want to be alone because in the night is where that's my time though. I don't mind the day or afternoon, but just want to be alone in the night.
Hmm. I also think when we go through negative things, right, of course, that can have an effect on our outlook and cause us to maybe be negative.
Mm-hmm.
Perspective is everything. So dang, did my laptop start tripping again? Can you hear me?
I heard you though, but what you're trying to explain though, you got cut
Yeah.
off in the middle of it.
Okay. So I think, a lot of what we go through can sometimes cause us to think negatively. Learning from the experience, I think, would help us to be more positive, like viewing setbacks as opportunities for growth and learning. Because I personally feel like there's nothing we go through that is wasted. There is always a lesson to be learned in each of our experiences. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I totally get you on that. Now I'm actually more calmer though when the first time I came up, so that's a good thing right now. My heart rate
Mm-hmm.
has slowed down and I'm more calm now.
Good. So Blaze said, I have a no kill rule when it comes to a person's goals or dreams. That's awesome. Who am I to say what a person can or can't do? As unpredictable as life is, you never know what a person ultimately will become. That is so true.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
Sometimes God will use the people that you doubt as examples. The
And
person you
thank you,
least
Blaze, for the
expect.
cash app.
Oh, the people you least expect, like God will get the glory out of them. We see that all throughout the Bible. So yeah, that is so true. And that's why it's important to align yourself with like-minded people. Not people that's just gonna be your yes person. You want people around you that are also accountability partners. But when you are pushing towards a goal for the positive and betterment of yourself, you need people that will be aligned with your purpose and that have a positive mindset, because I cannot explain how that can really have such a negative effect on your life as a whole when you surround yourself with negative folks who you don't have anything in common with. It is so draining.
Correct.
Hey, can y'all do me a positive favor?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can y'all give me half of the cash apps y'all get tonight?
You a baller. Child, please. I need every dime.
No. So I guess that's a no.
That would be now if you needed it, that would yeah, of course I would.
No, I do need it.
Child.
How much we talking here?
Didn't you just gift 100 memberships last night?
Right.
In Freezy chat.
I had a discount code.
You did not.
So
Messing,
No.
messing up the VIP Wednesday. It's not private anymore.
100 memberships, and I think you did 100 the week before that. Child.
I'm trying to support Freezy so his channel can hopefully get bigger. But I'm saying
Well, you are.
You are
Yeah,
doing the thing. Well, I'll tell you that. I'm sure Freezy is very happy.
Yeah, but it's
That's
negative
good.
now because a lot of these trolls coming over there now.
Exactly.
They are.
Oh man, all like, oh man, I thought Freezy was a getaway. So, yeah,
That's true.
yeah, they keep coming over there, man. I'm like disappear now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Lord ADS said the biggest battles are in the mind. If you can win those, it makes your world a better place. Yeah, that's true.
That is basically what I kind
Coffee.
of said as well. Oh, sorry.
Good morning. Good morning,
wait,
Coffee.
do y'all want my cash app?
I thought it didn't work in Germany.
No, the cash app work. You just can't put no money on it.
Yeah.
Oh, but we can
Yeah.
send.
Yeah.
But you can't send.
Well, I can send. I gotta find somebody with an Apple Pay. And then Apple Pay them and send to my cash app.
Oh, okay.
Logic be lying.
How am I lying?
I don't know.
I don't know how it works.
Maybe I'll see when I get monetized if you support.
No,
We'll
fuck
see.
support. I'm saying right now.
Dang.
Can I get half of y'all cash apps?
No, because you don't need it.
Okay, and guess what? So that gonna be the answer that I'm gonna give you. You said support my channel.
I got $2 on my cash app. I can send you one.
You said, and then
I can send you a good $10. You know.
Oh, okay. Nah, I mean that's feeling blessed. Blessed come in all shapes, forms, and sizes, and blessings from the heart.
Right.
Yes, that's true.
Blessings.
Yeah.
So
out
World
there
Class
now.
said Bag Chasers was wow. What's that?
Bag chasers, anti.
Oh, okay. Okay. I
Yeah,
thought so, but I
I don't
wasn't
know.
sure.
That's what he talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, he used to call her I guess it's Patreon crew. Yeah, he used to call them bag chasers.
Oh, okay. Are you a huge supporter of Anton?
What you mean, like a who you support?
Like watch his content.
Nah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I really don't watch no content like that no more. The stuff I watch, y'all wouldn't be interested in.
What do you watch?
I look at, you know what I'm saying, like finance podcasts is
Okay. That's cool.
I used to look at a lot of Joe Rogan, but now I don't no more. A lot of just weird stuff that
World Class said Logic was a bag chaser. Ask him.
he a lie. He a lie. You never see me say I was a little bag chaser. You know what I'm saying? That was for people that was in his Patreon. I was never in his Patreon.
Uh-huh.
That nigga messy. I was a bag chaser. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I'm sorry. Look at it. See how the devil make me curse?
I never watched that channel.
That is funny. So
No,
please hit the like, guys. Feel free to come up and share ways they help you to stay positive. Dang, I know my signal went out. Can y'all hear me?
Hey, Liberated Soul.
Hey.
Hey, Liberated.
Do y'all gotta say hey
How
to
are
everybody that
you?
come in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
I do. I'm very kind.
No,
Yeah.
Same.
that's not
I'm
kind.
the same here though.
Listen, y'all be in the middle of
What's your
conversations.
name again?
Somebody will be breaking down crying on the panel. And then y'all will be like, hey, to somebody in the chat. Hold up. Don't you see I'm
I will
crying right now?
not.
Oh my God, bro.
Because I'll forget. I'm like, oh, okay, I see him. Let me speak.
Yeah, but that
Okay.
is, you know what I'm saying? Somebody can be opening up, breaking down, and then in the middle, you'll just stop them and you'll be like, hey, liberated narrative and
No,
dialogue.
Blaze, it did this on Frizzy Live last night. It's saying device not connected. I don't
Oh,
know
he's
why.
trying to come up. Blaze. Hey, twin.
See,
It
I
won't
have
even
to
let
coming,
me
bro.
hit add to stage. So can you? I don't know why
Blaze,
it's
are you
doing
on
that.
your computer? I think sometimes the phones be acting crazy.
Dang.
I think I came up on my phone and it's gone
Oh, world
from
do
class.
me.
you
That's
want me to
good.
do you want me to bring up Blaze? He in the back.
It didn't work. It said device
No,
not connected. It wouldn't even let me add him.
I can add him.
How?
I got controls.
No, you don't. This is
Man.
good, world class. He said, first, actually be positive. Don't watch TV, the radio, and don't follow trends.
That's a good thought right there.
No, that's
That
not.
is good.
No,
Yes, it
It
is.
is.
that was
Sometimes you gotta disconnect.
that was so backwards. Who said that?
The world class.
Oh my God, I will expect no less. All right, yeah.
But that's true. You have to disconnect from all social media sometimes. Sometimes you gotta take a break from all the negativity.
All right. What about lying on people, saying they was a part of something that they was never a part of?
Well, that's not good either.
Okay, well, why you didn't call out world class when he lied on me, saying I was a part of something that I was never a part of? Oh, so
I
y'all
just
the
came
one?
back in. You gotta
No,
talk to Riaz about that.
no. Okay, now we got
I
amnesia.
just have to.
This is what I'm saying. Well, y'all positivity message go out the window.
Mm-mm.
Yes. Why gotta be before you can be positive, you need to be accountable.
Oh, yes.
So
Absolutely.
y'all need
I
to
said,
hold y'all need to hold world class accountable, and then you'll see that in return, I will be positive. Yeah,
so do you view yourself as a pretty positive person?
yeah. I think I'm positive.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying. I think I'm positive. Everybody that I'm around and I'm involved in, you know what I'm saying? I like to add some level of value to them.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. So Riaz Liberated said what happened yesterday. You cussed at somebody?
No, I did not, because I said, God damn.
Wait. Oh my God.
They pissed you
Riaz
off,
cursing?
Riaz?
So
I
it was
gotta get this
basically
color. I
that.
What
cannot
No,
happened? They
swear.
was
no,
messing with
no,
you?
it's basic. No, it's basically ruthless drifter because yesterday the ruthless was saying stuff that I disagreed with him, and I kind of got annoyed with him. Literally, man. I was trying
Who
to
was
keep my
it?
cool. Ruthless.
Oh, Ruthless Truth. Okay. Liberated.
Okay.
so now we condoning cursing.
We're not
Ah, that was not
condoning.
cursing though.
You
I
always
got
cuss
fed
up
up.
here.
Oh wow. Okay, but y'all hold me accountable. So now Riaz do it. Ain't no okay. You know I know how it is. I know what this is. It's all good.
I really don't be liking people to cuss, but you and Freezy be cussing. A few of y'all, and I be like, you know what? It is what it is.
All right, but young Riz just said, "God
I
damn," y'all didn't
I
even
can't
blink an eye.
control nobody.
But
Riaz
y'all didn't
takes
blink
a
an eye.
lot from
Hold him
people.
accountable.
He
Yeah,
has
but
one
the
Huh?
to
thing
step
is,
up.
yeah, I basically take a lot better, so I don't curse at all. Though I only say "God damn" because I got fed up because I got a breaking point as well. Though, like, look, I try not to curse though. Literally, though, I've never said any curse words though. Most of the time, I try not to. And when I'm offline, I don't curse at all though. But when I really get fed up, I'm gonna start to get to that point. I know how to, but I don't want to.
Whose channel was you on, Riaz? You was on
It
Freezy's
was
channel?
Yeah, it was yesterday on Freezy.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that must have been when I was asleep.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
you was cussing on Freezy channel.
I,
Wow.
I look.
No
Hang
Oh
accountability.
man.
on, get my connection.
Yeah, your connection. Yeah, that's God. Did he do the same thing to fear no mortals? Because y'all don't hold nobody accountable.
My
Nah,
connection
I'm,
is not bad, thank you.
but God gonna do it.
Why does
I'm
my
gonna talk
laptop do this? My phone works fine.
because your laptop cheap.
Okay, but look, Logic, I take all accountability for doing that, man. I did not intend to do that though, but I was just like, look, man, I got really fed up though. So I hold myself accountable.
All right, it's all good. Because if Ruthless Truth, he deserved to get cussed out. Next time I see him, I'm gonna cuss him
Right.
out for you. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
cuss him out for you. You know what I'm saying?
uh,
Hey, matter of
yeah,
fact, Young Riz and Mr. Logic is the new tag team on the
yeah.
IG stream. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So
my
anybody
goodness.
mess with Young Riz, hey, I'm coming for him.
Okay.
Yeah,
Riaz doesn't
Period.
deserve it. He's so cool.
yeah.
Oh,
He
it's
is.
alright though. Okay, cool. I got you, man. It's alright.
All right. You're in the UK, ain't it? Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah, you in the UK, ain't it?
not much though.
What?
I mean, I don't know. I'm in the UK and it is what it is though. So I just let it go. It's cool.
No. I'm saying you live in the UK.
Yes.
Yeah, I might pull up there in the middle of May.
Ooh, the world class.
Okay. I mean, who knows though, man? I mean, that could be a surprise though.
Yeah. I'm gonna go there. Yeah, I'm saying I might go out there and do some running and a little vacation time.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
The world class is holding you accountable, Logic.
Don't talk to me, please. Fear no more, because when it comes to me, you believe in accountability and you know how to say the word. But when it comes to anybody else, you don't know how to say the word.
Blaze!
Oh, what's
Logic,
up,
you troll
Blaze?
everybody.
Blaze. What's up, Blaze?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
sir.
Okay.
We can hear
I'm
you.
glad you came up. I don't know what was going on with your device.
Hey, man, you and me both. StreamYard wouldn't just allow me to come up. It did the same thing on Freezy channel.
Uh, yeah.
Right.
I'm glad you're here, Blaze.
Hey, good
Me
to see
too.
y'all. How y'all feeling?
What's up, Blaze? What's
Good.
going on,
We
brother?
feeling blessed.
Ain't seen
Hello,
you in a while.
Bobby.
Women, women don't hold other women
Very.
accountable, so we kind of know that. So, yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute, who kicked
Logic,
me
There
it
out?
you
seems
go.
like you're hating on Riaz.
Who kicked me out?
He was
Oh
hating on him
man.
last night.
Right.
All right. Now this guy don't know how to spell positivity. All right, I'm gone. See y'all later. Hey, yeah, yeah. Hey, Riz, just hit me up on Instagram, Riz, if you need some help with some of these guys that's coming up at 9, like coffee.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it is what it is, man. If I
Hey,
okay, I
hey,
got
Liz,
you
you know
though.
you can't go against me, brother. You've been knowing me for
I'm
4
not
years.
no, don't worry, the coffee. I'm not gonna do anything to you though. You did nothing to me, so I'm just gonna chill. I'm just basically like this though. I'm just saying it is what it is. I just let it go though, coffee, because to me, man, you know, there's no need to worry about that. I'm not trying to worry about that. I'm just trying to look, just chill out, and it is what it is. And I just leave it to God to deal with it. That's not me to deal with it.
All
Inshallah.
right now.
It's,
Yeah. God, because I think you need more than God to deal with coffee. You need
nah, he
God,
did nothing
the
though. He
Holy
cool.
Spirit.
He he cool.
Yeah,
Nah,
I
but
got the
like if
Holy.
he's cool, Fluffy's kind of cool though. But I'm probably gonna need more patience to deal with Ruthless though. To be honest though, man. Like,
Yeah,
look,
coffee.
I
But you know,
can deal
coffee
with
and
him.
ruthless is cousins. No.
Man, look, this is a church panel. I almost cursed.
See, no, what I tell you.
It's not a church panel, but
Well, you know what I mean. You know,
I'm not the kind.
yeah, I got you.
a positive panel.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways, but let that go. Anyways, I'll just let that go. I'm chilling.
Don't you hate when people park in your parking spot?
What?
Parking. Oh yeah.
Alright though.
Hey, Blaze, where you been, man? Are you there?
I think he's on mute.
He said he had to go
You
to the
on
bathroom.
mute, Blaze?
Nah, he said he had to go to the bathroom.
He didn't say
He
that.
did not say
Really?
that.
Yes, he did.
Crazy.
He crazy.
Okay, liberated. He said he's gonna find the clip.
Hey,
Ooh.
what y'all think about the stream last night?
It
Well,
was
I
fun
think
though.
it was
last night and
good.
today, y'all was crazy last night. I mean, was it this morning? Was it last night? When? Shit, I
I
can't
think it
remember.
was last night though. I think there was 2
I
streams.
wasn't
though.
on.
You know what? I don't normally come up, but I had to come up because that Ronald 804. God, that dude just got on my.
Hey,
Oh, I
told you.
saw him.
Yeah, read Blaze, read it coming in the back.
The comment in the bike. Let's see. Oh my gosh, you don't know that. He did
Yeah,
not
he did.
say
That's why he had to go.
He didn't
I just
say
Man,
that.
Actually,
hopefully he'll be back.
wait, man. I was just gonna say though that I think Blaze dropped off though or something like that though.
Period. There
Just
go
gonna-
Blaze.
Ah,
Oh, there you
alright.
go, much better.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nah, I hear you
did
now,
you wash
man.
your
You're
hands?
much better.
I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Did you wash your hands, Blaze?
Man, I ain't seen you since you created the Four Brothers.
Oh man,
What happened, man?
I had to take a little break from YouTube.
I feel it be like that sometimes.
I come around every now and then.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to, man, because you know some people they have taken the fun out of it. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, Blaze, can you check the private chat? I left you a message.
Hey, what? You can't.
Easy.
Hey, I'm a mind my words, Mo. I apologize. I almost slipped up.
Oh
Oh my
man.
Rocky
goodness.
crazy as hell, man.
Very
Coffee, I
crazy.
love that picture. That green
Thank
suit.
you.
I like that.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's cool.
my new kind of like thing that I've been doing. I'm changing what I want the channel to look like.
Mhm.
Okay, that's
You know.
cool.
Yeah, but I got so many different things that I'm doing. I got 3 channels, so I'm trying to figure out which ones I want to do lives on. You know.
Right.
I'm
Mhm.
trying to figure out, and I prayed about it earlier, like how to be more creative with my channel. You
I
know?
think you're doing good, Mo. I think you got a brand. I mean, I think even just being over there at Freezy's and everything, both of y'all. I mean, y'all the 2 ladies I know that really make everything look good over there. Real talk.
No, they don't.
They do.
Oh, thank you, Coffee.
They
Thank
do.
you.
I mean,
They
and that's
do
what
though.
kept the men keep. I mean, not saying that y'all flirting, but that's what kept the men coming over. I mean, I saw, I came up, but I was gonna come anyway. But you know,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we need
I
a
actually
we need a
do
few cute faces
appreciate.
on
Wait
the
a minute,
panel.
Riaz.
Okay.
Yeah, we need a few cute faces on the panel. You know, to lighten it up a little bit. You know, because y'all don't be doing all that ratchet stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
you
can't get
haven't
with all that
seen
loud ratchet shit.
you haven't
Excuse
seen
me.
Mo Love and Fear the Mortals MySpace pages?
Shut up, Logic.
My
Yeah.
shit.
I forgot about
I'm trying to
MySpace.
figure out how long ago was MySpace. That was so long ago.
2003, 2003, and I think it's mid
Child,
2000s or something like that though.
And
Really?
you've been on the
I know it
internet
was out.
Hey man,
It
2003. I
was
think it was
Essence
like mid
Positive on their
2000s.
MySpace pages.
I know. In 2009, I still had a MySpace page.
Did
Yep.
you?
Okay, I'm too young
Right,
to
because I
remember
think
that.
I switched to Facebook about 2010. So
Mm,
that's probably about right, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mo
yeah,
Love got some
I'm
pictures on her
probably too young to
MySpace
remember
where
that.
she got hashtag Cheeky Wednesday. I don't know what that means, but
That is a lie. Stop playing with me.
ain't nobody playing. I show screenshots.
Hey, Mo
Fuck.
Love, I just wanted to say this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that your sister ain't been in the spaces that we all been in lately. You know why? Because she been over at Chaotic Truth. I'm
Hold
like,
on, my
whoa.
sound.
Can you
My
hear me?
sister, what? Can you say it again?
I think now just saying I noticed she
Yeah, I
hadn't been
can
in
now.
I was just saying I noticed that she hadn't been in most of the spaces that we be in. I say, you know why? Because she's over at Chaotic Truth. That's a
Every time
challenge
she
over
go
there.
over there, she stresses me out. I tell her, girl,
That ain't no joke over there.
man,
Now
it
I'm
was so many
ashamed to
girls
say that
saying,
nigga my frat brother. I can't stand that nigga.
yeah, when I was over there, they was like, I can't stand your racist they sister. And then they kept putting monkeys in the chat. Y'all are nappy head black women.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh, because he don't care what goes over there.
Mm-mm. And
No, that was a fact,
he
though.
claimed he
That
got
was a
a
fact.
black wife.
Don't play with me. I got curly hair.
Oh, my bad. I thought I was on mute.
Lord have mercy.
Okay.
But I can't do too much of that. Wow.
Nah, me neither, though, to be honest, though.
I never even been over his channel ever.
No, I haven't been over there either.
They
You
I
say
mean,
what?
nothing against him, no. I just choose not to go there because I know I can't deal with him.
You know, I was doing a political show on Lapeef with Chaotic.
Really?
Yeah. I only did it for like maybe 2 times.
Oh, okay.
What happened? What happened?
Wait.
What you mean? What happened?
I'm saying what happened. I mean, what was it? What was it about? I mean, were y'all getting along, or were y'all debating each other? What?
No. We're just going over. This is before everybody went political. Right now,
Oh,
everybody
okay.
going political. So this was like, if you go back and look at Lapeef in Politics or something like that, I think that was the name of it.
Yeah.
This was way before anybody covered the political stuff. Like, I was finna do it, but I just didn't have the engine.
Let me ask you. So, do you think this was way before he became as extreme as he is now?
Yeah.
I figured that he found a grip.
Yeah, he had like little lines that he used to use about a woman hand is made for a broom and stuff like that. But like, and I don't watch him no more. But from what I hear, he wasn't like that.
Yeah, and he cursed me out on Ezra Mills' show. I don't know if you seen it.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, him, American Rifleman. Just recently, a couple of days ago, that nigga went off on me because I made him cry on an African show.
Mm.
When he
You
jumped
made
off
who
the
cry?
counter,
Wow.
I made that nigga cry.
Who?
Me, I made him cry.
Who is him?
American
American
Rifleman.
Rifleman. I ain't
Yeah.
seen him in a minute.
You
Is
know,
that
I
the
gave
white guy?
I gave American Rifleman $300 to shave that mustache.
Oh, and that's what he got mad about because I told him you did. That's what he got mad about because I told people he had done that. He let a white boy do it too.
Yeah, yeah. I gave him $300 to shave it.
Idiot.
And that shit look horrendous. And I'll do it again.
He shaved,
Bro, Glenn said,
think
"What
he
is
need
an
to take his-
African show?"
I think he shaved he shaved his mustache off, his hair on his back, his neck, his head, eyebrows, and everything for that money.
Whoa.
And let the white boy do it too. And the white boy had on fingernail polish.
Mm-mm.
What?
Wait, what?
Mhm.
But I did it not to just troll him. I did it because it actually looks better by him doing it.
No.
So I was like, my sister Fear No Mortal said that American Rifleman shit looked jacked up. So yeah, I'm just paying him to shave it off.
I don't even know who that is.
He want to know what the African show is.
You probably don't know him.
I don't think so. Is he a white guy?
He's
Let me-
black.
Nah, he a black guy. He
Let me
Freezy
get the
cousin.
stream. I can tell you who he is. Hold on.
Yeah, he Freezy cousin.
Okay.
He's who?
Freezy cousin.
Stop.
No, he not, man. Hell no.
Wait, what?
Yes, he is white on the inside. I agree. Because one night he kept looking at me. He was like, "Yeah, and can my love come up? I need her advice. She looks like a beautiful white lady I could hear from." I said, "I'm black."
What?
He didn't say
Wait,
nothing
what?
to me once he found out I was
Wait,
black.
for real though? Wow.
Why did he think you were white?
Because he said she was white in the chat.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I cannot do that channel.
Yeah, I can't do it either though, man. I thought I just choose not to.
So why do your sister like it so much?
Good question. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it's a challenge for her because she like cursing the ass out.
No, I don't think so. I just probably think so. I don't think that's that. I just feel like she's gonna do what she
But
wanna do, I guess.
If you hate, you say racism, and you hate, why would you go to the things you say you hate?
But I think because Kwafi said she enjoys cussing them out. Like me and my sister are complete opposites.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe after the second cup, I can see.
What you say?
Oh, my bad. I thought I was on mute.
Don't play with me. But that I ain't gonna lie, it does help sis to like really go in.
Yeah, shit.
She don't play with them over there. Yeah, but I was mad. They was like, we don't like her. She's a racist. Y'all are not the chosen people. God cursed y'all. I said, oh.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Did y'all see Donald Trump's speech on Easter?
I did not. Genesis, I don't
did.
think that's the same person.
There it is.
Is it?
Yeah, this is American Rifleman, AR. That's
Oh,
it, bro.
okay. Because I don't watch Sharon.
I mean, I do watch Sharon, but sometimes I don't though. I mean, I used to watch him daily, but then I kind of dialed back a little bit. He alright though. I just choose to, relax on it though, because I got tired.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Mo Love.
Oh, the Benz
what about Mr.
panel.
Logic? I'm in charge of this panel. Mr. Logic, you mean good morning, Mr. Logic.
Hey, Distant Lights. Okay, so I was doing the Lord's work around the time. I think when the men were going back and forth, but when I got out of church, I saw the person that Logic told me to stay away from up there, so I didn't hit the link. But it looked like it was a lot going on.
That
The
panel was a
person,
mess when I watched the replay.
the person I told you to
Like
stay away
it
from.
was for 40 minutes. Coffee was up there.
Yes, I took your advice.
I didn't tell you to
Okay.
stay away from him.
What show
I'm
that
just
was?
saying if that person if you know they gonna fuck with you, you know what I'm saying, that goes to
Mm-hmm.
anybody. You need to stay away from them.
Right.
What show was
Yeah,
that?
Coffee was up there yesterday when that panel was a mess.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay, wait. So what did I miss? Though I was straight up asleep. Though I did come up yesterday.
Hold on,
Though.
Riz. Hold on.
So,
Coffee.
yeah.
That was a mess. I don't see how you stayed up there that long.
I know. I had to get in Ronald shit because of, excuse me, y'all, but that dude just don't answer questions, straight up, And the thing was, he was doing everything to make Carmelo Anthony guilty, and I understand we all have different opinions and everything, but he just straight up, everything that the white people did was right, and everything he did, their family did, was wrong.
Or
wow.
Jay Prince tried to make
Wait, for
Carmelo
real?
guilty?
No, not Jay Prince.
Oh,
No, I'm talking about Ronald 804.
I don't know who that is.
He said he the Fight Club king.
Oh, you've seen him, I think, Logic.
What's his
The
name
Fight
again?
Club
Ronald
chaplain
804 with the
wasn't
glasses that Freezy kept saying, why can't you just answer the question? Then I screamed at him too a little bit.
Wait, really?
What
That's
area
something I
code
don't do.
What area code is 804?
I think Virginia or something like that. But
That's
he's
right.
from Brooklyn somewhere. He's a telecom.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ron 804.
Telecom.
That's the guy who used to do a show World Class. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
No,
I
he
think
ain't,
so.
man. Really?
He did.
Yeah. What was the name? Sophisticated Brothers Podcast, World Class, and I think that's the same guy.
World fashion. Oh, wow.
Nah, man, nah.
He just be making stuff up.
No, I'm telling
Sophisticated
you.
brothers.
Yeah, that's World Class.
Logic, man, you need to be on stage.
Oh,
I'm telling you what.
okay. All right. It must be. Well, I don't know who he is. He said he the Fight Club king.
That's what he called himself. That was a lame ass name to put on his avatar.
He
See, I
said the
told you
Fight
he
Club
did. See?
chaplain.
And he wasn't even known at the Fight Club. He a lame.
Well, I didn't know him.
Okay.
No, the thing is, this dude comes around every time something like this happens to a black person.
Child.
Who come up on panels and
Wow.
trying to make a name for himself, like in the
Right.
sector, like with Chaotic Truth and all them. He hang out like that. But then again, he hides behind the Bible. He even came up and tried to
Who, the Ronald guy?
Yeah, he tried to come up there and
Mhm.
about the Bible.
Can y'all show a picture of him so I can see who he is?
Hold on, let me pull up. Well, look, Mo Love, can you pull up that stream?
Let me see.
Hold on, let me see if I can get it.
Yeah, because there were some points, and it was like, and I seen JP going off on everybody.
Oh wow! I was just gonna
That's
say
nothing new.
they did
Oh,
come
you
up
talking about
on
the
that
president,
street
Jay Prince?
yesterday though, but I straight up
Mhm.
sleep after that though.
Yeah.
Wait, so by the time I came around or something like that, though, I was straight up sleep anyway.
They made you so mad you had to cuss at them, huh? Riaz.
Yeah, like literally yesterday though, literally Rufus, oh my god, man, sometimes that guy, sometimes it Rufus, like, what he says though, literally starts to annoy me. I'm straight up patient with him. I can be nice though, you're right though, but sometimes, oh my god, man, sometimes though, literally, wallah, I promise you though, starting to annoy me though. I literally got annoyed, and that just led me to that.
So what did our president say? Fear no mortals.
I did not watch.
Oh, okay. I know our president had to say something good.
I'm pretty sure you got the tea. Go ahead and spill it.
I ain't got it. I ain't see it. And I don't like drinking tea.
Tell us
Yeah.
what happened, Logic.
I didn't see it. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, put that stuff up there. Okay, Mola. Okay, yeah.
What?
Message her.
For us, that's fine. With me, I'm not known for cursing though. Actually, I've never cursed in real life though. Actually, literally though,
That was your
offline.
first time?
That was like the first time I literally kind of got annoyed. I wouldn't say cursing though. It's the first time I've ever lost my cool.
You mean on the panel?
Yeah, on the panel though.
Mm.
The first time on a panel, I lost my cool because I can be really patient, understanding, and stuff like that. But I just, tell me through. But at some point, I've got a breaking point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sometimes you can't be on the panels with certain people if they trigger you.
Mm.
I
Sometimes
don't
you
really
gotta protect your peace.
Okay. I don't let them trigger me though. Like if I actually feel like that, I just mute up and I just walk away, and then I'll come back and be different.
Yeah. That's the best thing.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee, he pulling up the clip. I gotta see this. I can't believe they made you so mad.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, Jay Prince. Hey, come to Mola channel right now.
Let me drop
So
Logic.
we live.
Let me get Logic up out of here.
Yeah. Hey, just don't cuss out. Just come on. Just be nice.
Let me get Logic. You now you got a 10-second timeout.
You play too much.
All right. Yeah. Nigga, I give you $50. Just come on. Oh fuck, she ain't gonna drop. All right, look, I'm gonna send you the link. All right.
You
Bye.
bet not.
Please don't.
Hello, what's going on? What y'all talking about now? Hello?
Lord have mercy. Liberator said, told y'all he was messy.
What?
If I see a child, he better
He's
not.
coming with that bonnet, child.
What y'all talking about?
Man, he
Hello?
had the pink bonnet on and everything. I cannot.
Whoa, who you talking about?
Your boy.
Oh shit! My mute button don't work on this damn piece of shit ass app. All right, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mo Love.
Really? Play that off.
Do you forgive me, Mo Love? Do you forgive me?
What you say? You better be glad my internet was messing up.
Oh, okay, you ain't here. Don't worry about it. I just said you was
I
awesome.
didn't.
I said you was awesome.
No, you didn't. You did not. So Coffee. Oh, he looking for something. Never mind.
Okay.
You know
I was gonna ask
I'm
like,
here,
what
I'm
does he
here.
do?
I'm here.
No,
So what helps him to stay positive?
I think what helped him stay positive is
Okay.
he just put a long ass name on his StreamYard profile thing.
This nigga trip.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I just do me. You know, I don't get into a whole bunch of shit. You know, excuse me, y'all. This ain't that
Oh
extreme.
Lord.
I get it.
Yeah, I just, you know, I just be cool. You know, I'm in my own lane. That's just it. I try to find positive in everything.
Hi.
What's up, Mr. Bracy? Dr. Bracy, how are you?
Sharon, hey, what up, man?
Good day, everyone. How y'all doing today?
Hello.
Oh shit.
Doing good.
All right.
Good. How are
I'll see you later.
you?
See you later, Mo Love. See you later.
Yeah.
Fiddle Mortals. Yeah. Why the hell? Wait, we coming over my space. This my space.
That was
Don't run now, Logic.
No run. There's no to run. I used to run when he was just a little pup on these YouTube streets.
Okay, big dog.
now I'm a big dog barker.
I don't know if you a big dog. I ain't gonna give you all that. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You probably I probably say you like you probably top 3 of the people that made a channel. They came out of Fight Club.
I can respect that. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who are the top 2?
I mean, people ain't gonna like my assessment though. But I say out of Fight Club, top 3 content creators, probably Jay Prince and Sharon.
What?
Yeah.
Did you say Jay Prince?
Yeah, Jay Prince. Whether you like him or not, he got a creative spark. And then Sharon Bracey was strategic in not being like all of them. He said, "Let me take the opposite." So now he was going to be more. Hello, how you doing? I'm good. He was going to be more. He was going to stand out more. Everybody else was more manosphere. Sharon said, let me go anti-manosphere. And I could draw more eyeballs.
You know what? When Sharon was on Fight Club, I didn't see him talk as much as I'd seen on his channel. I didn't think he was doing all that, you know.
That's cool.
He did.
That's because I got respect.
He's been strategic.
And I got respect.
I think I told him this before. I respect the hustle. He was
Sharon good with that. He good for the camera boy, cause I be clipping the shit out of him. That's it.
Yeah.
Give me a screen.
And I'm talking about the old Sharon with the little dusty dreadlocks.
I remember that too.
Right.
He brought up some of his exclusive videos. They got videos, rap videos.
Wow.
He's in the music business. Oh, yeah.
I appreciate you.
Okay, well, but it doesn't think it's oh, sorry. Never mind then.
You can go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna tell you coffee. So basically, my thing is I created my account in 2019, so like 4 years ago. But actually, I started creating 2 years ago. Actually, so I changed to a creator 2 years ago. So that's how you say that. So
yeah, I know. That's when I saw you doing the rap videos. I mean, the rap.
Yeah, so basically, I used to perform to other artists' lyrics though, because I just, attempted to try. I wasn't that. I'll admit, I'd say I was okay, but I'm not that good though. I'm not saying that I'm not that good to put myself down. I'm just self-aware though. Look, I could do better, but I'm not that good though.
But don't say that part though. Don't say that. Say I am good.
Yes.
Okay. Can I say so? I'm
yourself up.
And just take your time and write everything.
Okay, cool.
Write a story. Write a good story. That's what I'm a storyteller.
Okay, cool. Actually, never mind. I'll probably say, how about decent? Can I say I'm good and decent though? I'd say I'm decent though, and I can work on myself to be better.
Okay,
That's
cool.
right.
We'll take that.
I would agree with positivity.
Yeah.
I agree with Quafinita that he said he's a storyteller. That's what I tell my children. Hey, don't lie. Stop storytelling.
Oh.
So I agree.
I don't want to be messy, but World Class, I'm not going to read it, but this is what World Class said.
Lord,
that's not of God. Are y'all cool or no?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Oh, okay.
It's just that he's part of the wrong class, and sometimes it just be that way, When you wrong all the time, and you're always looking at somebody, listening to somebody say the right things all the time, and they just can't understand how does this happen? How could he be on the right side of history every day?
Yeah. Okay, man. Yeah, coffee. I decided
For some reason,
Ah,
I find the
man.
screen where American Rifleman called me with the hard ER. I'm still looking for it, y'all.
Why does he do that?
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That just is, but he can't. That nigga can't stand me, boy.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That other guy said they couldn't stand you either, Coffee. You done pissed some people off.
No, but
Hey,
he,
just tell the truth. I mean, people lie and they say one thing, and then I go back into the archives. I'm like, oh, hold up. He said it this way. No, he people lie. They would say they said something, and it wasn't directly what it was.
He was like, I know about you from a year ago. I know who you are. I was like, whoa.
Oh yeah, and Slimmy too. That's another one. I'm like, he
Yeah.
upset because of one of his friends got into it with me. I'm like, dude, I don't even know who you are.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you do. You know, no, I don't know who you are.
Testy.
But a lot of people
So,
feel
Sharon,
like
what are some things? What are some things you do to like help you keep a positive mindset?
Oh my God.
man, for me, it's a
Walk
lot.
one way and the other way.
Hey, especially dealing with all the people that come at me for taking a positive stand and a productive stance on things. It gets difficult, to be honest. But I read, I also journal, and I reread my thoughts so I could keep myself balanced. So if I see myself starting to write in a negative mindset, I purposely think positive. I also stretch, do like yoga type of situations. I'm scared to do certain poses because they're a little bit strange looking to me, so I can't do some of them. But I stretch out, work out, and I go for long runs, and that's how I stay in without music. So,
No,
And he
also
drinks
married a white
beers.
woman.
That is awesome. That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
married a
is
white
good.
woman is positive.
to do though is push against the wall. That actually helps me calm down. It basically wakes me up though. So I push against the wall. So when you do push up against the wall, I basically push against the wall, and that makes me calm down.
Okay.
Okay, that's your
Yeah,
exercise.
because sometimes though with me, I'll be real. The reason not because I have lower muscle tone, and basically sometimes when I sit for a long period of time, my body falls asleep. So I have to literally get up and actually push against the wall to wake it up.
Wow.
Okay.
That's what's up. At least you know your body, bro.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not good for my mind too. Actually, pushing against the wall actually does help.
What about
What about
meditating?
Sharon married a white woman to stay positive?
Wait a minute, Riaz. I
No,
can't hear when everybody.
So I married the right woman to stay positive. I made sure
You married a white
I
woman.
dealt with somebody that I made sure I dealt with somebody that understood me where I was at the time, and was able to move in the same direction. And luckily, we are still moving in the same direction. And I don't argue at home at all. So that's why I get I just deal with what is, and I just keep it moving.
Sharon, let me find out as soon as you turn the cameras off, you screaming throughout the house.
Say what?
I said, let me find out when you turn the cameras off, you screaming throughout the house.
No, absolutely not. I leave it on the stream. That's how come, a lot of people, they get upset at me that I could go to my so-called enemy streams and have a conversation. They think that I'm like befriending them because I go there, but it's really because I don't care enough to hold on to no negative energy about somebody that I don't know that can affect me in real life.
Okay, so I got a question for you. How long did it take you to get used to eating like potato salad and cauliflower?
Cauliflower, I still don't eat that. It took me a long time to get adjusted to like avocado. It did take me a while to get adjusted to some of those things because of the texture of the food that we are raised on. So it did take me a while to get adjusted to just eating all vegetables. But now I'm damn near a raw vegan. To be honest, I
What,
don't even
what
like
about okra?
food.
Okra.
No, I can't eat okra to this day. Still can't
No,
eat
no,
that.
no, no. I'm saying, I mean, I look, my one of my best friends, he married to a Croatian,
Mm.
and that's the biggest thing that he said, that it was him dealing with them culture changes like that.
Oh, so with that, because she's Russian, she cooked a lot of meat and potatoes. You mean?
No, no,
Oh
no,
no,
not Russian, Croatian.
okay, but for me, she still cooked my meals. Like I didn't transfer them into a white version of a diet, so I never had
Yeah,
that.
but I mean, you still had to give some on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she just can't be making oxtails all the time, nigga. You got to give some too. I know you had to give some.
Yeah, because when we first started, we were sharing the cooking because because of the culture situation. She'll cook her Russian dishes. I'll cook what's normal
Oh,
for
she
us.
Russian.
Yeah.
Oh.
So how
Oh.
was that when you first met? Was there I take it she speaks good English?
When I met her, she didn't speak no English. To be honest, I had
Really?
to,
You taught
yeah,
her?
yeah, I taught her English. Yeah.
Okay.
That nigga was desperate.
Really, Logic?
But now look, you gotta realize, look, I'm in
That was funny.
look, I'm in the land though. I know dudes out here that do that. I don't understand how the fuck they do that. To me, that's like a stop. You know what I'm saying? I mean, cause shit, I didn't have kids like, you know what I'm saying, especially like them Italians and them Spaniards. You know what I'm saying? They love black dick. But I
Hmm.
can't deal with like the change like that. Like how he did it, I would have never had the patience with it. But I see dudes, um, like it's a lot of dudes now, they're dating these Ukrainians,
Right.
and
Are they black?
no, they're not black.
That's what I thought.
They now,
They
Ukrainians thick. They think it's fuck though. You know what I'm saying? Like Ukrainians is, well, I'm not gonna get into that. But I see them like using the translator app and shit like that. I be like, ain't no way in hell. But I mean, I don't hate on them. That's just what they do.
and usually that's a no-no in their country for uh you to be for their women to date a black man. You know,
Okay.
According to who?
but then again, I wanted to piggyback to what you said, Logic, how some of the dudes do get these women, mainly the passport bros. They get these women who can't speak English so they can control the situation.
No, no, no. This is a whole different level from Passport Bros.
Oh, okay.
Like Passport Bros is literally, like I keep saying, Passport Bros. They currency hustles. You know what I'm saying? They go into these places where $1 equals $1,000,000. You know what I'm saying? And they're currency hustling. So
And they
they
get in
not
the bottom
really,
of the barrel chicks.
yeah. But these dudes that I'm talking about, they're actually looking like they love these women. Like them Ukrainian chicks, they high. Italian women is high, and the Spaniards is high. I just can't do it. I can't pick up an app and be having a conversation with a person.
Okay.
You don't have the patience.
Okay.
I ain't gonna say
So
the
it's the
patience. You
same
trying to make me
women
seem
that you
like I'm a
can meet
bad
that's
nigga.
off the app, though, Logic. They could be women that are on the app.
And
You know,
also, I didn't. I want to say I didn't find my woman on the app. We met in person. I met
No,
her.
no, no, not
No, I
that
just
kind of
wanted
app.
to
I'm
make
saying
sure
the
that's clear
translation
because
app.
some people were tried to make it seem like that's how it
You
was. No, we met in person. I approached her. I said, "Hey, how you doing?" And she's like, and then we started talking from there.
But no, no,
okay?
no. I didn't mean that type of app. I mean the translation app.
Oh yeah, I
Like,
never used that neither.
how the fuck did you talk to her then?
Boy, I got some skills, Elijah. That's why I be trying to told y'all. I got some
Okay.
skills. And plus, that's around the time when I was drinking as well. So when you get a little tipsy, everybody speak the same language at one point.
Hmm.
Cool. That's
Look,
good. Good
I
for
got
you.
I got this woman right now. She live in the southern part of Spain.
Mm.
They got African, because Spain, you can look over from the southern part of Spain, and you can look over into Africa, right?
Right.
So she had she's solid, right? You know what I'm saying? I just can't do it.
I feel you. It's not easy. I understand that sentiment. It was not easy for me to make that decision as well, because just knowing the optics, how things look, it's not an easy decision.
Okay.
Because you got the person that is just the human being, and then you also got to understand that how everybody's going to look at y'all, and then possibly you got to have to defend yourself about things that is not you. They want to say, oh, you did, like what Logic said. Even though I believe Logic was joking what he said, but it's people that believe that wholeheartedly. That the only reason why you have a decent marriage is because she is white. So people really.
So how did you get over that, though, Sharon? I mean, like worrying about what people think, because my ex-wife is Latina, and white.
So for me, to be honest, it's just like with these panels and my thoughts. I just feel like I know I'm honest with myself. I don't care what somebody else think about me, and what they think, it doesn't change who I am as an individual. And I'm not afraid to address those stereotypes. And those stereotypes is real. I've met people that was married to a white woman come to me and think that we are part of some club. Like, motherfucker, no, I don't think like you. I don't think black women is.
I'm not against.
So I'm gonna say this, John. So that basically, though, when you put out what you put out is what you got back. So you put out good positive energy, and you got good positive results back. That's what I think I'm trying to do, though. I'm trying to put out good positive energy out there, and I'm gonna get back the same thing. And I know no matter who I choose, though, the results will always be the same, no matter who it is, though. It is basically what I'm gonna. It's about who I choose and what energy I put out, because I manifest what I attract.
But you know what, though, Riaz, the thing is, it's much more harder than looking up in the sky and looking at that sun and putting a smiling face in it. Because guess what? When you do run into a roadblock, how are you gonna handle that?
Right.
That makes sense. I'm not gonna deny what you mean, though, but that's just my outlook on it for now, though. Because I'm just kind of young guy, and I just see it through a spiritualist point of view, though. Because with me, Crosby, for me, everything does matter, but the thing that my mother actually wants me to do is actually find a good person who is a practicing Muslim. Because, of course, she looks at everything, and everything does matter, though, to a certain extent. But the faith to her, though, is the important thing. That she wants the faith to keep going in the family. Faith is everything to her. And that's what she wants me to do. So,
Sharon, I got one more question. All right, I'm proud of it, because see, I like this because I got some experience, but I never was brave enough to go and, to the deep sea. So look, how do you deal with being in a more consistent lifestyle? Meaning, like, how, like, foreign women, they kind of cook meals. They don't they do stuff that's more of a consistent, it's more of a consistent lifestyle. Like, if I get with a black chick, I mean, we'll eat out every day.
What?
So what I see with quit acting like y'all motherfucking black women not like to cook every day. Stop.
So
Mr. Logic, for me, everything.
For me, I deal with the woman that's in front of me. If I'm dealing with a woman that can't cook, right, I would tell her, hey, listen, we need to hire a chef, because I like my meals home cooked. If she can't cook for whatever reason, because she's too busy making money, she don't know how to follow instructions, because cooking is nothing but following instructions, in my opinion. But if that was the case, then we have to figure out what's the alternative, because I like that person. If she can't cook, that's one of her bad attributes, then that's just one of her bad attributes, and we have to figure it out how we're gonna get some home cooked meals, because I'm really not a big go outside and eat like that. So and I dealt with that before. Like, I'm not gonna slight a woman because she can't cook. But you gonna have to figure out the cooking part, though. That's what I told her. Like, hey, listen, That's your department. That's how we run in this relationship. If we're gonna move forward, you got to figure it out because I want my meals home cooked, and she hired a chef.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
But I can't afford no chef, so what I need to do?
That's why I told her it's up to her. She either had to learn how to cook or she had to hire a chef. I said that ain't my expense. That's it.
Just get an air fryer, man. Just go with it.
I don't know. I think if I pull like maybe like 2 more doubles on the Amazon truck, I probably can get one. All right, I'm gonna write that down.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so hey Venus.
What's up, Venus?
Hey, Venus.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What y'all up here talking about? Dating out of the race?
Well, yeah,
That is like positive, just a lot. So before you go, I wanted to ask Sharon. So you have a very unique space, right, that you're in. How do you stay positive, or is it hard to stay positive when you are consumed by so many different opinions, and sometimes it can get kind of chaotic? Like, how do you combat negativity, I guess, in the midst of,
Yeah.
being in this space?
I'm very strong-minded and strong-willed, and I always challenge my own thoughts before I actually say things. I think a lot. I'm quiet most of the time, and so when people come with their negative aspects, I just make sure I stay grounded with who I am, and I'm always forward presenting who I am and how I want. Because my children watch my show, and a lot of my young cousins that need advice, they watch my show as well. So I always have that in mind to stay grounded and understand that we got to fight demons on a day-to-day basis. And so I'm never afraid to be the person that's out in the forefront. So I know that I have to stay at a higher level of positivity because negativity is easy to dive into. It's just an easy energy to dive into. So I just keep my mind focused on if I'm really want to teach, just like with my child. I think the best example I can have is my oldest daughter. She used to combat me on the same issue all the time with being clean and cleaning up her house and learning her different chores. And every day we had the same argument, but I had the patience to deal with the argument because I know she wasn't challenging me because she was being defiant. She was challenging me because she was learning.
Exactly. That's so good.
Right.
Yeah, that's fighting me the most. They actually want to learn. They just afraid to say, teach me. So they got to go kicking and screaming. And I don't mind dragging the effer, I don't mind dragging somebody. I know that. So if you want to go kicking and screaming to learn this truth, I'm going to drag your ass.
Right. Okay. That's good. Being strong-minded is huge, especially in this space. You have to be.
Have you ever met a Russian?
I have.
You gotta be strong-minded.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm shocked because they're typically not nice. Like they're typically very rude. So.
Hey, Riaz, you got a little bit of feedback. So, go on mute when go on mute when you're not talking.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I know they are very straightforward. Russians are.
They are.
Most Russians I met were rude and racist, or either one.
Is your wife Sharon?
Their culture is very straightforward. Their language is not as polite as our language, and they are very direct. And I'm a very direct person, so I guess that was easy for me. Like for example, that's why I always tell Venus, she don't gotta be scared to have her curse me out. That doesn't stray me from who I think as a person. I deal with like, so for me, if a woman is screaming and yelling to me, that does not make her unfeminine or make her masculine. If that's the woman I chose, if I'm dealing with a woman that is hyper combative for whatever reason that we try to think like women as, I have no problem with that because I know that's how she communicates, and me and her going to communicate that way, and that's going to be my boo thing. I don't give a damn she's raised her voice. She don't make me know because my woman raised her voice. That's crazy to me.
So I came to get advice. I came to get advice from the Passport Bros, which is Logic and Sharon. About
Stop. Ain't no damn passport bro.
I ain't no damn passport, bro.
Not like that anyway.
I can get advice from them on how to like date other cultures because I was listening to Logic and I tend to feel like him. If it's too different, I just kind of get like I don't have the patience. But I feel like I want to develop the patience because I really don't think I'm compatible with like American black men. I'm really over them. So
Really?
no, I'm dead serious about that shit. I'm so serious about like the way, the culture, the way they think. Just like it's just too much stupidity to compete with, and I ain't trying to like undo
Mm.
people dumbass ideas. I just want to like
Mhm.
move around them,
You need me to
for
give you some
real.
advice?
Okay.
Dang, Venus.
What's up?
It's not as easy as it is on the other side. Uh, Dealing with black women dealing with other men uh,
Mhm.
is
They be
like
trying.
you want to
They be
see the
trying.
racism. You will really see the racism come out in men. Out of all the countries I've been to, you'll very rarely see a black woman, um, and not because of the way she look or nothing. It's just that uh, the men typically are more racist, and they'll deal with their racism like they just won't deal with it in their relationship, right? They'll deal with
Mhm.
it in ways of like fetishes.
But black women are like that too, and I think y'all don't count that. Like, honest to God, most black women don't find other races attractive. They don't.
Mhm.
They don't be checking
Mm.
for them like that.
I don't find it
I'm
attractive
trying to
either.
force myself to, but that's not who I even. My eyes don't even shift to them in public. We really don't look
It's
at them
gonna
like
it's
that.
gonna be hard though. It's gonna be hard for you because I know places like in Germany right now, most black women hate it
Why?
Wow.
because of the fact that the men can get their choices of all these different type of women, but they don't necessarily get the same choice. So they got to be the second servant to the black man. I experienced that
Mhm.
uh, in South Korea. I experienced that in the Philippines. I experienced that in the Balkans, and I experienced that now in Germany.
That they got to be the second servant to the black. What does that mean?
Well,
oh yeah, treat them
because
like a plan B, like a last choice.
no, not that. It's just that because the men in the culture choose not to date black women. So, like in Germany, you'll see black women
Mhm.
get dogged out.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wait,
because
I'm confused. You mean the German men will not date black women, right?
yeah,
That's
the
what that
German
means.
men won't date black women.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
So, and it's just not German. It's French, Swedish, Italian. Uh, they just won't date black women.
They stay with
So
their own, right?
The
yeah, they say with it.
Italian. That's not true.
Well, my
Mm.
cousin married an
Okay.
Italian man, so I don't know.
Do
And
you
I,
mean
All right.
the
we're in New York.
Italians that are in
People in
that
New York,
country?
people in New York are different. I don't know what they do in Italy, but yeah,
Yeah, is
Right,
that but
because
is
the
that is that
Okay.
an Italian
Okay.
American
Okay.
man?
That's
yeah, he's
Okay.
different
American.
if they're
Yeah, he's American.
American.
Yeah, she ain't even dating
Wait.
yet. How you gonna have a what you got on the
because
that's such on the
Okay.
topic you haven't even dated yet? Hold on, young Riaz.
Wait, but can I tell
Italians
you that?
Yeah,
love,
they're both
as far
American.
as what I know, Italians love black women.
They do. They absolutely do, for real.
Okay. All
Mm,
right. All
But
right.
I don't know
So
so,
American ones. I don't know about. This the only time
Oh,
I seen somebody get
Americans.
married though.
Okay.
Like my cousins actually married him. But I know
Mhm.
like a lot of them will try to smash you. Like if you in Manhattan
Mhm.
and you at a club, they definitely will try it. But I don't know if they
Right.
be like getting serious with women like that. My cousin,
So
like the
it
only
may be
person I
a
know.
fetish type of deal, maybe.
I'm telling you, they'll tell you it's like it's fetish based. You
That
feel what
makes
I'm
sense.
saying? So I mean, and then when they try to get to it, that's why you see in them things, when you look at it, the black women have to play second fiddle to the man over here.
What do you
And
Mhm.
mean
you'll
by
see most of
second?
them,
But the black women want them? Like they want to date them? I can't imagine wanting a
no, they
German. Like
want to
for
date
what?
the black man.
Oh, and because y'all are picking everybody else over your own women. That's why.
Yes.
Y'all
So
never been
Mm.
loyal. See, that's why I don't want to. I want to get away from them.
well, I already agree with you that like years ago. I told you that. Yeah, you're right. Them niggas ain't loyal. Them niggas don't give two
Mhm.
fucks. You know what I'm saying? And they'll
Mm.
say, you know what I'm saying? They'll send you out for the first piece of Spanish or Italian pussy they can
Who
come across.
black man?
Yeah. They don't
I
give
think it
two
Absolutely.
fucks.
depends on the black man because there are plenty of black men who are only attracted to their own kind.
That's
Yes.
true.
They said that until they get over here.
Right.
But I
They
guess I don't understand, and I've always felt this way. Me and my sister go back and forth all the time. Why does it matter? Whoever you fall in love with is who you fall in love with. I
Because it
don't get
matters
Mhm.
to
it.
me. Like I
Mhm.
like it matters. Like first of all, um, I don't know when it comes to like raising kids and your
Hmm.
kids looking like you, your kids being like you, that don't matter to you.
I mean, I think they're gonna have certain attributes of mine regardless of who I'm with.
Mhm.
yeah, but you
Wait,
And
just
then
you
the
just
pro
can I
you
black
have?
just
thing,
dribble
and then
you
the pro
dribbled
black
all
thing
over a
is always
question.
about like black people are not in the greatest financial position in this country.
Hmm.
So keeping the resources in the black community helps the black community. Like it's a lot of reasons. No, I absolutely care about it.
So my preference is mm, a black man, right? That's my first preference. But if I happen to align with somebody outside of my race, and I know people have a problem with that, I'm okay. And my sister want to cuss me out every time I say it, but I am okay. I will always choose the black man first, of course. You
No, I changed my
know,
mind. I'm not with that pro black shit no more because Logic is right. They don't care. They're not loyal and they will sell you out for the first piece of
but
Spanish or white anything. So we can't be the dumb ones. That's what I was telling him earlier. We really are not attracted to other groups of men. They think we say that just to say it. But no, the reason black women don't date out as much, we don't even look their way. We don't like them like that. But I feel like black women need to start liking them like that because yeah, you'll be by yourself waiting for one of these niggas to be perfect. They're not gonna be perfect.
Yeah, but you got to realize this: if you do that, you also could be a second fiddle to them.
I doubt it.
That's a good point, though.
I'm just
Especially
mhm.
if you're
How are
not
saying
you?
if
How are
choosing
you
you
gonna
black
be a
women
second fiddle to
first.
the person who chose you? I don't understand. If they chose you, like I don't get it.
no listen.
Overall,
I'm saying this
Wait,
on the
can I
What does
stage.
have
that mean
my go?
overall?
Wait,
overall,
stop.
those men, we are not, black women are not the top of their list. That's what
They
I'm
ain't the
saying.
top of my list
Overall.
either. Wait, they're
And I
not the top
got
of my
that,
list
but
either.
you
Right, I get what
No,
you're
wait.
saying,
stop.
but to Logic's point, when he
No,
said
then there is
second
no point.
fiddle,
If we both are deciding, I guess we both second fiddle. Obviously, black men were the preference, right? But they're not no more. So that doesn't change that. That's what I would find attractive first. That
Okay,
doesn't
so
change. But I
this is the
still
point.
know at this point I would prefer to be with this type of person. So that's gonna hold priority over what I find attractive.
But this is the point I'm trying to make to you, right? But the problem you're gonna run into is that man feel the same way the black man feel. You see what I'm
right?
saying?
Then why would he be with a black woman?
Well, okay, because the same reason why a dude out here with a black woman. You know what I'm saying? He just, I mean, it's, I guarantee you see it all the time. They'll be, you know what I'm saying? They'll be with these little, um, and I'm
You
gonna
know
tell
what
you,
you're saying,
look,
right? You said the same reason a black man. So you're saying even black men look at black women like the bottom? That's what you're saying?
when they have access to other women, yes.
I don't think so.
Wow.
Okay, all right.
I'm
I believe
sorry.
him. I believe him.
Okay, watch this.
The
How
black
about
man got a
this? How
self
about
hate
this? How
thing.
about this? How about this? Every time I go see a black dude out here on the economy, guess who he's with? A other. Only
Mhm.
time I see them, they'll be older men and they'll be married.
Hmm. Okay. Wait, but can I tell
Wait,
you what?
older and married to other people? Or you
No,
mean the.
older. Like if I see them with a black woman,
Hmm.
Mhm.
they'll be like in their fifties, like mid to late fifties, and it'll be they'll be in that situation where it's like they're like just living life. You know what I'm saying? So they I mean that's the woman. But if you see them in a dating phase out here, when they get access to them, guess what they choose? They choose the
Oh,
others.
because they just sleeping with everybody. They not going there and marrying the women.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh. At what rate?
Look, the marriage rate over here with these black men and these others is high as fuck.
So wouldn't that reflect in black men's marriage rates then? They still U.S. citizens, right?
But I don't think it's enough to actually impact some marriage rates when you're looking at
That's
like
what I'm saying. Like,
nationally.
at what rate?
Well, I don't know. And there's other factors that they could be getting married for. They can be doing it for the money. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's military guys normally have a high marriage rate because you get paid to be married.
You get paid to be married.
Yeah,
They get more money once they have a wife, a spouse.
Oh yeah. Okay.
yeah. So it's hard to say, but like, uh, they're just not over here. Just you know what I'm saying. They still fucking, but for the most part, you'll see an increase in actually. You know what I'm saying. These motherfuckers get married.
So you do
Mhm.
that too? Like you like the other girls, and then you treat the black girls like the second option?
No, I don't fuck with the others. That's what I was saying. I don't know how they do it. That's what I was asking Sharon how he do it. I can't communicate on an app like that. I can't deal with a woman that if like I said, I think it's offensive when they ask me, do I like Gucci Man? I'm like, bitch, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, get the
Nah,
fuck
I
out
feel
of
you.
here.
I
Yeah,
know.
ask me to Gucci Man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't know. I just take that offense. Maybe Sharon, you know what I'm saying? He can deal with it. I can't.
So, but so that's the thing. I never got approached with people asking me questions like that. Do I like this? Like, and it was like a derogatory way. I never had that approachable kind of situation when they say, "Oh, so I'm guessing," and try to act black and like I feel that vibe. If somebody is giving, that's why I think I could never really. I don't think I would be able to date an American white woman. Because with
Mhm.
them, I don't think that racism can ever leave their body. I don't believe that's a possibility from
Yeah,
my
I think
experience
that's
with
what.
having
See, me,
conversation.
I think it still exists in them, right?
Yeah.
For me, it'll be hard for me to be with somebody, and like I still, you know what I'm saying? Like when it come down to it, you know what I'm saying? They gonna choose their own, cause I ain't. And
Okay.
wait.
Wait,
Hot
can I
sauce
have
and
a
said
go,
logic.
please?
Hold on, wait. Hot sauce said logic is cap. ADOS married ADOS. What the fuck is ADOS? Whatever that is.
Uh,
American
African
descendants of
descendant.
like American black people who are
Yeah,
descendants of
African
slaves.
descendant of slavery.
Okay, but what that has to do with what I've been saying?
Nothing at this moment. But
I hate niggas. They so
Wait, Lord.
stupid,
Wait,
man.
can I have a go, please?
Why you date outside your race?
Yeah. I would consider marrying outside my race though, because
Have you
Sharon,
dated?
to me
Have
though,
you dated?
race
Young
to
Riaz.
me don't matter.
Young Riaz, have you dated outside your
I
race
have
already?
been offered to date
Have you
though.
dated?
Very close. No,
Like,
never
wait,
dated though.
Young Riaz, have you dated outside your race?
I've never dated though, period.
Right. So it's okay. You probably could learn because
Yeah,
you talking on theory instead of me and Logic and
exactly.
is we talking
Oh,
on
okay.
like our
Oh,
experience,
okay.
So
and
in
so
other
we can
words, he
help
said,
somebody that might, like, we could possibly help Venus, right? So she gonna say there's a
Yes, I
difference.
came for help. How to date
So
the
like,
other
so Logic
successfully.
is making a
Oh,
very good
okay.
point because a lot of white folks, they will ask you like these BS questions like, "Oh, you like Gucci Man, bitch? Why you ask me if I like Gucci Man?"
Okay. Okay, my bad though, okay? Sorry,
it,
my
it would
mistake.
it
You're
would
right
be
though? Okay, my bad though.
no, you good. See, I take offense to it, right? But like,
Absolutely, you
Mhm.
should.
but like other guys don't. Like I see guys like I'll just say I went maybe like last year. I went to a little event, right? And they had these little German bitches twerking. Bitch, sit
Oh my
down.
god.
You know what I'm saying? But like they
Mhm.
act like it's cool because they are more or less they kind of captivated by the experience with me. I look at it as it's some level of disrespect. But I ain't mad
Mhm.
at them for it. You know what I'm saying? Do what you do.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's the part I understand that part. Like so, and that's one of the reasons why I could probably, like I said, I probably would never be able to date American white woman because then she asked me, "Do I like Gucci Man?" I'm asking, "Does she like Aerosmith?" And it's going to just turn into now me and her is having a conversation about stereotypes.
Mhm.
Well, can I speak about what Logic said? Because it kind of that's what the black men, what he's saying right there is kind of what I've been paying attention to. It makes me like, I don't want to say the word hate, but it really does make me start to be disgusted with my own people, right? Because
Mhm.
they'll experience a woman doing that's black, and they will judge her and talk all type of shit about her. And it's black culture, right? And then they'll see
Yeah.
a white woman do it, and it's like that hatred that they have with us. It's unfortunately it's starting to make women feel the same way of like really can't stand these niggas.
You know
Don't want
what?
nothing to do with
You
them.
know what? One of the besides what I named you, another big reason why I could never do it, Venus. I couldn't be caught seen in public with that bitch. If I be hiding that hoe. Like if a
Oh my
black woman was to see
god.
me out with her, it'll fuck my energy up. So I mean, look, I think the niggas that can
Ooh,
do it,
Logic,
they
they
can.
want to be seen. Do you know what they do when they see one of us? Them men go out of their way to be seen. You hear me? Out of their way. It's like
Yeah,
yeah, they be going hard as hell to make sure that you see them. And you thinking like, what do you want me to like cry? Like, why do you want me to see you so bad?
I agree 100% because if
You seen it, right, Sharon? It's
not only
embarrassing.
do I see it, but they would try to find their way over and have a conversation with me and try to have their confirmation bias, and they be so surprised that me and my wife don't play that shit at all. It ain't
What do you
no
mean?
Mhm.
Just come to you and start talking shit about black women, right?
yeah, and try
Yeah,
yeah.
it's real.
It is a real thing for sure, 100%. And you definitely have to check it. And so that's why I don't get mad when people have this a caution tape around me and they were like, "Hey, what is that about?" And then they wait to see my conversation and see if I'm like the stereotype black man that dates outside of his race, because it is a certain thing for sure, 100%. I met him plenty of times.
So
I've
were
seen them
you
too.
ever attracted to black women?
For me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's my thing. I love me yes. I'm very
Oh,
attracted to
okay.
black women.
Bullshit, we need married.
And that's why I think people get confused that I don't have this this talking down on black women, whether they talking loud, whether they dancing. I don't have that in me. That doesn't bother me if I see even if it was my woman and she shaking her ass and twerking, right? I am not going to be upset and say that is ghetto or hoish or whatever they be trying to say. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But do
Wow,
you
you
think a
are
lot of
so
Listen,
people
some
big.
shit is ghetto, but
100%?
I'm just saying keep it ghetto across the board. Don't only say it's ghetto if a black person do it, but then you know what I'm saying? Like I just don't like that.
Yeah, right.
No. They don't mind these other women being clones of black women.
Mm.
That literally when you see them, they are literally clones. Look, I'm gonna send you a YouTube. Well, I can send you an Instagram page. Well, it's like it's a how can I explain it? Like an entertainment company that's over here
Mm-hmm.
that do like R&B brunches and shit like that. Where these y'all? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
you see all the white bitches out here?
Wow.
You gotta
So
stop.
Logic, you think I'm off then when I say it's a self-hate thing? Because look what you said.
I don't think it's so.
All of the other characteristics about the black women that those women imitate, they don't say nothing about. So what's the difference?
But
The skin color
I
and the
don't
hair
think.
texture.
But
That's the only difference.
I don't think is so. These guys that I'm talking about, these guys have access to different stuff. So these are not your YouTube type of guys. So you're
Not your
not getting.
YouTube type of guys.
That don't matter. That don't matter. I'm listening to what you said about them. You said the twerking and all the other shit is acceptable because it got white skin
No,
and
did I
straight
say
hair
it was
attached to it.
acceptable?
You said they don't mind it because of who's
Oh, okay.
doing it.
Okay,
That's
I'm
what you
sorry.
said.
but that's not speaking for me. You said I said acceptable. No, they accept it. Yes, they do. But
So
the
I'm
same
talking about
thing.
them. I don't care what their tax bracket is.
Okay,
Self-hate
but
don't have a tax
they
bracket.
also accept the black women that twerk too. So
Mm.
like I said, it's a disconnect between these conversations and reality. So yeah, the thing is though, but you
I'm
is
listening to
right.
what you said. You said they more accepted because they enamored by these women. That's what you said.
Say that again.
I'm just listening to what you said. You said they are more accepting of it because they're enamored by these women.
No, I just said they accept it. They don't. I don't accept it. I look at the bitches, look like, hey, ho, you not. You know what I'm saying? You not a twerker. Sit your ass down. So I'm not. I'm
Mm.
not. So this conversation that I'm having with you is, I'm not talking about no YouTube talking points, right? This has nothing to do with none of the conversation that I
I'm
have
not
with you.
either. I'm talking about self-hate. That's not a talking point for me. That's a reality.
Okay, so what's the self hate come into it?
When you say they don't mind it when it's these women, right? And my because I have a theory about most of the black men, not all of them, but the ones like me and Sharon are talking about. Like there's a certain type of black man who you said it yourself. They will choose. You said they will sell you quick as fuck for access to somebody with white skin or a Latin woman. That's what you even said about them. It's not about a talking point. This is stuff black women already know about black men.
You
It's just
said they. Wait,
reality.
wait, wait. Slow down. You going too fast. I'm trying to get your point. So you saying that because I'm trying to. See, it's a difference with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this, right? These niggas don't care who twerk. They don't give a fuck.
Okay. But then you also stated that you yourself noticed that they will even choose their own last. And black men are probably one of the only groups of men, and you know this, who will consistently choose their own group last.
Yes, because they have
That's a
access.
self-hate problem.
I don't think that's a self hate. I
Because
think
if
that.
you take those men out of their countries and put them around other women, they're not necessarily jumping up to throw their women away. Only black men are on that level with that type of shit. Think about it.
Okay, so all right, let me make the point. This first off, they choose these women here because they have access, and they probably won't have access ever again. That's one. Two, I don't think it's a self hate thing. I
What
think
is
it's just
it?
I think it's just that, you know what, at this time they probably know that they got access to this and probably would never have access to it. Now,
Mm-hmm.
um, like I don't think the reason I say it's not self hate, because I don't think they not running around here talking about black women this, black women that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you conflate the YouTube talking points to what I'm saying, yes. But they don't speak on this YouTube talking points.
I'm not
For,
talking about YouTube talking points either. I'm talking about what I just say to Sharon when I said they go out of their way in public to be seen, meaning I see it, and he agreed. Like they came up to him, try to shit talk black. I'm not. We can remove YouTube. I'm from New York. I see a lot of shit, a
yeah.
lot of things. Okay, we can remove. It's
But
nothing about a talking point. It's what I've seen.
but
Oh my
I
god!
don't I
Especially
don't
I
see
just lived in
them.
the South. I just lived in North Carolina for 2 years. All I saw was interracial couples on both ends. I was shocked. Like a lot of black women with white men and a lot of black men with other groups of women. And the same shit applied. Those men all of a sudden go out of their way for like just doing the most, trying to be seen when they see black women. It's just I don't know. It's just
I
that shit
don't
is
see
weird.
that here.
Yeah, I
I've been
don't
in Charlotte for 22 years. I see interracial couples, but not like that on a mass scale.
What? That's the most maybe because I'm from where I'm from, but that's the most interracial couples I've ever seen.
Yeah, I see a lot of blacks with blacks.
but you must be in the
Mm-hmm.
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Who,
They
I
me?
was in
import some.
Fayetteville for just like a month or two. I hated it. I came back to Charlotte.
Yeah, Fayetteville, they import some hoes. But yeah, but
What?
Uh,
but I never really, to be honest with you, I haven't seen nobody just actually go out their way to put these women on display. So I
Because you're
never
a
Mm.
saw
black
that.
man. They do
Yeah,
that when they get around black women.
And also, I think it's also maybe Logic's profession too. Like for me, since I'm in the construction world, a lot of people automatically think that I'm of a Caribbean descent. and so I think they tend
Mhm.
More
to.
comfortable. Hmm.
Yes, they tend to open up to me a little quicker than they find out I'm American. They like, oh, and then you can see it in their face when they're like, oh shit,
Right.
I'm talking with the enemy because they just assume because like to be honest, it's not that many Black American men in construction the way how we think it is.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing too, though. Right, this is what they do enjoy by these women, too. Well, I think they get married to them. A lot of them, more or less, be like these non-career women. So, for me, where I'm at is mostly career man. They want women to be at home, and
Mhm.
and the military just like that. If you want to see a lot, the military community, you will see the most stay-at-home wives that you'll ever see in your life, ever. And and there's something about them that they have like these women. It's in their culture that they want to stay home. They get pleasure out of goddamn you know what I'm saying, doing these things for these niggas. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and that's just my understanding. I'm about to bring one of them on these panels and let y'all talk to
Who?
them. What's that?
Who?
I can just find one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they easy. They a dime a dozen. Shit, I can go to the grocery store and find one.
So you got a problem with that too? Because look, Sharon, speaking of what you said, Sharon's wife is a stay-at-home wife, right, Sharon? So you would want
Yeah.
to stay-at-home wife too? Logic?
Yeah, I prefer one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want no woman like me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, that's my problem though. But I don't want a woman that's like got all this ambition that
Like
want to
super
be like that.
ambitious, want to be at work all the
Really?
time.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
I get
yeah.
that.
I want somebody that's chill.
Yeah.
So I think that's a misconception as well. I think a woman to be a successful stay-at-home mother, she got to have ambition because it's not easy for them mentally
Mhm.
because they feel like they lose themselves and everything's about the family. We hear that when we having conversations with other women that are so-called low ambition. I guess how Logic would want them to say, but no, they do. They absolutely have ambition. They want their family to strive. They want them to be the smartest kid, the healthiest kid. All those things is just a different version of ambition. Instead of with money, they want to do it with their family. And I think to get women to understand that it is okay, they need a very supportive husband to always understand there's a delicate balance between she's thinking about how she's losing herself by pouring so much into the family and also getting herself that time that she needs to keep building herself, make herself as healthy as possible because and still looking good and taking her out and spoiling her so she can still feel that sexy woman that you came to love.
Yeah, I support stay-at-home wives. Let me
Mhm.
tell you something. I only know 3 of them. These the most happiest women I ever consistently like. Every time I see them, they in a good mood. Like to your point, Sharon, they look good because they're not like I feel overstressed. Like they got time, so they be in the
Mhm.
gym and cooking and like they be chilling. They kind of changed my mind about a lot of that stuff. Like they're not dealing with the stress that other women are dealing with who when you got to go to work, you got to go here, you got to go there. Not saying they don't have stress. I'm saying like not on that level though.
Yeah, it's a different version of stress because that's the thing that people got to understand. Like men cannot promote it as, oh, you got life easy because you're a stay-at-home mom. That is not the case.
Mm-mm.
It's
Nah,
Mm-mm.
still
hell no, it's
stress.
not easy. It's not easy.
Right. And
Right.
I think that's what turns women off from even attempting to think like being a stay-at-home mom because so many men have presented it as she's being lazy, she have no value, she have no say-so because the man is working, bringing in the money, so she better just shut the F up and just appreciate
Mhm.
whatever he could bring. And it's not like that in real life.
Can I tell you the truth?
In
It's
real life,
fear.
they
It's fear, Sharon.
mm,
Women are afraid to like end up in a position where you are solely dependent on this man. Like that is a very scary thought for a lot of women. So we like to try to have something of our own at all times, because just in case, because look at how shit be going. So it's a scary thought to think like every dollar you get come from him, or every move you want to make, if he don't want it to happen, he has the power to it just don't happen. Like a lot of women are scared
and
too,
it's a lot of men that will push it out to confirm that scared bias that they have too, right? A lot of men will push it out in a way where it sounds negative, like they don't have no say so, they can't move, but it's just not true. The successful housewives, they have opinions, they are very smart, most of them are educated, majority of them have degrees, majority of them had strong positions in their company before their husband was able to take care of everything. And also the man have a strong responsibility to make sure his woman understands that when I'm ruling, I'm not ruling in a negative way. I'm ruling in a way that is going to benefit us all. And I'm always thinking about the whole family, which includes her within the decisions. It's not just, oh, shut up because I pay all the bills. And men got to get out of that mentality. But the reason why most of them say, because they've never been in a position to have that responsibility of taking care of a family, because they don't really want to do it neither, because it's a very stressful thing. That every move that you make can put you and your family homeless.
But you know what's funny though? There's a funny part about what you said, Venus. Is most of the guys I know, they always say, "Oh, I gotta ask the wife before they buy anything," and their wife don't work.
That's true.
They always be like, "Look, we can be traveling somewhere. Like I was just in fucking Estonia, right? And then it was something that we was getting, and then I was like, "What?" It was like it was some bags, right? Some travel bags. They was like $700, right? And then he was like, "Oh man, I gotta ask the wife." I'm like, "Nigga." But that's me, because it's a nigga in me though, right? But like they really, it's a level of, you know what I'm saying? They could be a dickhead and say,
respect.
"Nah, I make the money."
Yeah.
But they don't. They be like, "Nah, I gotta ask the old lady." And I'm like,
I heard my
Mhm.
uncle say that, and they both work. But I think because they share an account, he still, when it comes to big stuff, he'll be like, "Well, let me talk to," I'm gonna say her name, but he'll be like, "Well, let me talk to my wife." But they both work. See what I'm
but
saying?
this guy wife don't work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
See, okay,
But then
so
my brother, wait, look, my brother, he don't have, he's the only one that works, and he doesn't do that. I ain't gonna lie. He don't get permission. He do what the hell he want. So I don't know. I think both.
That's kind of how my dad is. So my parents have been married for, I think, 43, 44 years. He'll say, let me talk to my wife, but his mindset is already, I'm gonna do what I want to do anyway. But just out of respect, I'm gonna let you know what I'm gonna do. But his approach is always, babe, what do you think about this? Even if she doesn't agree, 9 times out of 10, he's gonna do it anyway. So I still think it's kind of toxic, I guess.
But also I think it's
To ask or not to ask? Because I would ask.
I also
To
think
ask,
it's because,
and even if my mom isn't in agreement, he's gonna do what he wants anyway.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
and I also believe a reason why a lot of the men do that as well, because it's something out of the normal from what he does as well. So when you make these big strange purchases on a spontaneous, because men that is running households, they are very mundane. We do the same thing damn near every single day. We wake up at a certain time, we eat at a certain time, we go run, practice, whatever the things that we do all those things on a schedule, and so do she. So now if you just spend money out of a certain count that is not normal, then she might be doing something that, like she got to add more money to the account because you have different accounts for such a thing. So it's a plethora of things that it could be why they say, hey, let me go speak to the wife so she understands what's going on.
Listen, I like it because okay, speak to me. Okay.
Okay.
Listen, I've had boyfriends speak to me, and I'm the biggest hater. Nope, don't give them nothing. I'm always saying no.
Always.
Not always, but when you with somebody and you notice it's a certain family member they always talking about, and after a while it's like, yo, no, stop giving them money.
Oh yeah, right. I agree.
Okay.
That was your chance, Young.
Okay, wait. I just waited for Venus to finish because I was
I'm
just trying to
finished.
be
Go ahead.
respectful, but so now it's my turn. No. So basically, I tell you, get you on that though. My dad, my mom pretty much is outspoken. She does both my dad and her talk, and my dad does tell my mom like what he's doing though, but he's still gonna do what he needs to do. And basically, he'll still do what he needs to do, but my mom will give him input, and if he agrees or not though. Like sometimes like he understands like what she's trying to tell him though, but at the same time though it's like, okay, look, I'm gonna do, and she respects that though. She don't mind my dad leading though, but she just don't wanna basically argue or fight though. She just wants to just basically, okay, look, do what you need to do and I'll do what I need to do though. They just understand each other because they've been married for so long though, they've been married since 1999. So after, that period of time they communicate. They just came to the understanding, okay. Because she's a 48-year-old woman though, and she's just like, look, I'm 48, so I don't really have energy for this.
Your mom's 48, Riaz. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so fair,
So Coffee
basically.
said, go ahead.
So basically, fair, my mother married at 21 years old, and my father was a 19-year-old when he got married.
All right.
Okay.
They were married young, and they had me young though. So my mom was my age when she had me, and my dad was 21 when he had me though. So they
So
waited
Coffee said what women should understand in this climate is it's gonna take more than you can cook and keep a house.
That is true.
The nigga sound like he been looking at red pill content.
Okay. No, that's just
Okay.
probably the communication part though. That's what I'm trying to get at though. It is probably the communication part though, like about what you really agree on and what you discuss and stuff. I don't mind basically leading and doing all that stuff, but if she wants to help though, I'm okay and open to doing that though. She wanna stay home, she cool with that. I'm just basically, it's more like a coming to a compromise, because marriage is about compromise and sacrifice. So sometimes we can't get everything our way though. Even though I'm not married yet, but I just understand and know a lot though, because I actually research a lot. Because I'm trying to understand this before I get married someday.
You will.
If Mo
You have
Love
to
can
date
get
first,
in
Riaz.
a relationship,
Okay,
anybody
bro.
can. So it's
Okay, yeah, but I got a different culture, so it
What
is
did
what
you
it
say?
is. She said I need to date, but I said okay, but
No,
I
I ain't
have a
said that. I
different
said
culture.
if Mo Love can get in a relationship, anybody can.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Leave me alone.
okay,
I'm not in one. I want to be in the right one at this point.
No, I said if you can.
Yeah, I mean that's easy.
Where
Okay.
Venus go at?
She'll be back, I guess.
Nah, she probably got there finna get on Tinder and look for some Italian man. They not there, my sister.
This dating thing is just it's a headache.
What's a headache?
Just the whole dating concept, having the conversations from panel to panel. It's just a lot. That's why a lot of times I don't even engage. But I know once I engage, it's on and popping. I have a lot to say.
Okay. We have
I
a
think,
strong look, man.
I think what it is a lot of people, they just don't know how to express they failures in relationships, and they don't know how to just move on from it, because it's mistakes that you make during the dating process that you need to correct when you go on to the next person, not hold on to the negative aspects that happen in that relationship, but the positive things so you can move forward. And I think that's what we see on these panels happen often. They try to use these examples of these celebrities, and they say, see, this is what happened. And really, it probably happened to them. They dated a woman that was not somebody that they can communicate with. And then they just spill out BS on the internet. Nothing that's real.
what I hear.
I think a lot of people are unhealed from past relationships and trauma.
I
And since
agree.
they are not healed, then they pass that on. They try to get with the next person, and then it's toxic.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
You saying I'm not healed?
I don't know, Logic. I don't know.
I'm gonna spit on that. And listen, any woman that because I only been with 3 women my whole life. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. The woman that I created a baby with, and I made and everyone I made one, I met them outside.
Is that
Okay.
your advice? Go outside.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to talk to people, and because you'll find that the more you speak to people, you'll find your tribe easier.
Okay,
Because I think the problem with most people, they find they mate through barbecues and family, and I think that's a bad decision. You need to go and find your own people, not who your auntie said was good, or because you just see them at the same barbecue as you. F that. Go outside, speak to people, or allow people to speak to you.
Coffee said real life is not like this.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, the internet can be a lie, you know. I'm like, what?
Well, internet is about narratives.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, just like his name of his channel, Narratives and Dialogues. The internet is about narratives, and it's about narratives to get
Coffee, why'd
viewership.
you leave?
Right.
I thought you was showing us the clips.
And then he just dropped.
He just dropped.
Because I'll be coming from that with that smoke with his ass. No. But yeah, that's all. It's about narrative. So these narratives they spin on the internet is about how to put men or women in the best possible position that they can finesse the other person. So that's why they went on a baby mama, anti-baby mama thing for the longest. And when I was go to these meetups,
I get tired of
they
it.
love the baby mamas.
They love them.
They would eat they draw. I was like, wait, I thought you hate baby mamas.
Wait, for real?
But see, that's the thing. Like, people say, oh, I don't have a problem. I'm a baby mama and guys like me. Yeah, but are they going to marry you? Those are 2 different things. Them being willing to lay you down. Being willing to lay you down versus marrying you.
Let me explain this to you,
I
Mo.
agree.
Let me explain this, Mo. If you have a baby mama marathon for 2 years, them baby mamas will feel beaten down. And you know what they'll do by default? They'll lower their standard. You done heard you ain't shit. You don't deserve shit. So now you gonna start.
So you telling me you ain't never took a whole bottle of red pills?
What? Yeah, there you go. See, here you go. You come to that baby mama ready, right? Because that's all they do. They beat them down for 2 years, and now these niggas and these women said, "Oh well, maybe I need to give him a chance."
Like, we done been through this before.
And I know, and I'm
you a
undefeated.
manosphere nigga.
I'm a manosphere nigga.
No, that's what you told me.
Well, you was talking like one.
But then how does that apply? Because there's a lot of women that don't have no kids and they still don't have a man either.
Wow.
That's true.
It's about getting them the access to the most women possible. That's what this space is about.
Right.
This space is not about building a relationship. It's not about building marriage. Because look, check this out. Besides baby mama, you'll never hear none of them talk about kids.
So you don't think that any of the men have found women through Kevin Samuels or Dennis Sperling?
Why? Kevin Samuels like the boot hole.
I'm just saying, either way it go, he was putting men and women together.
Yeah, but he liked the booty hole.
Why does it seem like okay? So with Kevin Samuels, right? I appreciate his honesty, Even though sometimes it may have come off harsh, but I also feel like he viewed things only from a materialistic standpoint, or if you
Mhm.
have this, or you or a very carnal minded
Can
perspective
I
is
say
what I
something
should
about
say.
that, Mo?
If you
Thing
look
is,
this way, then you have access to this. If you make this amount of money, you have access to this. It,
Right.
it was, and I'm like, okay, what about substance? What about character? Of faith being aligned, being of the same faith, things like that. It was always okay. If you fine, let me tell you, look, what do
yeah,
you
but let's
do?
say this, so
Even
Mo.
those things are very important, but there's more to it.
Let's say
Them
this
things
though,
ain't
Mo.
more.
But
Mhm.
But go ahead.
he did tell women that they could find their match. The thing is, you find women who were not able to match what it is that they were
Mm-hmm.
looking for. They was putting too much value on everything else. But I like a lot of guys. They say, well, yeah, man, she looked real good, so I will look past her bad behavior. So the more,
Mm.
the better she look, they willing to go for that. But still, that's leading with your pocket, I think.
Right.
But then
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
again, I know that I've been on panels with Kevin. I've seen Kevin in the past get accused of chopping women down, but these women called
Mm-hmm.
into his show, to ask for that. He said, "You want me to give you my honest opinion?"
That's
It was
true.
so bad to the point to where they was about to sue him.
What?
Yeah,
Did,
the average
did, did,
best woman,
did Kevin tell you that he liked the boot hole, or you had to find out on your
Logic.
own?
You need to dig him up from the grave and talk about that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mm.
I don't know nothing about all that. I don't care about that. That's this. Believe that you still could be a life coach and whatever you like. You
Oh,
know what I'm
so it
saying?
don't matter your sexuality.
I mean,
But
I
was
never,
he?
I
I
never,
don't
I
think
never
he
cared about.
was.
I never cared about
That's
that
what I
because I
heard
don't need
too.
that. But my thing is
I
with
don't think he
him,
was there.
I think he even separated himself away from the Black Manosphere because even when he did go into uh, putting couples together, they start to go against him the higher he got, and
Mm-hmm.
in success, But
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a Kevin Samuels follower. Some of the things I did not agree with, but what I did agree with the fact that he didn't put a gun to these women's heads to say, "Come up here," And some
Mm-hmm.
women would challenge you. They would say, "Well, I wonder what he think about me. I wonder what my results would be after he raped me.
Mm-hmm.
What size dress you wear? Are you a 0 to 6? What's your height? What's your weight? What kind of man are you
Mm-hmm.
looking for? Do you work out?" You know,
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is in real life, none of that shit mean anything.
Right.
Mhm.
there's a
To a
there's a
certain
there's a
extent.
I put it this way though, Sharon. Everybody has a type. That men do like BBWs. Men do
Mm-hmm.
like. You'll find some dudes that
No, but they
they
made it
find.
seem like all men that are so-called high value, they only want the supermodel type. And we know for a fact that a lot of men that are in these high value positions, at least that we could look at them from the outside, they look like they are high value. They women are not Naomi Campbell or Tyra Banks. They ain't what they walking around with because they look at who the person is. And that's
Mm-hmm.
the truth for the matter. Like you gotta find somebody that is mentally with you. That's your people. That's your person. And once you could do that, all that looks and everything. Hey, listen, nobody's gonna be with somebody that is just drop dead ugly.
And
So
I
I
do
think
Mm-hmm.
agree with
you
you,
need to
Sharon.
stop saying that because we talking about character. That means we talking about an ugly woman. No, we're not.
And I do agree with you with what you're saying. Okay, now the
Of course,
thing
because
is,
I'm only telling the truth.
no, hold up, no, I can't say that either. But what I do see, you will find some guys that would say they look for a specific black woman, and then you turn around, they with the lowest of the low class of white woman, and that could be, he got his body in shape, but he has this woman that's she's a white woman, she weighed nearly 300 pounds. I've seen that too. So I get
But
what you're
that's
saying.
because it's very similar to the car culture, right? A lot of people say they want this, a Corvette or a Lamborghini and all that, right? Or even a German car. But what we see is that they have a very used German car. They have a car that is 20 years old that still might look decent, And that's what that oversized white woman is. She is a car with high mileage. The oil change, you can hear it don't sound like a German engineering car. We like, damn, what's wrong with your Benz, bro? This is how crazy. But they're happy because it has the title of that emblem on it, you know. So
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do agree with you, and I do agree with some of the things you say. Some of the things
I haven't found one thing that you disagree with yet, to be honest with you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the only thing, and you know,
exactly.
Go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead and interview me right now. God damn it.
Hey, Mo, as me and him talk more, he want to find out that he agree with me more and more as we talk. That's crazy. That's just
you know what? I've agreed with you on a lot of things. I just wanted you to understand the history of the people that you were targeting, because it's divided in so many different sectors, and I can prove that to you. You know, not all men who had come from the Black manosphere agree, and that's the truth. Now, we do know about BGS. We know that you had a run-in with him. I don't agree with BGS on a lot of things. I don't, honestly. So he's not my YouTube daddy, as they call him, the YouTube. That's what they say. They say, "Oh, your YouTube daddy."
Oh wow!
Yeah, they
YouTube daddy.
Yeah.
Wait, for real though?
Yeah,
hey, but Narrative and Dollars, here's the thing, like even the people
just
like
say
everybody that I go against, right? They usually have the same mindset. It's like it's so weird. Like
I know, but Sharon, you and your cousin targeted me. You said men like narratives and dialogues.
And so the reason why you had to get it as well, right, is because
you saw me on Israel panel.
Even the good men that are trying to push the same ideology as me, right? When you come up and we have a conversation, you agree with me more than you disagree. But in the chat or in other panels, they say, "Yeah, Sharon ain't this and Sharon ain't that."
But I've never said that.
With the same people that is going against your own best interest, and we see it time and time again. The people that are really moving in reality need to stand up and say, "Hey, you know what? I agree with you on this, that, and the third." If it's 90%, if you agree with me 70% of the time, then just say it. It's okay. You don't have to be with the other people just to say I'm with y'all too. Like, no.
Can I tell you what it is? I think that you'll get more, and you're doing good, Sharon. I got to give it to you. More traction with the right kind of men. Even Gabe A is a great man, you know, but he can't be up on the panel trying to have a conversation with you, and there are people cutting in. And I understand you run your show a certain way, but it keeps a lot of confusion up, and no man who's intelligent is going to be up there with a whole bunch of hyenas doing the things that they do.
That's it. And this is where
the thing is, let me say this, and the thing is, you don't understand the history of these women. They flock to new channels to do this. Why can't you have women up on your panel like Mo Love and Fear No Mortals? These are decent women.
That's because they don't want to click the link, because people paint narratives. I'm explaining to you, because people
they will attack them too for being the women that they are, and they'll say, "Oh, you girls are pick-me's."
Right. So again, that's a narrative, right? That people will paint.
I've seen it.
Right. I get that. So, but everybody gets these thoughts questioned on my panel. It ain't just the pick-me's or just the hyenas or just the simps or just the rim brothers. Everybody's going to get their thoughts attacked. And that's the issue. People want to go to the confirmation bias channel. Like, people don't even care that they'll go to a channel where 90% of stuff they talk is BS. But when we're dealing in truths, right? Like, even though me and you agree, you'll still find a way to disagree with me.
No, let's say this. I mean, we're not going to always agree, but I do enjoy your channel. I do enjoy some of the things you have to say, you know. Now, when it gets crazy, that's my exit. And my exit, because for one, I'm not going to talk to avatars. I've seen every last one of the women that I talked to, and I've been on the panel. I've seen them on video. I've seen them talking. I'm not going to get.
I was going to say you talk to my avatar.
No, what I'm saying, I've seen you, Mo Love. I've seen you. But the thing is, these other women, they get up on the panel and they want to dissect you from his channel. And you know, I mean, as a matter of fact, I found out who these people are. Come on, I'm Kwafi. I know who they are. I can put them on blast at any time if I want to, but it's just not me. I'm not. If me and you have never really had a conversation, and we're gonna be arguing back and forth, what the hell am I arguing with you for? I came to speak to the man of the fucking house. You know what I'm saying? And that's it.
But here's the thing, Narrative. So, Mo Love, do you think if you was to come on my channel, you'd get attacked by men or by women?
Both.
Be
honest, Mo Love, don't lie.
women. Absolutely women. It's always women.
Yes.
Unless it's Jay Prince, but other than that, it's women.
On my maybe now you watch my channel?
Yes.
I've seen it a few times. Well, you know what? Because the women that I see up there, I've actually talked to the majority of them, so maybe not.
Thank you. And what I'm saying is that, but people.
And I'm not saying that they would attack her, but the thing is,
that's what you said.
The history of what I'm saying, as far as myself, as far as a man, I can't speak for them. I just said I think that they would if disagree with one of them and see what happened.
Right, and that's what I'm saying again. So like people paint narratives about the channels that this is what I'm saying. The channel that's actually talking good for like my space. The reason why I get attacked because they say it's a safe space for women is one of the main reasons why I get attacked. That's the main reason why I get attacked. They say, "Oh, this place you let women just say anything. You don't hold the woman accountable. You don't do this for the women. Women." That's what they attacked my channel for, not because of anything else. It's not because it's lies, because I'm saying lies, because guess what? It's not because they even disagree, because when they say they disagree with me, right, and I start speaking to them, it's very hard for them to find something they actually disagree with me with.
And I get that, Sharon. So this is what I'm saying too. Now, lately, I have seen I've seen you really, if women been out of order, you've been taking your red pills. Sometimes you come off of them.
No, so the thing is that like I'm just not the narrative that people painted.
It's one in particular. I'm like, man, she ain't do nothing, and you going at her.
So that's just the thing. Like people just paint fake narratives, and people believe it because people like liars. They entertain the liar because the liar seems like he disguised it by saying sprinkle a little bit of truth, but in reality, they just a liar. Me, I don't sprinkle nothing into it. I'm just telling my true, unfiltered thought patterns. That's why I'm able to have a conversation in real time and not give you any talking points. The whole time we talking, I didn't give you a talking point because these are my real thoughts in real time. I don't put a mask on to have myself as a representation and say, yes, I'm all for men. And then like it's weird.
Okay,
information.
Just from the women up here, what do you think about Kwafi? The women that know me up here, what do you think about me?
I think that you are cool. You make me laugh. I think that you are also very straightforward. I can tell by some of your comments that you may have had negative experiences with a lot of women in this space, I guess. But from my personal experience, I think that you are so cool.
I think it'd be just the conversation between the men, and it get misconstrued if I agree with one of the men that I'm like, I can't agree with their opinion, and then again I'll be like, no man, you wrong too. You wrong right there. So I can't agree with that. So and I guess same thing with women, y'all know women nature, and when y'all talk and y'all girl, thing, y'all may agree to some things. There's some things I'm not gonna be able to understand. I'm not a woman. You get what I'm saying? So,
right.
So I get it. So we're all not going to agree with everything. Like some of the things that the guys do, how hard they go at Sharon, I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I have not experienced that with him. But if Sharon has bad behavior, I'm going to say, hey man, you were wrong, point blank. Like I ain't gonna lie. It took everything in me. I did 2 videos called the Panda Bears. I gave them the name.
What? Who are Panda Bears?
Yeah, I did 2 videos, and I'm like, damn. I said, I don't normally do this. I said, but this has to be talked about because this was.
So, what's the definition of a panda bear? Like, what is it?
A pander.
A panda bear is
pander. Pander. Okay.
Pander, yes, but it. A panda bear is just a guy that will anything. It's basically a grift, and you got some guys that say, "Okay, well, you know, man, I'm just doing this so I can get the money." And I'm not saying Sharon did that, but at first I just thought that everything that they said he agreed with, and I'm like this: women are not children. You know what I'm saying? Let the men come up and talk, because I'm gonna tell you something. On an all women's panel, you will find women that will eat a man alive if he said just one thing, even in respectful. See, the men that are respectful, they still want to go at, and that's an issue.
Yeah,
you know, they try to take the weakest link. They think it's the weakest link and talk all kind of ways, but when that nigga come up there with that heat and get on that ass, you know, then why you disrespecting women? Oh, you're being feminine because you're going against women. All that kind of crazy shit, you know.
And so now in real time, you prove that majority of people they try to get people to not come to my channel for narratives, not nothing truthful.
Don't
right?
say narratives.
And you proved it in real time, right? Because you had a vision of me because of what other people said, not of things that I actually said. Because to call me a panda bear, right? To call me a panda bear, you had to have proof that I don't have this opinion. I'm trying to talk up for somebody, and it's detrimental to myself, and I never did that. If I'm speaking up, just like how we was having a conversation today, it's weird how it's still able to come at me again. I don't see Black women in a negative light because they dance. I don't see a woman in a negative light because she can't cook. Because I'm going to deal with the person that I agree with. Say, hey, you're my woman, and I'm going to deal with my woman. Everybody is their own individual. It doesn't matter what race, color, or creed they are. And the problem is that when we have the conversation in real time, it shows who's the real panda bears. It is men pandering to other men, whether they right, wrong, or indifferent. We cannot keep pushing up the negative men and keep pushing down the men that is moving in a productive way. And then say, I don't understand what's going on in our community. It's because the men that
like it's disrespectful. Hold up a second.
See, men forward.
Hold up, Sharon. Hold up. Now, you see why I did not come up here? Why I got down? Because of this disrespectful shit in your chat. This kind of shit. And I used to respect this person. I used to be a subscriber to a channel. I used to, super chat, give money and everything.
Why not now?
Hold up, because she's unhinged. And that's the problem right there. But I ain't gonna let that trigger me, because I don't deal with people that I don't know and I really don't talk to. I just thought she had good content because she was at Israel Mills. But now I see she go from panel to panel, starting shit, disrespecting folks. You ain't gonna disrespect me and talk any kind of way. I ain't gonna let you do that to me.
Well, Coffee, don't let it derail the conversation, because
we're back on and y'all should not let women like that on y'all panels. Look, we were peaceful over here. That kind of thing. That's disrespectful. I don't even know this chick.
And right, and so again, but have the conversation with me. Like we was building, you cannot allow that to derail the conversation, because
she is not a child. She do some shit to me, she's gonna get that smoke.
But she didn't do it. But what I'm saying to you is that I'm talking to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And so the whole reason, so for example, let's talk mention the whole reason why it was something called a wristwatch, because it was disrespectful for people to go inside a pocket watch and check the time, right? Because it means that you wanted to leave the conversation. That's why the wristwatch exploded the way how it is. So you won't be disrespectful. So if I'm having a conversation with you and we going back and forth and trying to mind things out, we could easily say it's disrespectful for you to jump in the chat and address the chat when it has nothing to do with what me and you are actually talking about.
I feel you on that, but I just still had to address that. I tried my best. I don't disrespect nobody. Even the women up here know that. My thing is, she in the chat talking about, this narratives dude is fake anyway. How the fuck am I fake? You don't know me. I don't know you. I'm not the niggas that you are with. You fucking with the wrong nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even get out of my character. Y'all know I don't do this. Go somewhere else, disappear.
What happened? Like,
it's some shit she did over at Freezy, and she said I called her a hyena because I was talking to somebody else. It had nothing to do with her. I don't even know who she is, to tell you the truth.
Hmm.
I mean, can't we all just get along?
I mean, hey, she not a child. She come with me with that. She gonna get that work. She gonna get that smoke. And I ain't the one that got to
Hey,
do it. I got
hey, Mo,
females that can do that.
and
Wait,
the crazy part is
wait, it's all right.
the,
Calm down.
the crazy part is that you don't realize that you're proving my point right now.
Hey, like I said,
you
Sharon,
cannot blame her. What I'm saying is this.
not
What I'm saying is this.
Sharon. Liz, you can't tell
got
me
you. I got you.
how to respond to this person.
I'm not
She
telling
is
you
not
how
a
to-
child, brother. She's not
What
a child.
What I'm trying to tell you, you are responsible for how you respond, though. And I could talk to you as brother to brother. You respond for how you respond. And so, like, the other person do not dictate how you respond. And this is the problem that people have when they paint narratives on my channel as well. They try to say that I'm supposed to dictate somebody else. No, I'm going to be me no matter how.
Bad behavior is bad behavior, Sharon.
We see it, and I just want to give it how I'm not
the
going to
channel can grow even more if you don't have that kind of rhetoric. You're a great guy. You got good content, and when you don't have all that bullshit like that, you're good.
And what I want to say is that I'm not somebody that just tell you something that's not possible. I do it every day, right? Because when people do come on my channel, they disrespect me. They say crazy things about me, my wife, my family, my children, and I still stay in my frame for as long as I possibly can until I get angered. And it's okay for you to feel anger. So I'm not saying that it's not, that you can't feel angry
at all.
But what I'm saying is that, but also you are responsible for how you respond to somebody else. They are not responsible for how you respond to them.
Hey, I respond how I respond. It's just like the same thing with Carmelo. You can't hit me and then turn around and tell me how hard to hit your ass back. Point blank, you 5 shots, that's a threat to me. Point blank. I don't care if you're man, woman, I'm not your fucking man. And ain't no chick gonna disrespect me no matter what. Listen, my channel ain't even about that. I'm a real content creator. I'm not here to do this shit. You got people like that ain't gonna never grow because of what they do. I'm trying to help these women up here grow. You know what I'm saying? Because I can do that. We don't want hyenas in our spaces.
That's crazy.
Yeah, indeed.
You can't call them names.
Conversations with MJ, that's a perfect example. Beautiful young lady. Got her shit together, doing good things. Those are the women I care about.
So, Kwafi, are you saying that you're not like anti-woman, you're just anti
bullshit? Yes, I love women. I just don't want that type of situation. Thinking that you're gonna come at me and disrespect me. She don't even see it. It's so sad. She's so delusional. Every man has said this. She go around start shit with niggas, and then when they go at her, it's these niggas this chick is hurt. She got some problems, some serious issues. Go see a psychiatrist. I got friends that are psychiatrists that could talk with you. What is your problem? And she telling you, listen, the thing is, now y'all know y'all seen this chick in the chat, totally disrespectful. See, the women ain't gonna correct her because they so afraid that that she's gonna go at them.
That's not me at all. Like even when we were talking about it was something last night with the Carmelo situation, and I'm not gonna say me and Venus had words, but I could see that it could have possibly went there, but we calmed it down. I've never had any personal issues with Venus, but even when I was on another panel and I shared my experiences, I said, but I'm fully aware that Venus will go in. But as far as how she handles me, as long as Venus does not disrespect me, we good. And I don't like, for the record, I don't like all that drama on my channel. I really don't. I don't. Right? But at the same time, it's like, I know I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. And I hate it. It kind of puts me in a very uncomfortable position, if I'm honest, because I'm cool with the both of y'all.
But don't you
You
know
get what I'm
don't you
saying?
know my
Right.
demeanor though? You know my demeanor
It
though,
puts
right?
me, yeah, I do, and
I
it
don't mess
puts
with
me
nobody.
in a very uncomfortable situation, and it is never because I'm scared. I think people know that about me. I may be soft spoken at times, but I'm not afraid of anybody in the YouTube streets. I
Listen,
just
when you
And
women
have
are
a
out of
hard
order, y'all
time.
just need to
at
y'all need to
all.
put them in
Okay.
order because they
Wait, I
gonna
don't.
paint y'all image. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't none of this. This ratchet. Y'all ain't that. Just real talk.
Okay.
But listen, I'm
Okay.
gonna get down because I don't want to ruin this stream, and that'll be it. You know, we'll
You
talk
and
more.
Sharon
I
was
mean,
having a good
you
conversation.
don't have
Okay.
to. You don't have to
Okay.
drop like
You
when
don't have
y'all in
to
the
But
middle of
take
a,
it out.
I'm not gonna be on
topic.
the counter with a hyena. I'm
Okay.
telling you.
Wait, can I
So
have
don't
my
put her
go,
up here
please?
with me.
Hold on,
I'll
Riaz.
say some things that I
So
can't. I regret, and then next thing you know, her whole everything will be out because I already know who she is. I know who
why
she
don't
is.
you continue to have Coffee? Why don't you continue to have the conversation with Sharon?
Me and
I feel
Sharon
like
don't
y'all were
understand.
getting
I mean, me
somewhere.
and Sharon cool. You know, we done, talk. Subtle. The panda bears because I know he not that. Everything died down with that. I'm really gonna take those videos down. But I didn't have a problem with the women. I had a problem with him because I needed him to correct that, and everybody was talking about that.
Venus, if you come up, like, can you try to keep it cool? I don't want y'all to get into it. I
Oh
know
no,
y'all.
I'm not talking to. If she get on camera and I get on camera, yes. If she ain't, I ain't talking to her. Point blank.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get down.
Are
And
you?
Oh yeah, I'll come back up when she's not here. She's been doing this. She's been
Puppy,
trying.
we wanted you to stay
Anywhere
up.
she come, I get down because I'm same way with hot sauce. I know hot sauce ain't dealing with that.
That's crazy to me. But you'll be on the. And I think that's crazy because you'll be on a panel with men that are absolutely 10 times worse and more egregious than her, and you wouldn't drop when he get on the panel. That's wild to me.
But hold up though, Sharon. Like who?
I'm not
What
gonna.
man?
Mo just said she don't want to have this drama. So
I
I'm
mean,
not
if y'all have to
gonna
talk
name
things out,
names.
I get it. And like I said, normally my lives are like,
Okay, I
Yeah,
apologize.
you know,
I
we
don't
was
know
having
her.
good conversation, and this is my first time here, and I appreciate your conversation. It was really good conversation. You got really good questions, so you could build on the conversation. And so
But
like I don't
Sharon,
want to
we just had a good stream over at Israel Mills.
I don't want to just drop name drops for no reason because it's not important the name.
But listen, do you remember we just had a good stream?
What I'm saying is that you know for a fact on channels where it's men that are absolutely egregious. They are absolutely
Okay, but listen, I can't control them, but they not disrespectful to me, and they not loud.
That's what we want. We want that consistency, right? Is that?
But do you remember when we was over at Israel Mills channel
Good
just
morning.
recently?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. That consistency is what I'm saying. Is that like me personally, like that consistency of, hey, if I'm gonna drop.
Wait, did this man just threaten to dox me? I thought I heard him say, "I know who she is and all her stuff will be out there." Y'all heard that? That's what he said.
Listen,
did I miss that? I heard
Yeah,
him
that's what
say
he just said.
do
Yeah.
I know you? Do I know you?
Did you just threaten to dox me?
Do I know you?
No, let's account for the words that came out of your mouth. You said, "I know who she is, and all of her stuff will be out there." So that was a
Listen, but
threat to
don't you
dox
see
me,
the
right?
things that you do?
No, acknowledge what you said.
Listen
Don't
to what
run
I said.
around.
Listen to
No,
me.
don't run
But y'all
around.
didn't
Acknowledge
know
what you
Stacey
said.
wants a peaceful
Listen,
panel.
I'm not about to argue with you, Venus.
You just
I'm not-
threatened me.
I'm not
and
him.
this is exactly what you
I'm
did the
not
other
him.
day, and then you mad when I responded.
Maybe if you
See
stay
what I'm
away
saying?
from people that don't want you around,
I've
you
been
wouldn't
here
have to worry
first.
about that.
I was already up here. I
No,
just
you
stepped away.
wasn't. Yeah, but you left.
And I'm
then
back.
you
This ain't your
then
fucking
you said-
channel.
then you said
Who
some
are
crap-
you? This is
and you
not your
said some crap
channel.
inside of the in the
This
chat.
is not your channel. Who are you?
Okay, but you don't
There's
disrespect
no but.
me, and then I
This is
won't
not your
disrespect
channel.
you. I won't disrespect you if you don't.
You
disrespect
have disrespected me. That's why we're here.
No, you
And
say
Mo
this
Love
about
was
every
there
man.
that day when you did it. So why are you up here trying to lie and say like you don't understand where this is coming from?
Okay, I clipped it, and you're gonna regret you lied. You're gonna regret it.
No,
Don't
you're
play
the
with
liar.
me.
You just said you were
Don't
gonna
play
dox
with
me,
Venus.
and
Don't
now you're
play with
acting
me.
like you didn't say what you said
Don't
30
play
seconds
with me.
ago.
And
You
because I
said you
call
used to
women
support me.
hyenas,
Then you said you
are
don't
you a
know me.
hyena?
You're the
Are you a
liar.
hyena? Are you a hyena?
You're the liar.
Are you a hyena?
First, you don't know who I am. Dennis, I used to
Are you
support
a
her. I used to send
hyena?
her
Yes,
super
I know
chat.
who you are.
I don't
because
even
of
know
your
her.
channel.
Then you threaten to dox me, and then you say, and now you're playing like you didn't. You're the liar. It's you.
You know what? You listen. You can't play this game with me.
There's no
You're not good-
games.
You're
I
not
don't
good
play
enough.
games. I don't
You're
play
not good
games.
enough, Venus. You're not
I
good
don't
enough.
play games.
Don't listen.
Why you
You're
can't
not
be a
good
man and
enough.
stand on what you say? You disrespected me
Listen,
first,
I
and you
don't
know
owe
you
you
did.
no damn
And then you
explanation,
just
nigga.
threatened
I
to
don't
dox
know who
me,
you
and you
are,
know
like I
you
said.
did. So why are you lying now?
Listen, Venus,
Did you not just say those
stop
words?
while you're ahead. Stop while you're ahead now.
No, while I'm ahead of what?
Stop while you're ahead.
What's going to happen? Let's hear the
Stop
threat
while
again.
you're
What's going
ahead.
to happen?
Stop. No love. I'll see you guys later. I'm getting off, okay? Talk to you later.
Okay.
I don't talk.
I
All
hate
right,
that it
Coffee.
went this
All right.
way.
All right.
So this is what I don't like. These are the actual deceitful people for real. Because Venus is honest about anything I do or say. I don't lie. So you jumped out the window talking crap about me in Freezy's chat out of nowhere for no reason. Because like you said, you used to come to my channel, so I thought we were cool. You decided to disrespect me first. So you got it in return. That's what really happened. You just threatened to dox me literally like a minute ago. And then I come up here and ask you, and then you play dumb. So what everybody can see is you're the liar. You are. So don't come to other women trying to turn them again. Oh, you go everywhere and start shit. I was just up here with Sharon and Logic and Riaz, and there was no problem at all. So all this trying to start shit, trying to spread rumors, trying to say shit, because what do you say? Well, that's what all the men say. You just did the same things to Sharon. You don't think for yourself. You going with shit that people said about somebody because that's what somebody else said. So all the other men said, I just go around starting shit, but I was just up here being peaceful, having a conversation with 3 men. And then everybody else say certain things about Sharon, so now you're repeating it too. You don't have a mind of your own. And who the fuck is threatening women?
No.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lie.
That was a lot, and
Okay.
and
Wait, I
Mo,
was gonna tell you
and
this.
that's why a lot of times you know, I get beat up, right? It's because of narratives, and we just got to be able to like, it's okay. There's a lot of men out there that's doing some weird stuff, right?
But let me
Mo,
apologize to Mo because I gotta drop. I'm sorry, Mo. You don't want that kind of energy. But I just have to. I can't have people lying, trying to spread narratives because they all do it. The man just sat on your channel and threatened to dox me for doing to him what he has done to me, which is talk shit in the chat.
So I get the back and forth, the you toxic, he toxic, however y'all feel about each other, but the whole doxing thing, I think that's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie.
You can just rewind your video. He said, I know who she is, and all her stuff will be out there. That's what he said. It's on video.
Coffee is so cool. Like, I rock with Coffee. You are cool. I rock with you. So it's like it put.
But do you see me threatening to dox people because I disagree, because I don't like what they say? He's not cool. He's not. He's trying to cause division between you and your friend. He's not cool. They're fake nice to people. That's it. He's not cool. He done lied up here. He done threatened to dox me, and he's trying to cause division. That's not a good person.
Well, I'm late for my, I don't want to promote, I do my thing early in the AM. I'm 5 minutes late. Thank you. Love the show.
Thank you for hitting the link, Sharon.
Absolutely. I always show love and support to anybody that ever show love and support to me. And I like to just keep that great positive energy. I love the name of the title. And sometimes we got to deal with some aggressive conversations, just what it is. And so we can just get to the positivity. Sometimes we got to get to the positivity through negativity. It is what it is sometimes. This is how we communicate as Black folk. We talk aggressively. I love it. That's my Brooklyn sister. She could talk to me like that anytime she wants to. I don't feel no way. I would never call her.
Okay, cool. But anyways, this is my bad.
She talk to me with passion. You know what I'm saying, Mo Love? I'll never do that. If Mo Love talk to me with passion, I love it. That means that we actually got some kind of respect for each other, and we really want the other person to understand each other. So I'm not going to look at Venus as some hyena because she's speaking passionately. Absolutely not.
Okay.
Sharon, it's funny you say that because that's what happened. I was on the panel talking about a topic, and then he was in the chat calling me all types of names. That's what actually started this issue. And Mo Love was there. That's what happened. So this bullshit about running around starting with people, most of the time is them being disrespectful, but they can't handle it when they get it back. That's what really be going on.
Crazy. Peace and love to y'all. Hopefully I'll see y'all later.
All right,
Keep doing your thing. Beautiful show.
All right, Sharon, have
Thank
a good.
you, Sharon.
A shout out to you, though. My bad, man.
Yes,
I just get
Young.
overexcited,
I'll see you soon,
though.
Young. Later on, Young. See you later.
All right, see you too, man.
What did you clip, Coffee? He said I clipped it. What did you clip? No, I did not.
How you gonna clip what he put in the chat? I was on the panel responding to what he put in the chat. So unless he gonna show the chat and show what he was saying, he could clip up anything and say anything, which we already see he's the type of man to do. He just threatened to dox me, but won't stand on it. He just said, I used to support her and super chat her. Then 2 seconds later, he said, I don't even know her. So we know he's a liar. That was made clear today. He's a liar. Nothing he says will be consistent. And then you up here trying to cause division, thinking you slick, trying to pit women against women.
So he said he didn't call
garbage,
her a hyena. He said, I did not call her a hyena. I said, I do not like hyenas.
Anyway, I apologize. I'm not going to bring this energy back to your channel again, Mo. You know I love you.
I love you too. I was just like, damn, what happened?
What happened is people come out of their face, and when you catch it and return a favor, they're mad. And then they want to lie and act like they didn't do what they did.
Hey, Hot Sauce.
Hey, Hot Sauce.
What happened to Bible study? I thought, what happened to that?
What's done, Coffee?
We still got Bible study.
Doctrine, are you? Okay, it's done. All right, what are you talking about? You're not talking about doctrine. Please don't tell me.
Yep. All right, so good,
somebody.
man. So
Hold
good.
on, Riaz. I'm trying to sort some things out, sweetie. So what are you saying? Okay, it's done. I'm confused.
Maybe he's like he's done with the conversation. I'm not for sure.
Oh, he's coming back. Okay, come back, Coffee.
Yeah, we so
Hot Sauce, we still got Bible study.
Hey,
this don't sound like Bible study to me. Not no Bible study I know of.
Well, we talked about ways to stay positive. I think I shared maybe 2 scriptures and just gave.
Started off like that.
Yeah.
And then we got
started off like
inspirational
that.
dating and
I do want to say something because I couldn't come on earlier because I wanted to address what Logic said. So listen, I've been living abroad for 22 years now. So when you're talking about black men date, first of all, ADOS marry and dates ADOS. And a lot of times when you're seeing black men, especially in Germany, it's Africans that go over there and marry them. Majority of them are African, right? And same thing in Poland. Same thing in Poland. Same thing in Prague. Same thing in China, right? They're African. They're not ADOS. So so that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying to Logic. That's cap because most of them are African.
okay, I got you. That makes sense. Oh, thank you, Genesis.
Okay. I mean,
Oh, did
no,
you
it's
have
also
if you go, hold on, Riaz,
interesting.
I'm gonna let you talk. I promise. If you go to my YouTube, like the main page, my IG is connected to that, or Discord if you're in there.
Oh shit.
Okay. Wait, Mara, should I send you my Insta though? So yeah, you can connect there if you want though.
And Riaz said, you can connect with him too.
Yeah, I got Insta as well though, but it's private though, to be honest. I left my account private since 2017, so when I had Insta, I kept it private though.
Oh,
Why you kept it private?
my sister said the Pope died this morning in case you want
Yeah,
there.
I've been knowing this earlier. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Yeah. You know,
All right,
Misty, basically, Coffee, the real reason I kept my Insta private is because it's for my safety back then, because I was younger back then, though, so that was the only real reason I kept it private. But if maybe, who knows in future, I might change it. You know, you never know, man.
It's probably too
So,
because of
Coffee,
where you're from. You know, your family don't, you know, allow some of the things that, you know, the site. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not just the family thing, it's more of a safety thing. And I got a family members who follow me there as well. So I'm just, you know, doing it for my own safety. So it's
Yeah.
not just a family thing. I consider it more of a safety reason. So I
Well, that's
don't
what
mind
social
people
media
who
is
follow.
supposed to be. You know, that's what social media is supposed to be, because, you know, I have my sister, I have other professors that work with me, and everybody watching, you know, what I do. So I'm careful about what I talk about online. You know, so,
Yeah.
and who I talk to, you know.
Right.
Because really, tell you the truth, a lot of us don't know each other, but at the same time, we kind of know each other characters, and some of us, we really know each other because we've been knowing each other like 4 and 5 years, you know, being on here. You know, so that's important. Yeah, but I want to apologize to you. For even the outburst, because that ain't me. You know, I don't bother nobody. You know, I don't disrespect nobody in the chat. If I talk in subliminals. I don't call names, and that's just it. You know, just to keep down confusion. You know, and when I'm talking to men, I'm talking to men in the chat, and it's just normally, you know, hey, bro, I understand where you're coming from. You know, but yeah, man, it ain't that bad. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to have good conversation amongst men where we ain't keeping the men that on channels that are bashing women. You know, those are the circles that I run in. So I don't know about what other men do. It is what it is. Sometimes I'll come on Israel Mills' channel, you know, and there are some men that do certain things, but I can't control what they do, just like you girls can't control what other women do and say. But then again, if it's your channel and you don't want it to be, you know, ruined, you don't want that kind of energy. And I'm the same way. I'm out here feet on the ground doing real shit every day. You know, and to be arguing back and forth with folks, that's just not what I do. And Hot Sauce, you know, you've been knowing me for a while, so you know I don't rock like that.
Yeah, because I mean, like, man, even when we have our disagreements, it's not like that. And see, this is my thing, right?
I hate it.
Huh?
I hate it. I hate that they disagree like that.
Well, I mean, but the thing about it is, man, like, if you see the thing is that this is what I don't understand, and I'm pretty sure Venus is gonna come back up after I say this, but I'm just gonna say this from my perspective. If you're going to be aggressive with a man, you cannot be mad when that man become aggressive back to you. And Venus comes off very aggressive.
And even she said some stuff to other men. I was like, I think it was funny, and I laughed about it. And I said, "Oh man, what if I continue to laugh about that?" And she turned around and think it's okay to do it to me. So I stopped speaking. I unsubscribed from a channel, everything, because the energy is so bad. I mean, and if she go, I got plenty of clips where you see this stuff with her doing this stuff, and I'm like, whoa, this is bad. I mean, it is real bad. And the thing is, I'm not mad. I'm not upset. This is just the way I talk. What you do cannot affect what I do in real life. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even pissed off at her. And I do apologize, even for getting, you know, out of pocket. And I wasn't saying that I was going to dox her, because it was not that. But
so you were not saying you were gonna die, because that's where I draw the line. I'm like, oh.
What I was saying is, I could prove in some of the clips she's saying that she didn't do this, she didn't do that, and she don't do this, she don't do that. I could go, she, you know, back to back, where that mouth is just a sewage. Yeah, I'm talking about that potty mouth. I mean, it's so awful. Soap can't even wash those germs out of that. It's ridiculous.
he never said the word dox, to be fair, though. He never said that. He never said, I'm going to dox you.
Never said that. And I'm not even that type of guy, even though I am in law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not that dude. And to sit around here and argue with people that just don't even align with me, you know?
Mhm.
I mean, I've never been able to. Let me tell you something. I get along with more women from New York than anything, and I understand. My mom is a New York woman. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Got that spiciness and that sass with her, but she's not disrespectful. I grew up part of my life in Queens, in Jamaica, Queens, St. Albans. So I understand her. I understand even her pain, some of the things she's been through. I've even listened to some of the things she said. But my thing is, I know you're down and I know you're hurting, but when are you going to get up and do something about it? Stop parading around YouTube crying all day long about what some man has done to you and trying to turn other women who are looking for husbands away from men. And that's the feminist mindset. So that's the problem I had with her. And because I did not like what she was doing, I disassociated myself. You can easily leave. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what I did. I never said nothing else to her. She's been on panels before. I said, listen, I don't do that. She tried it over at Drip. You know, so I'm not here to argue back and forth. That's not what I do. And as soon as she started, I got down. But my thing is, you cannot hit me and tell me how to hit you back. I'm a grown ass man, been grown for a long time. Still young, but a grown man. You get what I'm saying?
Conversation, because I want to show you something, Mo. I want to show you so can you tell me one thing I said that the men have done to me? Since I run around crying about what men have done, tell me one thing that I said that men have done to me.
Would you like to really just talk it through just in an email or something? Because I don't want to do that.
I would like you, because I want to expose why I be upset with y'all for lying on me constantly. So tell me what that men have done.
Venus, listen, I didn't do it to you. I didn't do it to you.
You just made the statement. Listen, narratives. You just made that statement that she runs around crying constantly about what men have done to her. So tell me one thing.
Okay, let me. Hot sauce. Haven't you seen this before with her?
No. I'm asking you. It should be a simple answer because you said it.
Venus.
No. You don't run to hot sauce. Don't run to hot sauce for something you said. You said it.
The over talking.
No, because I want you to answer, because I don't like people lying on me. I don't know why y'all do this, and then you can never back it up.
Okay,
so tell me what I said.
Okay, I'll answer you. Can I tell you? You disrespected Lee. You did that to him over there.
You said I'm crying about what men have done to me in order to turn women away from men. So tell me an example of when I've ever done that.
You did it up here tonight, but I didn't pay it no attention because
tell me to give me an example. If you can't, you're a liar.
If you don't know, simple. If you cannot see what it is that you do,
then it should be easy to say. Narrative. You said I run around doing this daily. So tell me a time I've been crying about what men have done to me, trying to turn women against them. That's what you said. So prove it.
I believe
what
it.
What have I said?
Listen, do you want me to do it in a video or do you want me to give
You're in a conversation right now. I don't understand why you need a video.
No, listen. You don't get that, Venus, because you've already disrespected me.
So Mo Love, you see that these men are not good men. They're liars all the time. All the time. Liars.
See, because I'm not even that type of guy to disrespect women. And I don't want you.
This is crazy. Everybody can see this. Like, this is insane. And this be my issue with y'all. Y'all love to say things about me.
If anybody that knows like me, they'll tell you.
But you can't. No. Don't talk about anybody. I'm talking to you.
Okay.
You said it. So why can't you prove what you just said about this woman that you don't know? Prove it then. What did I say?
Listen, there are several occasions.
Oh, just give me one. Just give me one.
I just told you on Sharon channel with Unlikely.
That's me crying about what men have done to me to turn women against them.
Kinda.
What?
But you disrespected him.
No, he disrespected me. Same way you did.
Oh my God.
And let me ask her.
This is why men are in jail right now.
We know we're not gonna get nowhere with you because you a liar, and that's just been proven. Hot sauce, let me ask you a question.
I'm not a liar. I don't.
Hot sauce.
Why would I lie to you? Who are you to lie to?
You're lying on me. You can't prove what you just said about me. That would be a lie, sir. That would be a lie.
You said that I called you a hyena.
You did.
And because of this right here, that's why I clipped it, because You went there, you went in on Lord ADS. That man did nothing to you. See, you do stuff like that in the chat, disrespect, and then get on the panels, and then on an all men's conversation, and then cry when they go back
It's
at
an
you.
all men's conversation. What is an all men's conversation? Freezy don't have. When Freezy have all men conversation, we don't come. What are you talking about?
Listen,
That wasn't
day
an all
Lord
men's
ADS was
conversation.
up there. I clipped it.
He had
Please.
nobody there. I remember that day because no women came. What are you talking about? So you're lying again. Lying
came up on the
again.
panel and you got back down.
You're a liar again.
Okay. All right.
So Hot Sauce, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Because you said I'm aggressive and all this stuff, right?
Yep.
How come you? Because I notice a lot of y'all have this same bias. Why don't you acknowledge the things that happened prior to me responding that way? Why you don't acknowledge that?
Well, I mean, look, I mean, even when I had conversations with you, with Freezy, it was just me, you, and Freezy, right? You were aggressive with me, and I that was my first interaction with you, right? And I didn't do anything to you.
So no, Hot Sauce, the
did
thing
zero to
that you do is you kind of like railroad, and when you get going in conversations, you kind of railroad and don't want to let people get in the conversation sometimes. But did I disrespect you? Because I feel like the one time I mistake something somebody else said and I thought it was you, I immediately apologized to you, didn't I?
No, you did not. You have never apologized. And again, the first time,
yes, I did. This was the same day I went off on him. This was the same day I went off on him.
My very first.
This was the same day I went off on this dude. I remember this whole day. I was saying something to you, and then it was made clear to me that you weren't the one. And I said, I know what it is. I accused you of doing something with Raw B, and then somebody else said that wasn't him. And I said, oh, my bad. I thought you was him. You don't remember that conversation?
No, what I remember with the Raw B is that when I came on there, I'm gaslighting, I'm a liar, I'm gaslighting, right? And the whole time I'm being cordial with you too. But I'm constantly a liar, I'm gaslighting, etc., etc. And
so
no, I did not.
You're kind of doing it now because I asked you a simple question. You don't remember.
Directly.
You don't remember me thinking that you were doing something that you weren't doing, and once it was made clear to me that I apologized, so you don't remember that either.
I've never, Venus, please listen to me. I'm telling you to your face right now. I have never gotten an apology from you.
Okay. All I'm saying is you could call me aggressive, call me whatever you want. Be mindful of what's happening. The same way he's bringing up Lee, he's not going to bring up the million times Lee has disrespected me. Y'all never do. Y'all never do.
I'm talking about the interaction between me and you, right? We're talking about the interaction between you.
So and all of a sudden you're forgetting things that happen. So that's a problem.
But off the rip when we talk to each other, right? And matter of fact, this is how the panel went. Freezy asked you questions, and then you replied to him. Then Freezy asked me questions. I replied. You cut me off. Then I'm a liar. Then I'm gaslighting. Then the second time we talked about business. You again cut me off. I don't own the business.
You are a liar. Nah, you are a liar. I might have to really go watch these videos because the way y'all recollecting the shit really makes me sad.
You cut me off.
Yeah, I did cut you off now because you're lying.
Then you're saying I don't run a business.
You are a liar. I must have said it for a reason because you're lying now. So you are a liar.
Okay, no problem. Then you wonder why.
So anyway, Mom, I just want to show you these people that you think are so cool. They're liars. Just like this man, I run around daily crying about what men have done to me to turn women away from them, but he can't tell me one time I tried to turn women away from any fucking body, or did any of that. Liars.
Right, I'm giving you clear examples, but I'm still a liar.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Concrete examples.
Let it go. Just to let it go. It ain't even worth it. It's so sad at times when a tiger can't even see his own stripes.
Right, and even in this conversation, I'm giving you examples, and I'm not even tripping about the apology. I never asked for an apology. I never demanded an apology, but somehow I'm a liar again. I'm not even tripping about it.
When did this happen? Is this happen on Freezy channel?
It happened
Yeah,
in the chat, and sometimes because I was working on content. When I'm
I
doing
hate
something, I don't
that.
normally come up on the panel. So just talking to most of the dudes that I normally talk to in the chat, and some of the women like yourself, Just Jay, Fear No Mortals, uh, the women that I normally talk with. I don't have no problem with any of these women. I mean, it's just the energy. The energy is so bad. You can just
yeah,
tell when
man.
the energy change when a person come up on the panel, and nobody won't call it out, but I know the hell I will. That's why I
Because
don't get up and down.
but it's okay because I'm not even tripping about it because I like I said, and I kept my word, right? With
Yeah,
Just Jay, because we had this thing, right? Mo Love keeps saying that I keep bashing black women. I don't think so, but he says I keep bashing black women. Then Just Jay said, if you really don't care, then why not talk about it? And from that day on, I stopped. Right? I have never said anything again about, and even this situation here, right? It don't really bother me, but I mean,
and it don't bother me
but
either. That's why I'm
but
laughing at
but the point is that but the point is though is just this, right? Like the why I mean anyway, I don't care. So and I'm just gonna leave it at that, right? Because I said I'm not gonna talk about black women, blah blah blah. I'm good, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. But yeah, there is no but. There's no because I don't even give a shit.
Let me tell you something. I try my best because I don't have to be on nobody panel. You know where I'm at. I know where I'm at with my content, but I try my best not to go anywhere where bad energy is. Now, I do go into some of the barbershop things, with some of the dudes, but I'm up on that panel maybe 5 minutes and I'm gone because I can't even deal with them that much. I don't like everything don't have to be a problem. Black men and black women have issues. I
They
mean,
do.
trauma issues with each other. It's sickening. I don't my circle of friends are successful, great people in real life, and I don't understand what it's. I don't understand this. I just don't.
I only see majority of this level of disagreements and toxicity, I guess, on YouTube. Like, I don't see it a lot in real life.
I see it in
I
real
don't
life.
know.
I don't see
Like
it in
you know
real
what I
life.
mean?
No.
I don't like. I mean, I like you know what I mean. Like I see it in real life, but it doesn't play out this way. Like because I mean, like the black men I know. To be honest, the black men I know, they just don't. They just stay away from it. That's why you don't see it like that because they'll just stay away from it. They don't interact with black women like that. They'll just, you know what? They just don't interact with them.
Who don't interact with black women?
I knew Mo Love was gonna say
A lot of guys that I know that have this sentiment, they just won't interact with them.
With
You know what I
black
mean?
women?
It's not gonna be an argument, or it's not gonna be like a back and forth in real life. It's just that just like I'm not even gonna deal with that. I'm not even gonna deal with that. Just mind my own business.
Mm.
But you know what, Dots? I put it this way: some people know who they can do these things to.
What does that mean?
Meaning, and I'm just saying, these.
Because not me. I just mind my business and let somebody come directly for me. So I don't know if that was like towards me, because I know like.
Oh no, Mo Love, no. What I'm saying is, some people know who they can do these things to. They can come to good channels and tear them apart. This is what they do. I even said this in.
Well, my channel won't be like this. Was just even before I went live. I talked to F&M, and I said this gonna be kind of like a chill stream.
That's right.
We can talk about how to remain positive in negative environments because it can be a bit toxic. Then Logic came up and we kind of started talking about relationships. Then it kind of just went. Then Sharon came up. It was kind of like a free for all, hit the link type of deal. I didn't go live till like 2 or 3. Normally my lives are more structured, but I guess today was an exception.
It's all good. I mean, you're doing a great job.
You can do what you want. It's your
your screen. Right? Yes.
Yeah. You do what you want. I was just saying, I like, you know what I mean? Like I just prefer the Bible thing because at least with that, I don't have no drama with nobody, and you know what I mean. I can just go on my mind. Because, like for example, like every time I talk and every time I disagree, all of a sudden I hate black women, which is crazy.
Mm.
Or I'm anti-black woman. But then I ask, okay, what am I anti-black woman about that nobody says anything?
Well, now that I've talked to you more and we've engaged from more so of a biblical perspective, like I have a lot of respect for you because I deal with you in that capacity, like God-based, right? I
Right.
know 9 times out of 10 when we're talking about relationships, our point of views may not be as aligned as I would like, I guess. So I kind of know, like, okay, me and Hot Sauce probably don't need to engage in the relationship topics, but biblically, like, I appreciate it. I've actually learned some things from you when you hit my link. So yeah. But I'm even careful, like, engaging in the dating topics because I know how emotional I can get and how upset I can sometimes get. So I'm very careful with that.
Well, it's an emotional. I get it. It's an emotional thing. I mean, people are not getting married. People are lonely on both sides. Right? And it's just like, it's like, and everybody's trying to figure out, well, what's going on? Why is it like this? So I get it. Because it's the thing. Like, I mean, like from a Bible perspective, the Bible talks about this. Like, it talks about the later days, and it talks about, okay, in the later days, dating is going to be a problem. Dating is going to be a trouble, and there's going to be division in the household in the last days. But it's even with that, it's still a horrible experience to deal with that. So I get it, and I'm going to say this. It is very hard. It is very, very hard if you're a good black woman. I will.
Me and Infinite were talking about that earlier.
I learned just from coffee. If you are a really good black woman, it is really hard for you. It is really hard for you.
Why do you say that, Hot Sauce? Like, what's your perspective?
The reason why I say that is because, number one, the reputation that black women have, right, and the reputation that black women give themselves, it makes it hard for women who are good, who are marriageable, to get married, because, like, especially, and I'm talking after Gen X, right? Because Gen X is trained to be with black women, right? But millennials and Gen Z, stuff like that, it's hard because a lot of times, if you're a man, you're just apprehensive, right? Because you don't know what you're gonna get. And if you're a black man with a healthy self-esteem, you're going to be cautious. You're going to be cautious because, like, a black man with a healthy self-esteem, he's not going to let a woman talk to her any kind of way. So, like, for example, you see that situation with Coffee, right? He is the successful, accomplished black man. You're not going to talk to him like that and just think shit's going to be sweet, because he has a healthy amount of confidence, self-esteem about him. And if you have that, what man wants to be in a relationship where every day, you know what I mean, there's going to be arguing and bickering and things like that, right? Because that's the mainstream reputation of a black woman. So
everything don't have to be a problem.
Of a black woman is not a woman who's going to work with you, be good company. I mean, that's just not the mainstream reputation. We can all say that we know people like that, but if we're honest, just not the mainstream reputation. Just like black men, right? Black men reputation is baby makers, deadbeat dads, and shit like that. Mainstream, right? Not your individual, but you know what I mean. So when good women are on a dating market, there's a level of apprehension because you really just don't know what you're going to get.
So do you mean that because of how some black women are viewed, that it makes it harder for
because
black women who are so-called good women to.
Let me say it this way: because the good black women are not the loudest women in the room, makes it harder for you to find, makes dating harder for you, because you guys are not the loudest people in the room.
So you were saying basically y'all group us all in the same box.
What I'm saying to you is that because the other team, the other group of women, the ratchet women, are so loud that they come off as the majority. Because whether they're majority or not, it doesn't matter. The point is they come off that way. That when black men are trying to get ready for marriage and stuff like that, they're a bit apprehensive because they don't know what type of black women are getting because they are so loud.
Well, can I say something, my love?
Mm-hmm.
I think no matter who you're with, you have to find your match. And sometime I wrote a song called Hurt. And the lyrics are, if you don't know what it feels like to be loved, and I mean truly loved, then you can't possibly know what it feels like to hurt. And some people are just numb. And I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I try not to laugh at nobody else's pain and trauma, because that's not me. I want to see people win. I want to see people get help. You know, but you can't go around taking your pain out on other people, not even the next man to come along, because he ain't gonna want to deal with that.
Right.
You know, get yourself fixed first.
But that's I get what you're saying. That's very true. I've seen a lot of hurt women, and a lot of women's pain can be taken out on men and vice versa. I've also seen men who are very hurt, and they will go in on the first woman that they come in contact with. So I always say we need to heal on both ends, or we will continue to breed negative results.
It definitely goes both ways.
And it's so sad.
It is.
And see, that's the thing with coffee, right? Because another thing, right? If we're being honest, right? If we're being honest, when men are talking, we always we you know that in a lot of cases, if a black woman has been hurt, she's gonna make you the reputation, whether it happens or not, doesn't matter. The reputation is she's gonna make you pay for that last nigga's problem, for that last nigga's sins. So already off top.
You don't think men do that, hot sauce? You think it only applies to women?
But my point is that black women have more of that reputation than black men, right? You have more of that reputation than black men. Black men have other reputation. We cheat, we fuck around, we do that. That's our, reputation. Black women.
Even when a new man come along, they can't even see that he's good.
Right. You gonna pay for that nigga's sins.
Oh yeah.
Right? You gonna pay for that nigga. I mean, if you talk to any black man, he's gonna be honest with you. Right? If you're gonna ask him, hey, is this a true stereotype, or is this true that black women think that, oh, you're gonna pay for that last nigga's sins? And they're going 60% will say yeah. Well, now, I'm not saying it's true. What I'm saying is that black women have that reputation. Just like we got our reputation, right? We ain't loyal, or we like to date out. We hate ourselves, right? Well, that was said on the panel today, right? That black men like to date out and we hate ourselves.
Don't you know how many times I've heard that about me? Because of my wife. I'm like, God damn. Excuse me. I didn't mean to use the Lord's name in vain.
Right? Whether it's true or not, that's the
I don't know. I just think that it's a sticky situation. I think that, everything that is said doesn't apply to majority of anything. And that's the thing. Like, even when you said, well, it's a difference between the good women and the women that are, acting crazy or whatever you want to call it. There's definitely differences. I get that. I just don't think it applies to everyone. I think that, which we know that it's never going to be a all across all spectrum type of deal with these conversations because everybody is different. But I just think for the majority of people who just have so much disdain for either sex, I just think it's a problem within themselves. Because for me, I see the bad in both women and men. So I'm not gonna be like, oh, these niggas ain't ish all the time because there are some good men. But I'm also not gonna be like, oh yeah, pro women everything because the woman is always right. No, because there is some 8-ish women as well. So I just feel like I'm a non-bias down the spectrum. It's bad on both ends.
Okay, so you are so right, F&M. Can I say this real quick though? F&M, you're right. I agree both sides. Liberated said he's coming up in the next hour to speak on what Hot Sauce just said. But he also said somewhere, I guess Venus did apologize from what I see.
I never heard her apology, and number two, I'm not even tripping about it. I never demanded an apology, whatever. I let that go. But if you're asking me, did she apologize to me? No, she didn't. But am I pressed about it? No, I am not. I don't care. I don't care.
I agree with what T said in the chat.
What'd she say? All the hate against the opposite sex is so sad and disheartening. I agree.
Can I say something? I remember when me and Here for the Tea was over on Freezy panel, and there was a chick that had come up there to discouraging women about not being able, really coaching women about marriage, and I'm like, ma'am, you're out of order. I said, the reason why, I said simply, and I said, I'm not up here to fight with you. I said, because I think that women who are looking for husbands need to listen to women who has husbands. She was trying to encourage them to, hey, F niggas. And this, I'm like, we trying to, here we are, people who have been married, been in relationships, we don't need you coming up telling folks not to get married. You know what I'm saying? Based on your experience. Oh, nobody don't want to be married. Nobody, listen, that's your experience. And this is exactly what the show was about, getting married. You see what I'm saying? You see how people come up and do that? That was a problem. And T debunked her. And I'm glad she did. Because she don't have no experience. See, and I try not to get into these conversations. I'd rather hear more women talk to women than women talking to men about these things, because we need to be talking amongst each other about our issues. You get what I'm saying? But I think the women are so afraid to speak on that with each other because it's like, oh, well, she ain't never did nothing to me, so I'm still going to excuse her bad behavior. She may go off on me. And people would do that. The same thing with niggas. If they do that to me, I'm going to go back at them straight up.
But okay. So for me, I had no idea it was so, what word am I looking for? There was so much, I guess that y'all were holding in against each other. I had no clue until Sharon hit the link and Venus and you. I didn't know. And
but you asked me why I didn't come, why I left. I didn't say nothing, did I? And then when I did come back up after she left, I saw in the chat, oh, this narratives and dialogues dude is fake. It's whatever, and I'm like, why would she even say this? And I've never even said nothing to her. But I had it had gotten out of my mind oh, she's mad because I ignored her when she was going back and forth. She got on the panel and said that I could suck a D, and that was totally disrespectful. And I clipped it on Freezy panel.
And what did you say? What was said? Like, had y'all been going back and forth?
No, not at all. I've never said nothing to her, but maybe a few, hey, how you doing? That's it. Nothing else. I ain't never had a run in with her. I know the stuff she do, so I avoid that kind of thing. Now, but I saw what I said in the chat when I was talking to Truth and Reality, Red Pill Ranger. We were talking, and I was like, yeah, man. I said, I wouldn't want a wife for a hyena either. We was just talking like that. And then she said, oh, this guy's in the chat calling me a hyena. He can narratives and dialogues, he can S a D. And I'm like, oh, who does she think I am? And I'm like, I wish Freezy would have said something about it, but I just let it go over my head. So each time I saw her, I avoided it because I see the constant behavior everywhere she goes. And that was just the issue.
I don't know. It's just, I have a hard time being put in the middle of stuff. Well, I guess I'm put in it because I guess it took place on my channel. And like I said, I don't have issues with you or Venus. And then you feel like, oh, I'm not holding Venus accountable. And Venus might feel like I'm not holding you accountable. And it's just like.
Can I give her credit now? I give her credit when I saw that she started hanging out with y'all in Bible study. I said, oh, maybe this may be a change. Because I wasn't.
We have such great Bible study.
And I give people grace. I do.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, she done toned it down a little bit, So maybe I could stay over here. I was gonna leave. I'm not gonna lie. Because
for my team, Coffee.
I was gonna leave, and when I got down, I put in the back chat, I said, I'm about to leave, y'all. Remember? I said, I talked to y'all, and I got down. And then you said, Coffee, why you leave? I didn't say nothing. I left it just like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I like to think everything don't have to be a problem. Negative. Can we talk about something that's good in your life? Isn't it a shame not to have something to believe in? Something. Give me something.
And I just want more. But anyway.
Hey, high school. Hey, how are you? Good seeing you. Yeah, but I hate that happened.
I know you never seen me like that, have you? Well, don't go to Israel Mills panels.
Right. I was like, the conversation
my ass out over there.
Good.
The coons be cursing me out.
I'm trying to figure out when did it go left? I forgot. When did it go left?
When she put that narratives and dialogues dude is fake. I hadn't said nothing to this woman.
Okay.
And then she said,
you and Sharon were going back and forth, but it was like a healthy type of whatever. Okay.
Me and him. And this is why I told Sharon I don't go on his panels, because if two men are talking, it was safe up here with you girls, not girls, but women, ladies. It was safe up here with y'all because I knew that, y'all, we could have a conversation like adults. You see what I'm saying? And it will be no interruptions, no disrespect, or any of that. Me and Sharon, see, this.
Hey, sorry.
Can I say this real quick? I'll be brief. Can y'all please hit the Cash App, support the host, MoLove 8606. I would greatly appreciate it. And if you have not subscribed, please feel free and hit the like. Okay, go ahead.
No, because something just registered in my mind. I might be slow. So, Here for the Tea is your sister?
Yeah, that's my blood sister. Same mom, same dad. She's the oldest.
I thought Conversation with MJ was her sister.
They're not sisters.
Okay,
no, me and Here for the Tea are sisters.
Okay. I thought Conversation with MJ and her were sisters.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know
That's
that.
different.
That's I'm like, really?
Right.
Yeah, no, I thought they were sisters.
How?
She was like, "That's
no,
my
not
They
at
sister."
don't
all.
even look alike.
Like,
I
I
mean,
don't
MJ
understand
is
that one.
You can say
beautiful.
because of the
But
accent. You know, that's the New York. My mom speaks like that, so I mean, that's New York. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, and sometimes my sister like do a pretend New York accent, so maybe that's it.
Now you
I
called her
don't
out.
know.
I don't know why.
I
Yeah,
love me some
MJ is
MJ, MJ
That's
gorgeous.
said it.
hilarious.
MJ is on point. I like her.
She is. I watched her show, I think yesterday. Yesterday
Well,
morning.
needless to say, me and her don't really get along, but it's okay.
What?
Yeah,
Hot sauce. Who do you get along with?
Exactly.
I get along with Crazy. I get along with you guys. I get along with Just
Oh
Jay.
no, I adopted you into my best friend Bible family, okay? But at first, when I used to see you hit the link, I'd be like, "Oh." And the
Yeah.
topic is the male woman debate. I'd be like,
Right.
"Oh my gosh!"
See,
But
when that
Bible
happens,
study,
I get down off that because I leave that up to hot sauce. Tear them
I
up
think,
like that ain't me. I don't
I
even
think me
want
and
to
Hot
argue with
Sauce
nobody.
first went at it months ago on somebody
And
else's
Just Jay
platform.
get along. Because man,
hey Blaze, welcome back.
it was a rough ride.
I just think y'all disagreed, and
But Hot Sauce has done better
yeah,
because he even started doing better then because we talked it out.
he did. Yeah.
Because I think he asked the question of why do the women feel this way when he comes up and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that Hot Sauce last year? It was months ago.
Say it again. Say it again.
Do you remember? I think it was on Drip's channel months
Well,
ago last year.
I need to hear you sing, Lord, please be patient with me. God is not through with me yet. I got to hear that. Right?
Who does that song?
Oh, I thought you knew it.
I can learn it, and I can post it on my page.
Okay, the lyrics go, please be patient with me. God is not through with me yet. Those are the only lyrics I know.
I love those words because that's so true.
This is where we at right now, because trust me, I got too many other things to do. I don't want to argue with nobody. I got 4 damn channels that I need to be taken care of.
Oh, you got 4. That's a lot.
And I'm in a different kind of community. My channel is strictly for, stories and Netflix, things like that. And I don't get in. I hardly ever come on panels anyway because of this type of thing. Because everybody just don't deserve to be in the same space. Because they can't get along, and that's not just.
But even when you get, but
it's just everybody. I think that everybody is hurt. Everybody.
In some capacity, absolutely.
Right. But here's the thing, you just can't because everybody is in the same space. Like a lot of people go to the same channels and everything like that. There might be people you don't like them, you don't like how they carry themselves or represent themselves, or the things you say, you disagree with them, their mindset, whatever, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean you have to necessarily talk to them.
No. Fear no mortals. With me, I can coexist in a space. But if I'm up on a panel with you, and I know that we don't have anything in common, and there's nothing to really talk about, I'll be fake just sitting up here, not talking. You get what I'm saying? Right. So I would leave rather than act.
I get it.
And get an Oscar, I'll give it back.
Right. I get what you're saying too, because sometimes I get quiet. Sometimes too, to keep me from going off, because I know me and I'm trying to really walk right with God. You know what I mean? So sometimes I'll just check out for a minute, but everybody has their different levels of what they're gonna put up with and what they're not. Yeah. So I mean, we see people get into it all the time on these panels for people disrespecting them or what they feel as disrespect. But I
there's
guess
a cause
at
and an
some
effect
point,
for
I
everything.
understand just going off the panel.
Yeah, and there's a cause and effect for everything. It's just like my sister used to do shit like that. She would hit me and run and cry, and then next thing, my mom coming out the room with me with a belt. She won't say what she did. You know, I noticed Venus remind me of my little sister. You know, just being honest, you know, and I don't hate her. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, you ain't gonna disrespect me. That's all I'm saying, you know. And like I said, honestly, I don't know her. When I say I don't know her because I never got a chance to really get to know her because of the attitude, not because of what somebody else said, because of what I've seen, you know. And I used to be subscribed to her channel, and I used to be over there a lot. So I left. I didn't go up because of that. You know, it's just too much. And then you take that from channel to channel to channel, it's too much. And half of these stupid men, they can't see that. They let people on their panels who got trauma. Mainly
And I
simp men.
think we all have trauma to a certain, like, in some form. We all have things that we're still dealing with, right? And that we really have not completely resolved. But I think it's the way we process it that matters most, and we have to be careful to not allow it to interfere with the way we react with other people, I guess.
Only thing I just say, when somebody is out of order and disrespectful, that person is not a child.
Yeah.
Now, if you're 15, 16 years old, I apologize. You know, I'm not going to apologize just because you're a woman. If you disrespect me and you're not my woman, you're not my relative, you know, I don't really have to do anything. But to be the bigger man up here tonight, well, today is daytime. I apologize. I apologize if I made her feel uncomfortable. I apologize if she took it that I would say I was going to dox her, because that's not what I do. What I said was, I know who she is, and I can prove, I can put it all out there. I can prove what the things that she do. She didn't give me a chance to say what I finish off what I was going to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I want to say this though, because like I really, it's kind of makes me cringe when we say, yeah, we're kind of all like trauma. Like I'm sorry, I don't have no trauma. I'm healthy, and some people are healthy and some people aren't. Right? I just think that's just kind of a way to make certain people feel better, and I think that does more harm than good.
Well, maybe because when I think about me, like, do I have like really bad trauma? Or maybe sometimes we don't even know that we are still traumatized in some areas. But I believe that I still have a level of trauma, right? Because I'm somewhat still, I can be very sensitive.
But sensitive doesn't mean trauma.
I think you're good, my love.
Trauma is like
the acceptance of responsibility is the first key to resolving human mistakes. You can at least own up to yours and say, "Hey, look, yeah, I know I could be a little bit of this, a little bit of that." But for a person to think that they're never wrong, and you're stupid, you're dumb, you're this, that's a narcissistic type person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to look inside of yourself to see if you're the problem.
I mean, like, nobody's perfect, right? Nobody's perfect. Nobody's going to do everything perfect. But when we're talking about trauma, we're talking about abandonment issues and things like that. And from what I hear you say, by your own account, you seem to have a childhood growing up. Your parents been together since X amount of years, and your sister is married and things like that. So you know what I mean? Like, you seem to have had a healthy upbringing.
For the most part, I believe so. Yeah.
So you know what I mean? So like the trauma thing, because I mean, trauma is for people who really had some shit happen to them, right? And I just think we use that too loosely, because I've met people who had like trauma, like grew up in foster care, has been, you know, SA'd at a young age. Men have been SA'd at a young age and stuff like that. Now now that's some trauma for your ass. But sometimes people just are assholes, right?
Yeah.
Some people just assholes.
Liberated Soul have a question for me, and I want to answer it. Read it for me, Mo Love, because I love the way you read.
It says, but narratives, let me pose a question to you. Shouldn't we as men avoid unnecessary back and forth with women, especially if there's tension between the two people or people involved?
Let me answer that. I try to avoid as much as I can. I'm not perfect, and when I go in spaces, I'm not going to let the elephant in the room keep me from coming places, from talking to the people that I normally talk to. But I see that the relationship is totally different from my relationship with the panel is totally different from what they have with another person. So if it's something that I can't deal with, I ain't gonna say I don't like, because I don't know the person to not like them. I disassociate myself with that situation and remove myself. Now, if I'm in a conversation with someone else and I'm talking to them about something, and then you blurt in, see, this is why, this was a prime example why I explained to Sharon today. I said, listen, this is why I won't come on your panel, because you let people come in and interrupt if me and you are having a back and forth. That would be my issue, especially if the person's not going to cam up. I'm not talking to no avatar. I'm not doing that. And besides, I don't need to answer to anybody. I don't need anybody approval to bring me to the forefront because you think that I'm a part of the Black manosphere and that you think I hate women. I'm not doing that, because I'm not that. I got too many decent women around me to know that I'm not that. I love my mother and my sisters. You know what I'm saying? My mom was in my life. My father was in my life. My mom and dad was married for a very long time before until he died. You get what I'm saying? So I come from good stuff. And when I see people that come from trauma and the problems that they have, guess what? I try to give them grace. But when it get to the point where they're bringing it out on me, I'm gonna have to back you off. Back up.
Can I address that question
Hey,
also?
Poppy, good morning.
Can I address that question also? Like, look, he's a man. Wouldn't it be safer for a woman to back down than a man? Like, you can't, there's some people you just can't talk crazy to, right?
I think
because at the end of the day, he's a man. He's strong. He's physically stronger than her, right? So in essence, if I'm a woman, I wouldn't be going back and forth with a man. That's a man, stronger than me, taller than me. I mean, that's some crazy shit.
Especially if he ain't say nothing to you. You know what I'm saying?
That's some crazy shit.
So I'll say this.
If I see Shaq, 7'1", I'm not going back and forth with Shaq. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to walk away. That's some crazy shit.
So I will say this.
So it's kind of crazy for me to hear like guys be like, "Hey, why go back and forth with a woman?" Well, I'm thinking, wouldn't it be in a woman's best interest not to go back and forth with a man?
And she's not a child.
So
you know what you do. You know exactly what you're doing. You're not a child. And I can see if it's somebody that's like a teenager or something like that. But I'm going to give you respect if you respect me, and everybody knows that.
So this is how I feel. I have so many thoughts about that, right? Because I feel like women have been silenced for so long and told to be quiet, shut up, whatever. But my dad taught me, he would hear me going back and forth with Isaiah's dad. And sometimes I would be like, why is he correct? He was like, if you want results, if you want a man to hear you, you have to pay attention to the way that you initiate the conversation. So he would always tell me, like, be mindful of the way that I sound, right? And the way that I approach conversations. But at the same time, I feel like men have to be mindful of what we're saying and how we're feeling. Be considerate of us as well. Does that make sense? Because I've always been like outspoken. If I'm thinking something, you're gonna know how I feel. And
Can
I
I
don't think
say
that
that?
there's anything wrong with that.
Let me explain that.
I'm not saying anything's wrong with that, but the point is that there's a time where things getting aggressive, and you can A, be feminist all you want, or B, recognize, okay, well, this is a grown ass man. Let me just fall back and have another conversation at a later date. Because now
Mm-hmm.
I'm not coffee will never hit a woman, right? But there are men
Mm-hmm.
out there that do and would hit a woman, and then
Mm-hmm.
going back and forth with them when you could have just dissolved it. And I'm not even victim blaming, so let's not go there. But just for your own personal safety, just walk away.
Yeah.
Just
So
like that
my
situation.
sister said this. She said it's a
Well,
panel though. If I'm disrespected, I will defend myself. How do y'all feel about that?
yeah, okay,
That's if
fine,
she was
fine,
disrespected.
but he was she was not the one being disrespected.
No, it
Do
wasn't.
y'all mean women that just go flying off the handle about anything
No,
before,
I'm
like
just saying.
before they
I'm
get
just
disrespected?
when
No, it,
I'm just addressing the point of what Liberated Soul says. Like, why are you going back and forth with a woman? Well,
it
the
see, and a
question.
man like that, let me say this hot sauce. A man, and I'm not saying that, and no disrespect to Liberated Soul, but this is the problem that we have right now because we have men letting women tell them what a man should be according to their own liking. You get what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah,
belong to her. She don't belong to me. We're just two people on YouTube. I'm going to respect her if she respect me. You don't respect me, I would disrespect you if you get in my way or in my space. You know what I'm saying? So to avoid that, that's with anybody, even men. You know what I'm saying? If I don't rock with you, I just, I disassociate myself.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we all have choices. You know,
Right.
that's it. And I'm not going. If I don't speak you, don't speak me. Don't speak my name.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Just leave me alone.
yeah.
Right. Like Jay
I
Prince busted up in my chat. I think it's weird, considering the way that he cussed me out on Freezy panel last Sunday, but hey JP, it's all good. It's just weird as hell. These people are different.
yeah. I just don't understand. Like, like why a woman would go back and forth with a man, especially in a situation we don't know each other. You don't know how a man's going to take shit like that, and especially since niggas like abusing women, that's the reputation. Then why go back and forth? So I mean, that's just crazy at the end of the day. And
But
I'm not saying being silent. I'm not saying being silent, but there is a time and place to exercise wisdom. You know what I mean? There's a time and place to exercise wisdom.
right. But how can you really, like, we're on panels like it's YouTube. I see what you're saying, and it definitely probably applies in person, but I mean, I don't think the women are thinking about that online. You know what I
They're not.
mean?
Yeah, they're not. I agree with you. They're not. But the thing about it is, there are some men that will go back and forth with you, right? There are,
That's
and like,
true, of course.
if you push me far enough, I'll go back and forth with you, right? And
I
but
ain't gonna
that
do
doesn't
that.
but it doesn't mean that, like, it depends. It takes a special person for me, but I have gone back and forth.
Hmm.
But I
So
mean, but
Blaze said, go ahead, my bad.
I'm just gonna say, so at the end of the day, man, like, it works both ways. We're all adults, right? It ain't no, just because she's a woman, she's gonna get the right of way. That's crazy, especially in
Mm-hmm.
the black community, where black men have never silenced black women.
Mm-hmm. So Blaze said this, y'all be on these panels every day for hours and hours on end trying to talk down and control women who y'all don't even know, who's not under your covering whatsoever.
And I
Well,
agree.
well,
There are those that do that. Yes. It's
Right.
correct.
so
Mm-hmm.
see, this is the crazy shit, right? This is the crazy shit, because I'm on record on Freezy's panel saying that black men are not what is it? Black women, something about like covering and shit like that. And I said, no, I'm not the leader of black women, and they can do what they want to do. So that's crazy. He's saying that shit right now because I am. I'm not the leader of black women, right? And I don't, you know what I mean? Because we were talking about protection and shit like that. So that comment right there is crazy because I'm not control any panel. I don't give a shit. Do what you want to do.
Does anybody
life,
know
not
Aaron
mine.
Woodard?
No, I've never seen him or talked to him. But
No, but you know what's going to happen if you drop the link.
What do you mean? Oh,
Just
okay.
a sidebar. Just a sidebar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta
Right.
be
So I
careful.
mean, but that's just crazy talk, man. That's just. I mean, that's whatever.
Aaron Woodard experience on X. Never heard or seen. I don't know.
I don't know that. Be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, this was good. You know, things.
Yeah,
are
I'm gonna have to get out of here too because it's like 10 o'clock at night.
I do appreciate the chop up, and I apologize for. I don't think we raised our voices. We didn't. We just had a disagreement. It wasn't. I don't think we even. I don't think
it wasn't bad. I mean,
I disrespected each other on the. Disrespected the show. We just had disagreement, and if I did anything to really make her feel that way, because I know I clipped it. I'm a smart nigga. I ain't stupid now.
My sister said, "Oh, he's a big time racist," but it's up to you. Talking about the Aaron guy.
Oh, I'm definitely getting down.
Okay.
I ain't with all that.
I'll check y'all out next time y'all do a Bible study. Y'all take care.
I will Sunday. Okay.
All right, ladies. I'll see y'all later.
Right.
And I apologize. I even apologize to Venus. How about that?
Oh,
that's good.
All right.
That's awesome. Oh, that was different.
Yep.
From the original topic. But yeah, guys, the topic was ways to stay positive in negative spaces. And that's amazing how they've been doing like that. Wow. But shout out to everybody who hit the link, y'all. It was still a good live, but next Sunday, if you guys want to tune in for a more calm, well, hopefully, because sometimes when we have Bible study, that can go a little left too. But it'll be more structured, I guess I should say.
Yeah. That is true. But I mean, everything started off good.
It did.
Our narratives is
Venus said now Jay Prince needs to apologize. Girl, I don't know what world Jay Prince be in, but child, if you would have saw last week, my God, today, the way that he had his bonnet on cussing me out, and the bonnet, he was getting loud. He was loud. You dumb B, you stupid H. And the bonnet was just going from left to right, front to back. I said, I cannot.
Not the bonnet swinging.
Yes.
That's when I fell asleep.
Thank you, sis. What Blaze say? Because Blaze been correcting folks in the chat, period.
Sure have.
I love Blaze. Everybody, Liberated, everybody was great. Venus, Coffee, Sharon, Riaz, you, of course, my boo. Thank you, sis. I love you. Thanks for moderating. Who else? It was so many people. TMB and my friend high school came through.
Yeah, Blaze been talking some good stuff.
Yes, he does. Poppy in the building for the first time. World Class, of course, with his crazy trolling. Oh my gosh.
I'm looking at it said, I guess it's ending anyways.
This was different. I didn't even know Sharon even knew me. I was like, is this Sharon? Or I thought it was somebody else. But that was a cool little moment. Just everybody, like, it's so many. The live was very diverse, I guess I should say.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Mhm.
That it definitely was.
Very.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
else was in here?
Did you say Logic?
Oh, Logic Crazy Self, of course. That's my boy. Genesis. I said TMBN. It was quite a few people. But you know what I'm gonna say, since y'all in here, I wish y'all would tune into Bible study like that.
Right.
You know? Man, that'll be lit. But it was good. And hopefully those who were not subscribed have subscribed.
Yeah. Make sure
So
you
next week,
subscribe and catch
next
the
week,
next live. Hopefully
so
she'll be going live more.
Yes, I will. So I have been wanting to tie this into a live, right? But I don't want it to be toxic. How
What
can I
is
turn like God biblical principle into like dating, like or how we should treat one another, like as
You know, if it comes
men
into the
and
dating
women,
conversation, what's going to happen?
right? That's what I'm saying. But it needs to be talked about, you know.
Yeah, it does. But see, the thing about it is, you're just going to have those conversations where it's mature people. You can't have those type of conversations with everybody, unfortunately.
That's true.
Like, and definitely neither one, not the hate men group or the hate woman group, need to be. You know what I mean?
Because it's both.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
So just think about that. Oh my goodness.
Man, this was a lot, very different.
It was.
I guess Freezy was asleep all night, child.
I can't blame him.
He was live for how long this time?
I know he did 24 hours. He did 2 streams. You remember that last weekend they sparked up a third one.
I think it was 2, but he just continued to go after the 12-hour mark.
Yeah, that's what it was. Well, it was actually 3 because one of them got messed up when we was like an hour and a half in and had to start it all over. Something happened.
Okay, that was it. Got it.
I think they delete. I forget what happened. I can't remember, but I think that one got deleted.
Yeah, because when I went back to look for the second live, I didn't see it at all.
The second live got deleted because something happened. Like I said, it was only like an hour and a half in. Something happened, and then they realized they had to restart the stream. And then the third one is the one that went over the 12 and didn't get saved. Like YouTube won't let Freezy recover it or StreamYard or whatever.
Yeah. So Blaze said, that would be a great. Oh Lord, that would be a dope topic, and I'm up for it. However, that will also bring the wrong element around who will try to knock things off track. But don't let that stop you, my love. Still do it. Yeah, I just gotta pray about how. Well, like, I don't know, but I want to do it.
Right.
I really do. But it's like Blaze said, that will be difficult though.
It is.
If I don't want it to become super emotional, because it can.
We gotta learn how to double stream.
I know.
We gotta learn, because I drop folks. I'll be the bad guy.
I asked my sister. She said she doesn't know how. I think she knows. She was just tired last night when I texted her. Because she's done it before with a few people, I think.
T said, come up with a strategy, write the vision, and make it plain.
Yes, that's true. Look at Poppy trying to gain him a new girlfriend in the chat. Poppy. Yes, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. That's gonna be my topic next week. Well, that's the idea I have right now. Are you up for the challenge?
Huh?
Are you up for the challenge?
I guess so. Do I have a choice?
Of course you have a choice.
Because I can see the inbox now. Are you going to do it with me?
You already know. Are you ready? Are you awake? Should I go live? I don't think I should go live. But what time should I go? Is it too late? Should I still do it? Girl, you already know.
Already.
Let me think it's too hard.
Oh, Lord.
Are you talking about where they... Yes. Where we can stream. She can stream like my live from her channel. Yeah, you do, sis. I'm pretty sure I could watch a YouTube video and find out how to do
That's
it.
what I was going to do too. Like type it in and try to figure it out. But I think from what I do know, it is a setting in StreamYard.
Okay, Blaze, cool. Okay, yeah, I think so. I was going to. Were you gonna come up, World Class?
Is anybody else trying to come up?
Let me drop the link. What F&M advised me not to do.
No, I want people up. I just don't want people that's
Let's
going
give it one more go. One more go. I'm not Coffee. Poppy said, I'm not looking for a girlfriend. I'm exercising options. Oh, so you're being a thotty. Being a thought.
The world class
thank you, sis.
some order around here.
Oh my gosh. He was showing out earlier.
Yes.
Okay, I can fix that whenever you want to use that feature. I don't like people sharing my stream when I'm live. Oh, I get it. But you know, mine is different. But yeah, me and F&M, because we trying to get our watch hours up. That's all we got to do to get monetized.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought Drip King went to sleep.
No,
hey, Riaz.
Hey Mo, basically I was not really asleep though. I was just basically here. I was just busy playing a game with my sister because I was playing FIFA though. So me and my sister playing a game though. So that's why.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
What game?
It's FIFA, so it's basically soccer, but I call it football. So basically, what is football for me is basically soccer for you because of the cultural differences. So basically, it's called FIFA though, so I'm playing that.
Oh, got you. Okay. Hey, World Class.
The world class.
Oh, you got some type of feature there.
I like that.
I heard gender war, so I can't run it.
Oh, Lord.
Wait, for real though?
Who started the gender war? I think Logic started that. It's Logic's fault.
That's a
Who
fact.
started the gender war topic? Then he gonna drop
I'm
down and
surprised to see
disappear.
That's what he do. Cause he a bag chaser. You know what I'm talking about.
It is so funny.
He ain't our best friend.
Hey, Yahoo. I think it's Yahoo. It's going great. How's yours going? Shout out to you. Thank you for all the prayers you do every day. the scripture readings, like they are very helpful. I appreciate it. But you were showing out in the chat.
Who?
You.
What?
It was just funny.
Mm-hmm.
I always behave. I'm gonna stop putting my
Yeah.
age on
No,
my
I was just
Hey,
joking about the
Bridget. You
cussing
missed
and
a lot, Bridget.
Wait, but the thing is, more though, I don't cuss though. Actually, I never cuss though. The only thing I do
Thank
though is
you,
I can lose my
Reyes.
cool. Oh, you're
I
welcome
don't
though.
cuss either.
No,
Oh,
I
my
know.
buddy. Well, oh,
I
Lord,
got
please
You
forgive me,
don't
Good.
because
cuss.
if I'm in traffic and like somebody almost hit me the other day and I said,
yeah.
what the F? I dropped
Yeah.
the F bomb. And when I tell you my son
Oh,
was so disappointed, I said, Lord, please forgive me. But that keeps me humble. Like, girl, you get what I'm saying? Like, I thought that I
I
didn't
get
either, but
you.
it came out of nowhere. I was like, oh my gosh, Lord, help me.
Okay.
And I know that's not like the worst thing ever, but I have worked overtime to
Same here.
control,
Which word you say?
my
I've
tongue.
actually one time said a few curse words as a kid and I got in massive trouble for it. So from that day forward, I never started to curse again though. Like literally, I've said one word that I was a curse word. I got snitched on, literally got told off for it though. I was like, nah, I'm not doing that again though. But look,
How y'all
I
doing
don't
today?
curse.
God bless. I mean, my
Hey,
bad.
y'all, did
Sorry.
you know how you are when you know how you're watching what is it, Vertical? I happen to be watching Vertical, and you know your algorithm gonna kind of flow with whatever you talk about. And I found him. He was praying and reading scriptures.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
Me, my
good.
channel is very diverse.
Okay.
I just came to say hi. How y'all doing today? I'm about to go to work in a little bit. Just came to say hi.
Oh,
Nice
So
to see you, I guess though.
thank
Yeah, so
you. Thank you for
I,
coming up.
I don't usually
okay.
be on. I really don't be on other people's live streams, but Mo Love, I like how you talk about the word of God. Thank you for letting me say something. But hey, keep
Thank
going. Keep talking
you.
about God's word and encouraging people. We need you.
Um,
But I gotta go, y'all. God bless. I gotta go take care of some work and stuff like that. God bless y'all. Though.
God bless you
okay.
too.
Okay, God
Same
bless.
here though. Same here
Oh,
though.
that was nice, Mo.
That was
I just and
okay.
literally when he's live, it's all he got his Bible up and just reading scriptures, and he always starts his live by saying, "Does anybody need prayer?" So that
Oh,
caught my eye when I saw that
okay.
somebody just gets on YouTube to pray for people. I was
Right.
like, "Oh yeah, let me hit the subscribe
Okay, that's
button." And it
cool though.
wasn't just, he's very consistent. That's what he does: read
Well, that's
scriptures, pray.
good.
Okay, that's
Praise
cool though.
God.
I mean, for me, what works for me to help me calm my nerves though, is basically those beads I showed you. Those beads though actually help though. I like how
Right,
they
but I
feel.
believe
Basically,
right,
not
Riaz,
just
but I don't
Reyes, that
really
was
promote.
quiet.
I don't
okay. Never mind.
promote beads and chakras and all of that over here. I get
Okay,
what you're
never mind.
At
saying,
3
but I just
times
feel
already this morning.
right.
Okay,
And
never
you
mind.
shared it with me, and you showed me the beads, and shout out to you. You know,
Okay, but I'm just saying what works for me. You don't have to promote it. I'm not
I
trying to
know what
promote
I'm
it
gonna
or
have to
trying to get
do.
anyone else to do
Don't
what
get
I'm gonna
smart with
do.
me, Riaz.
I'm not Riaz. It's okay, sweetie.
Okay.
I love you,
Yeah.
Riaz.
Same
Right.
here, but look, I'm just trying to tell you though what works for me though. So basically, I'm not trying to promote it. I'm not trying to get other people to do what I'm gonna do. You don't have to do it
But I
though.
thought
All
you
I'm
were
telling
Muslim.
you
Is
is
that
what
part of
works
what
for me.
Muslims? Hold on, Riaz. Is that part of what Muslims do?
Yeah, it's part of it though. Yeah, it's a part of Muslim culture though. Basically, the beads is not for chakras though. The beads is for contemplation.
Okay,
So
I
basically, the
understand,
Muslims
Riaz.
don't do the chakras thing and a lot of stuff. You got the Sufis who do it, but that's different though. But basically, traditional Muslims don't do the chakras thing. They're just more, you know, they're more kind of orthodox type thing. They're very similar to how you believe. It's just different, very differences though. But Muslims will just use the beads though just as a way to contemplate and a way to actually think about God though. So it's one way of worship. But other than praying in the scripture, that's another way of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But I just feel like that's tapping into other things. Like I'm looking for something else outside of the God that I serve. And I know that everybody believes differently, right? But that's just my way.
Okay, I'm not trying to change your
Fine.
way or trying to get anyone else to do anything else. I
I
respect
got
what you
it.
got going.
Right.
I'm just saying what works for me because everyone
I
has a different.
understand. Right, but
Right.
you don't have to say that every time I tell you that I don't rock with it.
Right.
Okay,
Respectfully.
It's
okay,
okay.
no, so
Everybody's different, Riaz.
I have a
It's
bad
all
repeating
okay.
problem. Okay, so I have a thing. I have one habit though that I constantly do. I repeat myself more than once. That's just a
It's
problem I
just
have.
because we had Bible study with Freezy and he really got into the whole beats things and
Yeah.
why it's not really aligned with
Okay,
what we believe in. So that's why I don't really
okay.
promote
I
it.
didn't know though.
I don't know, Blaze. You were up here. Were you on mute? I appreciate you too, Yahuwah. Is that right? I think it is.
He says it keeps
Thank you
kicking
so
them.
much. Oh, okay.
I don't know, Blaze. That's crazy. Could it be your
Oh,
device,
it's called
Blaze?
divination. Okay, got it.
Wait, so what does that mean? I don't understand what it means though. What does it mean?
Oh Lord, I didn't know that was Jay Prince in the bite. You can stay back there smiling. No, sir.
Sorry, yeah, I got you though.
Cannot do
I'm
it.
trying not to repeat myself. I've got that
That's
problem.
how you know he on some bull. He back there smiling. Mm-mm.
Lord have
Never
mercy.
mind.
Sorry, JP, I can't do it, sir.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, really no problem.
Why is JP? You really like got your tongue out in the back, blowing kisses? You're not coming up, sir. You ruined it. No, I'm not doing
Okay.
it.
I'm
Hey,
trying to
Venus.
do.
Hey, so I
Yeah.
got a quick question, but I did hit the link in the middle of you saying, "Oh God." So I don't know. Do you not want to talk about the divination thing, or?
No, it's
Wait,
not
you
that.
said
JP is in the
destination,
back. That's
Oh,
why I
okay,
said, oh
okay.
God.
I just
yeah?
had a
Okay.
Girl.
question because okay, so I'm into astrology, right? And my brother is extremely Christian, and so he told
Mm-hmm.
me I was practicing something called divination, which is where you basically are serving multiple gods. And in the Christian community, of course, that's a bad thing, right? So I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't looking at it like it's serving multiple gods because in my mind, of course, God is the creator. He created all things, even the sun
Mm-hmm.
and the planets. So I'm not looking
Mm-hmm.
at it that way. But I did do research, and it was in the Bible that you kind of shouldn't do that. So the
But didn't
divination.
they use stars and stuff in the Bible?
Say it one more time.
I thought all those things were talked about in the words because I believe, like, I'd be like, okay, oh, your birthday is, oh, you a Sagittarius, you a Pisces. As long as you don't worship it and look
That's
to
what
it
I
as
was
like
trying
the
to
main
say. Yeah,
source.
like
Yeah.
I don't look at it, but he was saying it to me like you're putting like the sun as your god. You know, some people look at the sun as their god. I said, but I don't. But I don't know. He
I
made it like,
know, like
yeah.
who my Lord and Savior is, like that's first. But I believe that God is the creator over the entire universe, like you said, the moon, the stars, all of that. And I do notice sometimes when people are like, okay, people whose birthday fall January to February, whatever it is, Capricorn, they do have some of the same traits, personality traits. Um, Not saying that that's gonna always be the case, right? But it kind of makes sense. Like me and my sister, we have, and I know this will turn a lot of people off, but it is what it is. We have Virgos and Pisces. Like both of she has two boys, I have two boys. Their birthdays are in March and September. The September babies act so much like the March babies, calm, chill, kind of can like can be a little clingy, like very thoughtful. The Virgos are like flashy, love attention. In my opinion, they're perfectionists. So yeah, I mean, it's not like I worship it. I know who I look to. Am I wrong? I don't know. I'm
So
not
I
Okay.
just
doing all
struggle with
the
that because it
other
looked like in the Bible that it could be a bad thing. So I don't know. Maybe we gotta ask Freezy.
Okay.
things. We do.
But
I
It is a bad
didn't
thing. You're
talk
not
about it.
supposed to study into it.
you said it is a
Okay,
bad
so
thing.
look what Hassan said. He said the moon and the star were there to know the appointed times, aka the feast days. But in the book of Enoch, the fallen came
Correct.
to teach astrology, which is witchcraft. Yeah,
See?
that's where it doesn't sit well with me. Witchcraft.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, look, I didn't know
Hmm.
about that when you mentioned about what feces. I'm not gonna, take away from what you got going. I just didn't know about it though. That's all.
But I came to ask you a question specifically because you are Muslim, right?
Yep.
So I'm a little ignorant. I don't know, but so Muslims read the Quran, right?
Yep. That's
Hmm.
correct.
But then you say you also study the Bible too,
Yes.
and is that's okay? Like that's permitted
The
in Muslim
Bible is
culture?
allowed. The Torah is allowed
Oh, okay.
because basically what the Muslims see is basically Christians and the Jews are basically the people of the book, and what came before is what you're supposed to know. It's not like basically the Quran is wrong or invalid. Nothing. No, you're supposed to follow and respect the Quran, but you're supposed to respect other people's teachings. It's also to basically though to understand like what's the difference and also understand the deeper meaning though. So it's about deep meaning though. So like because it's like cross reference though, because at the end of the day to me though, it's like it came from God though, and there's only one God only. It's just the way it was revealed though was different though. So it's just one God
Hmm.
to me.
I guess I agree with Mo where that would be just a little confusing because I know that I had to take a sociology of religion course, so I know a lot of
Hmm.
them are similar. Um, but there are like also staunch differences, and I like know one of the main ones in Christianity is that we're not supposed to like there's one God you acknowledge. I don't. So I guess I don't really
Hmm.
understand.
Right. So Hassan said it's the sin, do not worship the stars and moon. That is what the Gentiles do. But is it really worship?
Yeah, that
Like I
part.
know people who actually
Okay, I
worship
know it can sound
the stars and
confusing.
the moon, and I don't. I
Okay,
don't
sorry.
worship the stars and the moon. Like I worship the Lord.
Okay,
So
Right.
you're saying don't give it any attention at all, I guess.
okay,
Right. You're not
right.
supposed to. I mean, it's in the scripture, and especially the people that go into it. Like we all know, we have a sign, right? Like you was talking
Mm-hmm.
about your nephews, but it's when you go and you're following into it. Like, yeah, this is because astrology is all the constellations, the stars, the moon, and everything like that. So when you're
Mm-hmm.
following that as a guide for whatever people use it for, you're not supposed to do that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, I was just gonna say this though. I understand how it sounds confusing the way I explained it, but I only just I know a lot, but I'm more into the simple aspects, trying to understand better. I'm not trying to take away from whatever you got going. You do what you gotta do. That I respect that though. I'm not trying to. When you asked the question though, the only reason I gave that answer is because it's a very simplified answer of why I'm supposed to not just study one of them, but I'm supposed to study both of them because it's to
Mm-hmm.
understand certain aspects as well, and how Jesus is actually very respected in the Quran as well. He's referenced a lot though, so that's why though.
So
Yeah.
I just want to say this really quickly. So, one thing for those who really want to get deeper into the Bible, you should buy a Blue Letter book, right? And it gives you the meanings of in today's language on
Mm-hmm.
what's going on. So, like for example, worship means to take instruction. So once you open up a newspaper, like back in the day, you read your horoscope for the day, you're taking instruction,
I
right?
thought worship meant reverence.
It,
Or
it, it also
or
means, it also means instruction because that's what the Torah is, right? In the
mm-hmm.
beginning, when God says worship me, He gave them the Torah to take instruction, right? There's an
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why it's escaping me at the moment, but there's a book. It's called Zandorf Dictionary, and it goes and explains everything in detail. And so the reason
World
why,
class stop. I'm listening. Go ahead.
and the reason, the reason why
That's
is
just
worship
me out.
because you're taking instruction, and then also in the book of Enoch, right? The Fallen or the Nephilim, for those who are comfortable reading outside of the 66 books. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the Nephilim came down and started to teach men war and start to
Right.
teach men and women about divination and the stars and stuff like that.
Hazel Talk War.
The stars. So in the Torah, right, you have 7 holy days, and you're supposed to look
Mm-hmm.
at the stars in the skies to see when those 7 holy days are to occur, because man cannot manipulate the stars, but they can manipulate
Mm-hmm.
things like that, right? So you're supposed to look at the stars, and then the stars will tell you when is Passover, when is Sukkot, when is first fruits, when is Feast of Unleavened Bread, things like that. Now,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
uh, so divination comes when you start to take instruction about personality, what's going to happen today, and things like that. That's what the fallen angels or the Nephilim has taught.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just gonna say this. I just hope, Mo, when you asked me that question, though, why though? I just hope, though, basically what answer I gave you satisfying for you, because I know it sounds confusing, though, and it's a very deep, deep level, though, that I have yet to study. But this is a very simplified answer to a question, though, that I was given. I hope it's satisfying.
Okay. I understand.
But I mean,
Yeah.
the thing about it is just like, if you're see, the thing about it is you're held accountable for what you teach, and that's one of the reasons why I feel super uncomfortable, like like teaching Bible study and stuff like that. I'll join it because I love talking about it. It's a passion of mine. But to like have a
Mm-hmm.
Bible study, because what you say you're held accountable for. So the reason why Mo Love
Mm-hmm.
is kind of strict on that is because, right, what we believe that to be divination, and to like
Mm-hmm.
not say something about it would be like we're giving a pass to it. So she has to say something about it. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise it'll come off as, oh, okay, well, I can do this too and do that. I can do this and that. And the Bible says you can't do
Mm-hmm.
that. So she has to speak on it, right? Especially in the context of the Bible.
Hey,
Okay.
I get what
You
you're
said that.
saying.
You said that
Hey,
many.
Humble. Humble knows a
You
lot
said that.
too.
You said that meaning come from where? Azos?
Say what? What comes from what? What comes from what?
You said the meaning of worship came from where? Something called a blue
Oh,
letter,
there's
like
the
the
blue
red
letter,
letter Bible.
the blue letter Bible, right? So you can look at that, and you can look up the words worship. And one of the meanings of worship is instruction, to take instruction.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. I mean, sometimes, though, the only reason why I like to also listen to other people, basically just, references, scripts and stuff, I just like what you're doing, because it's a positive thing. And it's also not just out of respect, though, for me to learn, because it's actually part of my faith. So it's technically like part of my faith as well, that we're not just supposed to actually learn it to respect other people's faith, but we're supposed to understand what came before. It's not just like basically what came and what was revealed to me is not invalid, though, it's still there, but you're just supposed to understand it more, because it's a deeper level, though, because at the end of the day, to me, we're just conscious beings, though, and it's best to learn more, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
I would just say this: with all your with all your gaining, make sure you understand. You can also get wisdom, right? With all your knowledge, understand
Mm-hmm.
wisdom. That's what the Bible says,
I
right?
feel like everything is in the Bible. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah.
Okay.
But with
I
all your
mean, I'm not
understanding,
gonna
gain
take that
wisdom.
away from you.
Yeah, with all your understanding, make sure you gain wisdom for that, right? Because just make sure you gain wisdom with that. That's what I would say.
Okay. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I'm just trying to. I get you on that, though, so I don't mean to. Okay, I get it, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm just trying
because
to. I
because
respect what you're doing.
from our perspective, that's definitely divination, my friend.
Okay, from your perspective, that's what I can respect as your perspective. What was revealed to you is revealed to you. What was revealed to me is what is revealed to me. And I respect the difference, though. From your perspective, is divination. From my perspective, I see it as wisdom and learning, though. However, though, I get what you're getting at, though. I'm not taking it away from you. Do what you gotta do. I respect what you got going here, and that's it, though. I just respect it. I try not to get into it as much, though. I'm just saying what works for me is what works for me. That's it.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate, like you said, what's for you is for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't. Everybody has their journey, right? Everybody has their journey. So you gotta let people have their journey, right? You gotta let people have their journey.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because to me, at the end of the day, that's basically on Judgment Day, the only God can judge, though. All we can do is just give perspective. That's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. And see, that's the thing. Like, but yeah, like, see, like, religion and culture, you know, like, it divides. It divides. You know, and you just gotta be
It does.
comfortable with that.
Religion is like talking politics to me sometimes. Like
I try not to talk
everybody
about
has a
it.
different view,
But a
a
lot of,
different opinion, a different belief.
but I feel like a lot of people that are just religious, they do everything just off of tradition, and they never really go deeper and
Yeah,
gain
they
a
don't
true
research.
relationship and
Okay.
train and gain a true relationship with
Okay.
who they're
Is that all right?
worshiping, or who they deem as God. So that's why the tradition thing can be such a mess and
I
can
agree.
be so confusing, because when you align with relationship over religion, that makes the difference.
Okay, that makes sense though, but I'm just trying to understand the simple part though first. That's true though. I get the relationship part. You have a point and you're not wrong though. For me, my family though, of course we're traditional, but the only difference is that I've got connections to Sufis and stuff. So the Sufis though is the same as me, but with the Sufi, what they do though is they go more deeper into it. They're more into the more deeper spiritual aspects of the faith part, but anyways, I won't get into that though. I kind of agree with you on that though. But in order for me to build that relationship, I have to do the work. And in order to do the work, I have to understand the simple part first. Because sometimes simplicity is the best thing first. Then you can go into the deeper parts later.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stay polite, so I guess so. I guess so. But like the thing about it is that you have to be careful. You have to be careful. That's why it says, with all your understanding, with all your knowledge, gain understanding and wisdom. Right? The Bible talks about that because knowledge can lead you to destruction.
Okay.
With all that getting
Yeah,
understanding, right?
yeah, with all that,
Mhm.
because knowledge can lead you to destruction if you don't have the wisdom to rightly part it, right? To understand what's going on. So that's all I would say, because because I would say this, right? Like religion, or let's say, well, for lack of a better word, religion, it does divide, right? Like, so, like, that's why Muslims marry Muslims, right? Or if a Muslim marry a person, they have to convert, right? Christians marry Christians, Jews marry Jews, right?
Yeah, but also
And
I forgot to tell you, but I am allowed to marry a Jew or a Christian. But I know it sounds hypocritical if a Muslim man is allowed to do that, though, and a Muslim woman is not. No, actually, though, I know it sounds hypocritical, but it's not meant to be, because the faith always starts with the mother, though, and everything like that, though. And basically, the faith is with her, and if she marries, someone of the opposite, you know what I mean? That she has to become that, though. I'm not trying to disrespect. I'm not trying to get into that, though. I don't know, to be honest, though. It's very deep, deep, deep. I can only give you simple answers, though. That's all I am. That's all I know. I can marry a Jew or Christian, but it's preferred to marry the same faith for a good reason, because it's for the children. Anyways, we'll leave that.
Do you have anything? I was just
uh,
gonna ask, do you have anything to say?
I don't know where I'm on the site where they got the blue letter. I don't know
Yeah.
like definitions, but that's why I always default to
Okay.
etymology. And
Okay.
divination reads, hold on, Riaz. Act of foretelling by supernatural or magical means, the future, or discovering what is hidden or obscure. The French or the Latin divinatium, the power of foreseeing prediction. Past particle divinare, literally to be inspired by a god. From divinus, of God or from God. Its power is spelled D-Y-E-U, is to shine in derivatives of sky, heaven, or God. So I don't see it being of two gods. That's why I emphasize. I have this conversation with other Moors, Israelites, Christians. I have to study grammar before you get into everything. Muslims, I have to study grammar intimately before you get into the word, because you're not going to understand what you're reading. Like people that even understand history, you got to know the history. You got to know the history of the word. You got to know the history of the words for you to tell me history. If you don't know the history of the words you're using to tell me history, you don't know history. You have to look up words and break them down first before you get into secular meanings or connotative meanings, or you'll be lost. Because that's not what Hassas read what divination means, and worship. Worship doesn't mean that. Worship means high respect, honor, or fame. Being worthy, dignity, glory, distinction, honor, renown. That's what worship means. I'm sorry, that's the noun. Let me get to the verb. The verb means pay divine honors to, conduct religious rites, participate in religious services, hold an honor, treat parent, hold an honor to treat, in parentheses, a parent, spouse, etc., with due esteem and affection. That's what worship means from the 1200s. So they probably didn't use that word when the Bible was written.
Read that again. What does worship mean?
From the 12th century, which is like the 1300s, pay divine honors to, conduct religious rites, participate in religious services. By the 1300s, it reads, hold an honor, treat, in parentheses, a parent, spouse, etc., with due esteem and affection. That's what worship means. It don't mean take instruction. It only had nothing to do with God in here.
Can you read the divination one again? Because the divination one kind of does sound like you would be worshiping something. Maybe I didn't hear
divination. 14th century. I can also post a link and put it in the chat. 14th century divination, which is from French. Act of foretelling by supernatural or magical means, the future, or discovering the hidden or obscure. So a lot of the words mean hidden, like occult means hidden. From the French, divinationem, that's the Latin. It means the power of foreseeing, prediction. The past particle divinare, literally to be inspired by a god.
A god.
A god. But you have to remember in Psalms 82 verse 6, it says, is it not written in your laws that ye are gods, for ye are sons of the Most High?
Okay, so
that's Jesus. That was Jesus talking.
Well, when you're done, I'm gonna talk about.
Well, that's it. I mean, the rest of it is just power root and all that other stuff. That's the etymon.
Before you move from that, real quick. So, do you agree that if Christians acknowledge the zodiac, that is divination? Because I heard you mention something about future, like telling the future, like kind of. That is in, I think, Deuteronomy. It talks about like we're not supposed to do that.
Reading the future is the word provision. The word for provision, pro means for, vision means to see, to foresee is what provision means. Provision would be more deviation than the zodiac, if that's the case. And that's why I say y'all have to study language intimately before y'all get into the religion, and that's everybody. That's not just Christians or just Israelites. Muslims make the same exact mistake.
So see here
the ones that speak English has to say.
So here's the situation, right? So here's the situation where we're talking about talking about meanings and different things like that, right? You can take a secular meaning, right? But the Bible defines itself, right? Line upon line, precept upon precept, right? So when we go to when we go to where is it? Instructions, right? It talks about, if you love me, keep my commandments, keep the Torah. Torah is instructions, right? Obedience is better than sacrifice. Again, we're talking about keeping the instructions, right? It talks when the Most High talks about how to worship Him, right? He who keeps the gospel of I'm going to say the Jesus Christ, but that's not his name. Keeps Jesus. He who keeps the gospel, the testimony, and the law, right, is those that I know, right? Again, that is instruction, and that is how you're supposed to worship the God of Israel,
Right. That's
right?
the God I worship.
Yeah. So
Right. That's
so
so
you
so
have
so
so
we're talking about,
that
so that's instruction. So the thing about it is, so if
yes, Torah means
so if
instruction.
we're just taking etymology and not taking in the context of what the Bible says and the instruction that it says, then we can be all over the place.
So I always say etymology, parse, and syntax. I'm on a delay. I don't know if I'm on a delay or is there somebody echo.
You're fine. To me, you're
I
fine.
hear an echo. I do hear his echo.
Am I good though?
I don't know who it is.
Like,
So
audio wise, am
you
I
got.
good? Or if not, I'll drop and come.
I think you got to mute.
I'm not sure. So I do I always say etymology, parse, and syntax because you gotta know what the words really mean, and then the parse tell you the part of speech. Like the word God is not a noun; it's a verb. It means to invoke. Libation. So High Sauce knows that the true name of the God in the Bible is the Most High, not God. Right? We know that that's the name of the God of the Bible is the Most High, not God. But people keep talking about switching gods. So when you read, whether it's Hebrews, whether it's John, whether it's, and I don't understand why we don't do this, because we do this, we understand this in school. When I'm reading John, it's not every other book, it's just John. What does John mean? John comes from a word, Yohan. Yohan means favored by God.
Right.
So if I'm reading the book, Yohan, favored by God, I'm learning how to be what? Favored by God. But I know that God is not the Most High. So if God is not the Most High, in Psalms 82 verse 6 says, isn't it not written in your law, the Torah, that ye are gods, for ye are sons of the Most High? Who's the favorite by God that I'm reading about in John? It would probably have something to do with the context inside of the book of John. So when you're reading certain things, High Sauce, in whether it's Moses or Solomon, it is that jurisdiction and that people that it's talking about with respects to the God, which would be the ruler, the male or female or human ruler of that time, as distinguished from the Most High. So when it's saying don't deal with more than one God, if I am in England and I'm under their rulership, I can't be following the laws of China.
Right, but I don't believe in worshiping man. Like man's power can only go so far. Am I missing something?
Again, but that's no, Mo. But can I say this real quick? Can I say this real quick to Mo? Remember, worship means pay divine honors to, conduct religious rites, participate in religious services.
And I understand
what you feel.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I understand when people say God, like they could mean different entities or different gods, but I know I'm talking about the Savior, Christ, the Most High. So whatever people want to label God, that's up to them. But I know who I serve and who I worship.
Okay, I can respect that.
But worship means, so it's like it also says what in Rome do as the Romans do, because you're in their kingdom. So you got to pay divine honors to conduct religious rites.
No, but see,
that's it. You don't gotta. They don't have to be your. Go ahead. I think I'm on a delay.
This is the problem. So first, I'm trying to understand your point because maybe I'm a little lost, a little bit confused.
Okay.
But the thing about it is that like we have to go beyond just with the etymology. We have to look at the chapter. What is it saying? Like, so when we're talking about worship, it literally says, if you love me, keep my commandments, keep my instructions, right? Keep my instructions.
Okay, so
That's how you. Oh, please let me finish. That is how you worship the Most High. The gospel of Christ, the gospel of the Mashiach, right? The gospel of Mashiach and the instruction. And then when we go to situations where it's talking about give to Caesar what is Caesar's, or follow the Romans, we have to understand something. At that time, what's going on? Israel has been punished for fornication. Israel has been divorced for fornication, and now they're under judgment.
Exactly.
Right? And so when you're in Deuteronomy, it specifically says what does judgment looks like. So judgment looks like other people will rule over you, and because you are under judgment, so that's why the Most High is saying that follow them, because you're under judgment for fornication.
Right, and the whole, and that's such a good point. And when you're in Rome, do as the Romans do, because they're in leadership. It doesn't mean that it's rightful leadership. And I also want to point out what Humble said. He said, "I don't get into word policing. Why have I cast out demons in the name of Jesus? Because it's the belief in His word that gives power to the name." I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Right, but we gotta understand something. So when that was uttered, when in Rome do what the Romans do, that's because Israel was under judgment. Because when we know holy means to set apart. I set apart my people from the rest of the world. That's what holiness is. And then when they're during 70 AD, under Roman occupation, they are under judgment. They're not holy people at that moment. They're under judgment.
Hi, cynical one. Okay, and Humble also said Psalms 138:2. I will worship toward thy holy temple and praise thy name for thy loving kindness and for thy truth, for thou hast magnified thy word above all thy name.
Hallelujah.
I agree with that. We know that words have been manipulated and meanings and all of that. I get it. And I also understand seeking deeper knowledge. I appreciate that. Like I always tell you, world class, I appreciate you. You are very knowledgeable. But I guess, I don't know. It's a lot, you know. I know there's so much more that I have to learn.
Yeah, I didn't study. I didn't just start a year ago. This is
me either. But I hear you.
All over. With this particular thing I'm saying, it takes a long time to come to this understanding, because I had to deprogram myself from what I thought. I thought it was okay to just, to like, this is what I think it means, or what it mean to me. It's not okay, because you have to understand that every word that we're saying is older than everything breathing right now. You don't have a right to pick and choose what you want a word to mean. That's why it says in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. Most people don't even know what the word means.
Right, but I always say this also. So God knew that our understanding would be limited, and even when we seek deeper knowledge, we still won't ever know everything. So that's why God gives us other resources like the Holy Spirit to make things clear.
But there's a standard.
Like through prayer, all of those things. Like God, not only do I read the word, I have seen evidence of the word working in my life. So it's not just me reading scriptures, because my faith would not be as strong as it is had I not had evidence that the word and the Lord really does work for me.
But so it's I respect that.
Actions speak louder than words.
But we do know what
that's why I believe, because I have seen the action, like everything, if following, being obedient to what the word says, it really does work. You will see the miracles, you will see God's overcoming and
Absolutely.
transforming power if you
Divine
really walk
It's a
in
intervention.
it.
indeed.
Yes,
Right.
like it's
But hold
And when,
on,
you, and when
true.
I'm
hold on,
and when
but we do
Wait,
know
wait,
what the
wait,
word
wait,
Right.
wait.
we do
Riz,
know,
hold on, please.
Okay,
but we
sorry.
do
what you
we
saying?
do know. Well, 1 second. We do know. Like in the beginning, there was the word, and the word was with God. We do know what that means, though.
Mm-hmm.
What does the word? What I'm saying is, what does the word mean? Because it's
So,
used. It's not a haphazard word. They didn't put it there for no reason. It means
but
something,
in that
right?
context, they're talking about the Messiah, right? We're talking
Okay.
about the Messiah in that,
You
right? And then another thing,
okay?
and
So
another problem I have is that when we're talking about English or Greek, whatever, right? Well, what
mhm.
about Chinese? What about Swahili? Well, what about Chinese or
Yeah.
Kikuyu?
It-
These two languages
It's
are the oldest on the planet.
that's why I
Well,
said syntax.
exist.
That's what syntax. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. What I'm saying works in every language. Etymology, the study and the order. You know, the word etymology means it comes from the word etymon. Etymon comes from ethos. Ethos means the truth.
I understand.
That's what it
Etymology.
means. So
I
we're
understand
the first thing we're doing is getting to the truth. The next thing I always say, I'm the only one on the internet telling you this. The next thing I say is
But if my
the part is
truth and the blueprint for my truth is aligned with the Bible, then that's just what I'm gonna base truth off of.
no,
but
but
here's
hold
the
on.
fallacy.
But hold
Oh,
on, hold on. Let me give you let me give you this. It's etymology is the purpose of getting to the truth, to fight through all of the whatever they did with language and the hiding part. Parse is more important than etymology because it tells you the part of speech. It puts you in the family of language and true grammar. Syntax gives you order, sentence structure, how a language is structured. In Latin, the verb is the most important. In English, it's the subject, which is the noun. So when you're reading, which is not enunciating word, the word read means to count. When you're actually reading different languages, you're seeing they're telling you what they're telling you and conveying information, whether it's Latin or Hebrew or Swahili or Aramaic or Arabic. They're explaining to you what they mean via how their syntax, how their language is structured, what they emphasize. So you have to take this skill set everywhere, no matter what. So if you can have your internal or personal meaning all you want, but it's still universal knowledge, that's how wonderful the Bible and holy texts really are. It can apply to everybody. Everybody can have their own personal take from it, but that's how I'm speaking to how it's written. It's written in a very, not parables, but it's written universally. Go ahead.
So no. See, I think we need to really kind of understand the Bible, because the Bible is not written universally, right? And the Bible even says that His word was only given to the saints can understand it, right? And things will be revealed at certain times, right? We're still uncovering the words that we have read for so long. And see, my only problem with etymology is this, okay? So whether we're talking Greek, Latin, Kikuyu, right? Not Swahili, because Swahili is relatively new. It's like Arabic and
Sanskrit is older than that.
Yeah. So I'm sorry.
And Coptic. Sanskrit is older than that, and Coptic.
Not older than Kikuyu. But or Hosha
What language
also.
is that from?
Kikuyu,
what civilization?
Kikuyu is Eastern African, and Hosha is South African. Right? These are the two oldest languages.
Is Sumeria older than both of those?
No.
The Sumar language is older than both of those.
Sumar is what? 7, 8? Like, but the Kikuyu comes from Kenya, where the first remains of human beings are found.
Yeah, it's nothing is older than Sumerian.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's well. I mean, I'm just saying that the oldest people on the planet, which comes from
land,
it speaks Kikuyu. But my point is this, right? So when we're looking at the origin, but you also have to look at the culture of the people. You have to look at the culture and the time of what's going on. And okay, so fine. Okay, then
Yes.
then using syntax
Yes.
of it, right? So then
Absolutely.
when we're looking at this, so when we're looking at the syntax of the Bible, when we're talking about things, so then you're looking at the syntax, then you can see that, hey, when they're talking about that, they're talking about being under judgment. Not this is
Yes.
this is the rule to be held forever.
That's not even what I suggested. That's okay. So here's the two things you got to understand. And this is what I teach, and that's what I tell people. What you perceive to be as law is actually religion. And what you perceive to be as religion is actually law. And you already said it, the Torah is law. It's not a religion.
Right. It's
a religion the religion is the Constitution for the United States of America. Because the word religion means to rebind. Re means, again, it's a Latin prefix. Legion means bind or bond.
Right.
I just feel like the way that the way that my relationship is with God, like it's like it goes beyond any word or any whatever. Not saying that we should not seek out deeper knowledge, but the Holy Spirit just does it for me. The word does it for me. Prayer does it for me. Like all that other stuff, because people have manipulated and came up with their own definitions, their own understanding throughout history. So I just resonate more with God alone. And that's why I always say our walk with God is a very personal thing. But the Most High God of the Bible, no matter how they try to portray him in a white supremacist type of way, we know that's false, right? But the God that I work with is real and very true. So all that other stuff I don't know.
What I'm talking about, white people don't do. What I do, you don't see no white person talking like me anywhere.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying because a lot of people
No, I'm not talking about what you. I'm not talking about
y'all
what you
believe in a Bible, y'all believe in a white Jesus, and it just gets really weird. But I get what you're saying. But if like the God of the Bible, the Most High, is not, I guess, what a lot of people's spirits resonate with, then they will question.
I know
a lot of other things.
But it's in that. But that's what the problem is. It's in everybody's Bible. It's not a concept that I made up. The God of the Bible is the Most High, not just randomly saying God. See, we don't have a good relationship with words.
I don't randomly say God. Like, that's why I say when I say God, I'm talking about the Most High, and I think people know that because of what my channel represents.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, but we have to have a level of colloquialism, right? We have to have a level of colloquialism. But the thing, because I don't disagree with you about religion and to be bind, because I agree with that, right? Because the Bible doesn't teach religion, right? The Catholic Church.
Hey, hot sauce. Hot sauce. Hebrew Israelites taught me that.
Right.
He taught me
that. Right. So that's why I'm in agreement with you right now. Right now. Because Catholics preach religion, right? When Hebrew Israelites preach, or what the Torah preaches, it's community, culture, and to worship the one true God that is for us, right? Because even the Bible says there are many gods, and each nation has their gods, but Israel is my lot, right? Israel is my lot,
and that's what I focus on,
right?
And that's. Hey, I'm with you. That's what you're supposed to do. Now, I don't even I don't even go past Genesis 2 for my own personal. Genesis
all that other stuff like this,
let me play here. Let me play here. But so the situation is this: is that once you start looking at the Bible as a history book, as opposed to incorporated religion, then we can get somewhere. So when you're asking me from what does worship mean from a Hebrew Israelite perspective, worship means if you take instructions from.
What I'm saying to you is, and that's fine. That's literally what I'm saying. If I go to Aramaic, they were like Dr. Miles Monroe. Love him. That's one of the.
That's my favorite.
Positive to him. I think he's fucking phenomenal. Right. One of the things he broke down is when he said when God told Adam to go to the work, he said it was a Hebrew word, autogon. Said the word autogon really means to become. So if work meant become himself in in Hebrew, then that's I'll accept that meaning. Because when I go and look at Aramaic and that's what it says, then I'm accepting it. So I'm not.
I met him too, world class. Sorry to
You
interrupt
met him?
you.
Oh no,
I met him
listen,
when
that
I
man
was
changed my life.
19. And it's
He
crazy
changed
when
my
I
life.
was 19. Like, I'm just thinking, oh, I didn't really know. But now that I look back on that, I'm like, wow, I didn't even know how powerful
He was
and
dope
how
as
full
fuck.
of wisdom this man was,
Yeah, absolutely
That's
phenomenal.
why.
Like his,
Okay.
I
Wait,
still got a
but
photo
what
where I just.
that's why basically for me, that's why basically for people, I'm just gonna try to be as respectful as possible. That's why basically people, my faith, though, we basically refer to the Jews and the Christians as basically the people of the book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Venus,
look, I only
Venus,
wait, I'm just trying to say this as well. I get you on that though. I only just know simple stuff, so I'm just giving you what I know, and I'm trying to respect the platform as much as possible. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, though. That's all I can say, though.
So two things I would actually want to address that. I let me just address that first. I look at the Bible. I look at first. I look at all holy texts as law, specifically science. The word science comes from the Latin word science. Science means to know. I look at all holy texts as what our ancestors knew about the law.
It's deeper than science, though. But yeah.
But see, that's why I love language, because science is not beakers and things. Science is, Mo Love, you done went to school. FNM, you done went to school. Y'all done had experiences, and y'all experiences is now what you know. That's science. Because can't nobody tell you opposite of what you know. Like you was talking about your experiences with God. That's science. Science is not just what white people do.
But I know, right, I agree, but science can only go so far. I feel like when you tap into the Holy Spirit, that goes beyond this realm.
But watch this. The Bible said, honor thy mother and thy father so thy days will be long upon the earth land. You still got to know what they know to honor them. And that's science. Because the Bible or the Quran or the Bible was like basically,
I don't have to know what they know to honor them. I just have to abide specifically by what the word says.
But they knew the word, and that's what they knew. You see what I'm saying? The Bible that was passed to us is what they knew. If I don't know what they know, if I say fuck the Bible and or the Quran or the Torah and I just go do what I want, I can't honor them because I can't live the way that they live. Because if I could just if I could just not read the Bible at all and follow God, why do we have the Bible?
Right.
I'm just your parents, even though they're not even believers and they don't honor.
So I'm just like, the Bible, I get all this other stuff out here, but I would drive myself crazy. Like I'm cool with the Bible, and it really works, and it has transformed my life, and it's continuing to transform my life. And I just feel like all the other stuff, it can kind of give me a headache. I learned a lot. Like I read the Quran. I looked into African spirituality, all those things like 5 or 6 years ago. And there was still a deep void in my spirit. Like the Most High alone works for me outside of all these other things. And that's not to negate science and the true meaning of word and how they may have possibly been manipulated. But God and the Holy Spirit covers all those things for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to share a story.
Wait. I'll say this quickly and then I'll let you stop. I'm going to say that basically, I can respect that though. Okay, that's cool. I just respect that though. I'm trying to respect. I respect that as much as possible, to be honest though.
So this is what I want to say, right? Like, or whether you the Quran and stuff like that, or the tales of what is that, Gilead or Mishmagad and stuff like that.
Epic of Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh. Thank you. It's late, bro. It's late. But Gilgamesh. Thank you. You know, you're going to see the thing about it is this. I'm going to give you two things. One is going to be a personal account, and another is going to be like kind of a historical account. And why that I go back to the Bible. Because when you're seeing all these things, and even in Chinese Taoism, right? You see things in the Bible, things that come from the Bible, like for New Year's. So you see the stories of the Bible in Taoism in China, and you see the flood in Gilgamesh and things like that, right? So it lets me know that, hey, why are all these different things in the Bible? I mean, why are all these different communities, languages, and religions have the same thing as the Bible? So that's one thing. And then the second thing is this, right? This was years ago. This is like when I was first in China, right? So what the Chinese do, every April they have something called Tomb Sweeping Day, where they go to the mountains and these big, beautiful temples. They go up there and they light incense and they pray. And they pray to their ancestors, and they ask for good blessings, right? Every April, right? They drive like 2-3 miles into the mountains. Well, I was like, and I was a Christian, right? I was born a Christian, whatever. But this is before I became a Hebrew Israelite and all that stuff, right? So I was a really good friend, and she's like one of the, she's a judge, but she's a judge at the federal level, right? She's a judge at the federal level, and she talks about how she's prepared to go there to get good blessings, right? This woman is filthy rich, and so I'm like, she drives up there in a Ferrari, right? And remember, Ferraris and cars are twice as expensive as they are in the U.S., right? So she can afford too. So long story short, I go and say, hey, I want to go with you, right? I want to get blessed like that. I want to get I want to be driving the Ferrari, whatever. So she says, okay, I'll take you, right? I'll take you. Literally the next day, she goes and says, your God told me you can't go there, so I'm not taking you. Right? Your God told me you can't go there, so I can't take you. And I'm like, what do you mean? Are you Christian? So she's like, no. But she was like, your God told me. And I was like, okay. And that's when I knew, like, okay. And this is years before I became a Hebrew Israelite. But this is when I was like, okay, now I'm starting to like understand some things.
Yeah. Everything ain't for everybody.
Yeah. And I was just gonna say, I didn't see where he put it in. It was in John, but yeah, John 16:7. Jesus tells us that the Holy Spirit is our teacher. He will remind us of everything Jesus said, and also tell us things we weren't ready for. Right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, and I will, and as long as I live, I will always remember that story.
Me too. Yeah, you mentioned it before. It is. Hey, Tommy.
That's why I said what we know as religion is law, and what we know as law is actually religion.
No,
the concept of jurisdiction comes from religion, because everything ain't for everybody. I think y'all talk about it more than everybody, that it's separate tribes, and that law, but those people don't work with the law over here with these people, which is a part of why Moses couldn't go to the promised land, because you represent a world that we need to come from. You really can't be over here with them. You understand? So it's like we become different people based off the environment that we're in, and based off us following what God has for us to do. So we all of us came, we were born in the United States, but we all got different paths. We all got different paths we got to be on.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's the vastness of God.
I say this all the time. I get so much pushback. If the second Exodus happened today, we wouldn't make it. We wouldn't make it into the kingdom. Our children would, that was born in the wilderness. And I get pushback from that all the time. But like you said, right, Moses is of the Egyptian world. He's not of the world to come.
Exactly.
Okay. That's interesting.
We agree. It's just I come.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Ray. Yes, go ahead.
I
Go
was
ahead.
saying, I get you on that, though. That's interesting, though. So for me, though, broadcaster, my people, though, right? They were originally Hindus, though. They used to practice Hinduism, though. My ancestors, long time ago, they used to be Hindus, though. But they became Muslims later, though, because they respected the family of the prophet and they respected the faith and everything. So they became Muslim, and then after that, my entire generation after that remain Muslim, and the faith remains in the family. And I wanted to keep it that way, and I just respect everyone else's path. Yeah, that's what God made you for, and that's your purpose in life. My purpose in life is just to worship what I was made for. That's what I was made for, and only God knows, though. That's just how I see it, Mo, though. I just respect your path, and to me, it's only God knows, though, and that's it.
I think
Yeah.
because we haven't been operating as an you got to understand that before we got in this position of dehumanization, we were operating through multiple empires. So we went from operating in empires and nation and kingdoms and tribes to just being niggas, unwanted niggas as slaves. So we're not used to understanding, like, when a world class come around, I'm a certain division or a certain part of the kingdom. I represent a certain thing. Mo Love represents a certain thing. Hot Sauce represent a certain part of the kingdom. And get in the position of just appreciating that person's position. And a lot of us back in the day, this is what I said the other day on Freezy Channel. We were kind of how China does. I think, well, at least they say China does. You're bringing children into this world for a specific role. And we're not used to, we operated like that. We operated like, go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, that's true. The Communist Party tells you what you're going to do. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's not as bad as like 20 years ago, but it's still true.
Most of us operated. Most of our country, most of the empires operated like that. You could do what you want afterwards, but you had it. It's not even that you can't do. You have a duty. If your bloodline is James, then James was doing something for us and for the nation. You represent, like they would have blacksmiths companies, Blacksmith and Son, 102 years that they've been doing horseshoes or leather. That's how we operated. That's because they got it from us.
Your last name was your profession. Yeah, your last name.
Exactly. But because a lot of what I bring when I have this conversation with y'all when it comes to religion, it's a part of it is showing y'all who these people have kept from you that you were, and really that you are. That's why I struggle to say the word, because there's no such thing as they are them. Our ancestors are them, and we are us. We are the same. We the same vein.
Wait, that's why basically, okay, I was gonna say, well, that's why basically when the people who are early part of the faith actually knew more, because they genuinely accepted them. They accepted it for themselves, and they actually knew a lot and stuff like that. Is that why basically that aspect of they say, so basically not saying it's up to God though to decide who's the best though. But that's why basically they say the early, followers / believers though were the best generation at that time. When it was revealed though, and after them and stuff like that. I'm not basically saying that's just how it is to me though. And I look at them though and basically admire what they did and how they did their faith and stuff. Okay, they had a different culture and time was different back then, but the way they practiced though, I felt though like they knew what they were. They knew it though. They knew it genuinely though. So that's why I look at it and I try and emulate what they do though. Like basically aspects of their character, how they treated other people, and their faith and the way they know stuff. I'm trying to emulate what they're trying to do, but I'm just trying to basically, in the time and stuff we live here though, trying to do the best as I can.
Hey guys, sorry, I gotta go. It's like midnight now, so I really gotta go.
All right, Hot Sauce, appreciate you, man.
All right,
I was talking to you.
Thank you so much.
You be safe.
Okay, that was interesting.
Effing them to
Yeah, so look, y'all, we ending up on like a peaceful little note.
Okay.
I bring peace and stability.
What you got going with I respect
Baby,
what you got going.
about 2 hours ago.
What you say?
I said it was real lit. It was real lit about 2 hours ago.
I mean, that's cool, I guess.
Hey, the world class, can I ask you a question?
Always.
Like, what is your faith?
Right.
Moorish American Islamism.
Okay.
Thank you for the Cash App, Silent Creek. I appreciate you. Yes,
Okay.
this conversation is so good because I always learn something, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I learned something from you too, though, as well. So when you actually talk about, I'm starting to learn aspects of your faith. That's why basically, though, I actually just always have to remember what was revealed to me is revealed to me, what was revealed to you is revealed to you, though. That's why I'm supposed to study and understand these things, though. So then basically, I know what's the difference, respect it, and then basically, it's more like wisdom, though. That's how I see it, though, from my perspective.
Oh, Red, you said that so fast.
That's why I can have conversations. I said this before. I can have a conversation with somebody with a God. I can't really have too many conversations with atheists, even though I learn stuff from atheists, because a lot of them the smart ones be scientific. Smart is smart. I can have conversations with somebody that has a God because there's some way for you there's some anchor there. Like I get irritated when people say crazy stuff like I'm spiritual, I'm not religious, and I don't understand why you're saying that. But I have to be patient.
I know why a lot of people that say that believe in. Well, I'm gonna keep that to myself.
Yeah,
okay. I mean, I try and keep a lot of stuff to myself though, because I'm trying to respect what you got going on here, and I just know very simple things and everything.
I hear you, Bruce. That's a good point, Bruce. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I gotta breathe for Riaz. Give me a second.
Riaz be going fast, child.
I gotta catch my breath. Yes, I gotta catch my breath. Okay, Riaz. Ooh, I got my breath.
No, but that's just how I basically explained it, though. You and Phil, though, basically, or Freezy sometimes, so you guys basically get that energy out of me.
Right. Riaz gets excited.
Yeah, I get it. I know Riaz gets very excited. We love you, Riaz.
No, same here, because actually, I know, because I'm very comfortable, though. That's why I've got a lot more energy here. But actually, trust me, if we're face to face, of course I'd be the same, but I just be a bit more calm, and I take my time, though. Because when you're face to face with someone, no, it's just like you have to think more, but when you're online, though, it's different, man.
That's where I disagree. I think people think that they have to think less when they're talking. I disagree with that. I think a lot of, I'm not saying you, Riaz, but I think that belief is why people say a lot of foolish things on here because they think they don't have to think because they're not in person. But you actually have to think more because it's like when one sense is cut off, the other ones are heightened, right? So all we can hear are the things you say, and we can see they don't make sense. That's not, it's because you're not in person. We don't notice.
I know. I'm not saying you're not wrong, though. You make sense, though. I agree with you. I'm just saying from my perspective, though. That's just how I'm going to be when I meet someone face to face. I have to be more comfortable with them, get to know them a bit more. And when I feel confident enough, that's when I build up to the point where I'm right here. I'm cool.
Understood. I just wanted to say something about earlier, right? So understand, you need to understand words and language in the Bible was different, obviously, when it was written. So like certain words have different meanings that we use now. But I think like this is supposed to be a spiritual book, right? And so for me to think that you can logically explain everything about a spiritual book, I don't really agree.
Now, I think that's what I was trying to say.
That's what I got from what you were saying. Like, I understand we need to know etymology. I don't disagree with it. But I think when we get like so technical and so that's kind of like worldly, but we're trying to understand something that's not. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the things I usually tell my people is that one of the first things God had Adam his name.
Can y'all hear him? I can't hear him.
I can't hear you that well, World Class. I can now.
Okay. Yeah, I had it too far away. One of the things I usually remind people is that one of the first things God did with Adam is have him name everything.
That's true.
That's why it also says in the Bible, a good name is worth more than gold. Names are not haphazard. Names are extremely important. So much so that the thing that God used to create us, the air that we're breathing right now, was named. That's why it says in John 1 verse 1, it wasn't. There's no greater Messiah than the Most High, than God Himself.
Right.
So, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. And
the Word was God.
So it's via, that's your connection to God is words. The word spirit means breath. The only thing that made Adam was the breath of God.
Right.
Tuesday is the breath of God, is the word. And ant is the breath of God. See, I learned this from studying exactly. Buddhism taught me this.
Everything that has breath, yeah.
It's in Hinduism is called prana. The air you breathe in is energy. So we study other religions because it gave me a different perspective. But you gotta understand, I come from Baltimore. So my mom was screwed up.
I don't want another perspective. Even I've studied other religions too.
But I needed it. I did
too. But what it did was it led me right back to the Most High. So I needed it. I needed to seek out all those other things to say, okay, God ain't nothing greater than you, and I thank you.
When what you ever hear about them saying a lot of men leave the church?
Yes.
A lot of I was one of them.
Because people are following religion and they're following people.
Why
they're following people?
Men like myself leave the church. Men, it's not a question that I wasn't, because I was still a kid. When I got an opportunity to not go to church, I took every opportunity. I don't want to be there because I was born with that ability to see things that other people couldn't see, and I could see when this so-called Holy Ghost praise break, praise dance. I'm seeing creatures coming out of the corner. Since I was a little boy, I'm seeing creatures coming out of the corner of the damn church.
Of course,
I'm watching
but we know
shadows.
That though,
right? So I couldn't wait to get out of there. And every environment of it's time to go to church, I'm getting attacked.
That's not a shock though, because it even says that in a word. And I think Humble pointed it out to me. I don't know if it was in Ezekiel where he says like you're gonna pay all the shepherds, and I don't ever hear this preached about. The sheep that follow you, they suffer while you're in your nice garments, but you will answer to me. Nobody gets away. And it even says that, there will be false prophets and they'll have to answer to God, and we have to be able to rightly discern. So there is nothing new under the sun. I think a lot of times we become caught up in these churches because a lot of these pastors are false. And I always say, but look how many things are coming to light now. God is revealing. So those people don't get away. And even if it seems like they're getting away on this side, they won't.
Ain't nobody
so I'm
getting
not
out of here
worried
alive.
about them. Yeah, it is what it is.
I understand leaving the church, but it's like they leave the whole belief with it, right?
Yeah.
It'll be like,
Some
I no
people
longer believe in that at all. And I had this conversation with somebody and I said, well, what does it have to do with God though? Like, why you threw the people away? This is atheist argument. A lot of them loves to come to me, right? Because they know I'm like a beginner. They feel like I'm like easy to fight with, right? So, but I always ask them, like, whenever they speak about why they don't believe in God, their answers always revolve around people. That's what I do notice. It's like
that's what I was gonna say.
Pastors do this, and the church did that, and then I'll keep bringing the conversation back to God, though, because that's what you're supposed to be doing. But they'll keep talking about people.
And I say, even when they leave, I know people who left the church, but they never left God. But when people leave church, and God, they never really believed in God.
I agree with
For example, my sister, she don't go to church, but she loved the Lord. Nobody can tell her different. The Most High is hers from beginning to end. But you get what I'm saying? But people that say, oh, forget God altogether, there's no God because things didn't turn out the way that they believed that they should. You never was really in tune, tapped in all the way.
To liberate a point, when people
not that broadcast quick, I'll say it's quick though. Like basic came up for me when I was like 12 years old. I questioned God though. I never left him though. I never left my faith though. I was just like, look, God, please answer all the questions, all the doubts that I've had though. Because look, back then I was believing for the sake of believing and I wanted to know more. So when I actually went for a pilgrimage and actually went to actually do the steps around it and actually got to understand God on a deeper level, that's why I'm like, that's why it works for me that way, though. I'm just saying in a general sense, though, of course. So when
Right.
actually, and from
And
that day
questioning
forward,
God is part of it. I believe, like, I ask questions all the time. And I know back in the day, like, if you don't ever question God, that was like the old way. What? If
no,
I'm
that's what
following him and I'm in a
God don't have
I
no
have
problem
a
with questions.
personal relationship with the Lord, I have questions.
God don't have no problem with questions.
prophet.
Exactly.
The people that don't want you to know God got a problem with you asking God questions.
Or
Right.
people who can't answer questions. But I looked in the Bible, and Jesus even did it. He said, "Why have you forsaken me?" So I was like, "Can
Exactly.
you explain how come Jesus could question God, but you're saying I can't, and nobody could explain?" So I started figuring out, like, a lot of them, I believe those were default answers because they didn't have answers. So that was a way to, like, just shut you up. Like, oh, you don't question God.
Yeah.
I'm questioning you. I'm questioning you. You can't answer it. But yeah, I understand why people feel how they feel about church. I'm not gonna lie. I understand it. I do.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, also, but when actually I hear about that as well, I also remember like Prophet Abraham, peace be upon him. So that's Ibrahim in Arabic, though. But Abraham, peace be upon him, literally, basically questioned God, though. Like, look, he believed in him, though, and he was deep in it. But he literally questioned God, wanting to know more. And from there, God showed him, though. And literally, when he got what he wanted, he truly understood, though. And I look at that example, though, I agree with what you're trying to say, though.
I've been my research has been
Thank
driven
you, Stefan,
by
for the Cash App. I'm sorry. Go
No, you
ahead.
good. The way I research and has been motivated by one thing. I ask God a question. I operate like I do in public, and I give people shit for free because I ask God for something and I got what I asked for. And too much is given, much is required. I wanted to know why the hell. Because I asked the question at 13, 14 years old. I said, why are things like this? Because what I know I am and what this is and our people and the people I come from don't add up. Why is it like this and what am I supposed to be? And I got the answers to all of those questions.
Right.
So people go, you're not supposed to question God, but it does say in Matthew 7, verse 7, ask and you shall receive, right? So if I'm not supposed to ask them, why does it say in the Bible? These people don't want to. That's why I always bring specifically what the church is in the mosque and the synagogue is supposed to give the people, and that's scholarship skills. But they don't want you to have that because these skills that I'm saying are rulership qualities. This is how you rule the things I'm saying, etymology, parts, and syntax. The things I'm giving you and I share with people on a consistent basis is what that pastor and that bishop is supposed to be teaching, what that imam is supposed to be teaching, what that rabbi is supposed to be teaching. They don't want to teach you that. They don't want you to know the true name of God. They don't want you to know the holy names that they have in those secret places.
The word says, study to show thyself approved. That's personal. You got to do the work yourself.
Right, I agree with you though, because I'm saying that makes sense though. For me though, like for me to truly understand that, I'm at the stage in my life of simplicity. I'm starting to understand simple stuff though. First going through the pages of the scripture, trying to understand each chapter, like in a simple way, break it down, and not just in its original language, but also in the translation of English, because it's not, of course I have to read both side by side, because you know what, I read an English translation, because Arabic's not my language though, and I need to actually, for me to understand, I have to read it in English translation, then put it back to its Arabic, and then you get the full context though. And then also I have to learn to pray properly though, like basically how you basically prepare when you pray, and then when you do pray though, which direction, and also though when you actually pray, make sure your heart and your mind is deeply connected in the prayer and not a routine only.
Yeah, those are some good points, Riaz. I just think that we all should be getting the clarity from God. So, it's a fine line when, people say you don't question God. You're supposed to seek God's clarity and his wisdom and understanding. I mean, we don't gain it from ourselves. in order to be truly in tune, we have to be, asking God for these things, because it's not
But
going to fall in our lap if we don't really want to gain that.
Right.
but,
And
but
that is
remember
true.
but remember what God was, right? The
God,
God of the
God
the
made
God
us.
the God of the Bible is the Most High. So when they
Correct.
saying don't question God, they're not talking about him. They talking about them. The Pope is God.
Right. I get what you're
You
saying.
see what I'm saying?
Good.
I
Yeah.
gotta ask y'all a question real quick. Then I gotta
Mhm.
drop. I gotta go to the gym. Okay. On the other side of that, right? Is it that people who go to church are putting too much pressure on these other people because they're just people? And so when they don't meet the standard that we want, is it that sometimes people put other people, like people in the church, in the place of God? And because those people disappoint their expectations, they throw God away altogether. But that's only because they had those people in the place of God in the first place.
Right.
So I get what you're saying. I think sometimes that can be an issue because some people go to church and they absolutely worship the leaders. I also think that it's a good thing when people walk away because they see the foolery in the church. That is taking a stance saying,
Yeah.
I'm not going to turn a blind eye and I am going to hold you accountable.
Yeah.
So I get both sides, right? I'm not gonna stay under leadership where it's a bunch of foolery and people are not really aligned with the Lord, like it's a game to them. Because that's why people mock churches now, because of all the foolery that's taking place
That's
inside.
right.
And people turn a blind eye to what's going on. And that's another part of the problem. Everybody that's in the pulpit is not called. They will be few and far between.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
So
lie. It's so
then,
bad now. I can't even defend Christian churches no more because it's like
yeah.
every people I see, at least of like bigger, popular people, it's not good.
Mhm.
It's all
Yeah.
about like money and being flashy, and it just
It's ridiculous. It is.
It's the damn
I hate
it's
it.
the
But I'm saying that never turned me away from God, right? So I'm speaking specifically
Right.
to people who left, but specifically the people I know who because I asked them when they tell me, and they always have a church story behind it. So that's why I draw that conclusion.
Yeah,
Like, hey, why didn't
absolutely.
you just throw away the church? Why did you throw away the whole thing? My brother did that
Hey,
too. I have one
Stanley.
brother who was an atheist. One of my brothers, not four, but one of them, he used to be Jehovah's Witness, and then he turned atheist, and I don't really understand. He's not like one of those atheists who he doesn't disrespect anybody's beliefs. Y'all can tell him anything, he's gonna respect it. He's not that kind of atheist, but he just doesn't believe. And I don't know. I be trying to understand like how'd you get that far? And I think a very close family members of ours, well, everybody know my little brother died. I don't know if it has something to do with that, but he like made a shift.
When I say like now I can't have conversations with atheists, is because I have a productive mindset. I want to move forward, but I can't. I don't act like for 1 second I don't understand. When people vaguely say God is in control of all things, and I'm constantly watching the good people die and the piece of shit people live,
He is in control.
and get, you know what I'm saying? When you under a certain concept and you see that, you get to that place like, well, what the hell, who's running this? Is it the God running this or is the devil running this? I'm trying to understand, because you watching people, the good guys, the good people get the short end of the stick, and you watch the bad people get the good end of the stick, but not understanding that your definition of good and bad right now, your definition of good and bad is inaccurate, because you don't have a long-term look. I can see how they come to that conclusion if nobody intervenes. And when I got intervention from a lot of different areas, internal and external, that's what saved me. But I can see how if you're not at a certain strength level, you would quit. Because I was like, what the hell? You let this person live in my life. You let these evil people that want to hurt me live. And I had to come to the understanding is because you're strong enough. You can handle it. But I don't. But when you're 11, you don't get that. When you 10, you don't really 10 and 11, you don't really get that yet. I had to understand that at 15, 16 years old. Nobody else. My older brother got deleted when I was 8, 9. He was 21.
Wow, I'm so
And
sorry.
I appreciate it.
I'm
I
sorry.
Both of
always,
y'all said y'all lost y'all's brothers. I'm sorry.
I always
Thank you.
I always thought like, why him and not me? Because I knew I was a terrorist.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? But what I knew for a fact, once I got older, I realized the person that I had become, if my brother would have been alive, I'd have followed him everywhere. There's no place I wouldn't have followed him, because to me he was God. He was just like everything to me. I'd have followed him everywhere, and had he lived, I would have went down the same exact path that him and my dad and my cousins was on.
Wow.
And I could see it as clear as day, right? Everything I knew about him, I followed, even though he wasn't here. Had God not taken him, he wouldn't have preserved me. And then if he wouldn't have preserved me, I couldn't have got to the people that the Most High wanted me to get to. And that's just how things work. But at lower level of wisdom and understanding, you don't get that. And it just takes patience. We be ready to crash out and don't understand that God has a pace for you. God is playing the long-term game. Long-term game, not the short-term game. And it just takes patience.
What's the verse where it says, I have to find it.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Stephanie.
It's talking about like finishing the race. The race was not given to the swift, but to those that can endure to the very end. And that was in my spirit last week, right? Because sometimes life can just be so overwhelming.
Yeah.
It ain't no first, last. It's just, can you finish?
Yeah, that's it.
Some will get there quicker than you.
Molo, that's the word.
There, I was like, oh
word.
God, thank you for settling that in my spirit. I needed that, because sometimes we can get caught up in comparison and not understand that everybody's journey is different. You may have to go down a more crooked path, and it's going to take you a little longer. Some people's journey, they may have not had to struggle as much.
And like the atheists that I could understand it, right? When you don't, because like I say, like I have a little bit of patience, more than I should probably with JP, but I always say, I went through shit. I got stuff that I know he didn't get, and I didn't. Here's the other thing: I didn't get what I got to not help a JP. People be thinking that your gifts is yours. Your gifts is not yours. You're just you're just the Uber Eats. You were just on the way here, and God gave them to you so you can give to the rest of the people. It's not yours.
Wow. That's something else I was thinking about, because I was like, how can I be going through so much sometimes, but God still equips me enough to give a word, and I know it's from Him, because all the inboxes I get, like, that uplifted me. I was going through this, and you spoke the word that I needed to hear. My gifts are not for me. God can still speak through me. That's the whole thing. Like, it's a gift from God. It's not. Yes, it's for the building of the kingdom.
Here's the ill shit about it, right? It's the dope part about it. Your gifts are not yours, right? It's for everybody else. But everybody else's gift is for you.
Wow.
So you don't lose.
Hold on, say that again.
Your gifts is not yours. It's for everybody else. But everybody else's gift is for you.
That's good.
Like, we're here to serve each other.
Yeah, that's so true.
But it's here to serve each other.
So it's so poverty doesn't exist. It's just people not showing up to work.
Wait, what is that?
Oh, hold on. I don't know about that. What does the word say about there will be the poor among us, and something about they have the favor of God also? I forgot where that is.
All that. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I don't know where it is, but say that again. You're saying People
When I
aren't
say
poor; they're just not showing up to work.
Poverty doesn't exist. People just not showing up to work.
What does that mean? People not showing up to work.
People don't know that you're supposed to. People don't understand that giving starts the receiving process, and you hold your gifts so you can flex in front of other people, right? You can flex your gifts. You're flexing. It's like you work hard. You work hard. You get a Mercedes Benz in a mansion, and then you look online and niggas got your shit. They flexing your shit. That's what we do with our gifts. Gifts starts the receiving process. We don't have what we have because everybody keeping their gifts to themselves. If you give it,
or is
the
it
receiving process? Because we got more than you. If you give to us,
right.
if we give to you, you rich.
And then when the word says your gifts will make room for you.
Exactly.
That is so true. Like if we operate in our gifts, and Miles Monroe said that too. He said God never designed us to have to work a job 24/7.
Oh my
God! Like this society, because this is based off of what capitalism designed it. Like God was never based. He didn't base things off of capitalism. He was all about a kingdom, and He gave us specific gifts to operate in, and they will literally open doors for us.
What about the lady in Proverbs? I was reading because somebody was talking about being a good wife, right? And if you want to be a wife, you need to look into what is a good wife, right? And so somebody pointed to Proverbs, the book of Proverbs. It was this girl. She was talking about like what she did before she got married. So I was watching her channel, and so I went to read what she was talking about. And the woman described in Proverbs is like she worked with her hands. She works, you know? So
absolutely.
So not that we're supposed to work 24/7, but I think we are supposed to work. Like basically they were saying in the Bible, like she, you know, provides for the family. Like she doesn't just sit around either, kind of thing, you know?
Right. So I think that could also mean operating in your gifts and just doing what you need to do for a family, because you know automatically a wife is going to call for you to be selfless. You have to work, you know, in some capacity.
Hamp convicted me with the Bible. He always does. He's like, what woman you want to be? You want to be the woman in Proverbs, or you want to be I can't remember the other one. But it made me start paying attention.
Right.
It made me start paying attention to the other one, and I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely the other one right now. For real though. It was bad. Like I can't remember what book it was. But all the women in the chat was like, damn, we think we that other one. We don't know if we the virtuous woman. Right.
Hey Freezy, I know you were tired. A 24-hour stream. Good morning. When I tell you you missed a lot, you missed a lot. You gotta watch the replay.
Liberated asking you for the link, Mo. I don't know if you see it, but he asked a couple of times.
Oh, he did. I'm sorry. I have been like, I'm talking, but I haven't been looking at the comments. Let me drop the link.
I'm back.
Okay.
Freezy, what up?
Okay, y'all, I'm in the chat. I'm in the chat listening, so y'all I gotta go to the gym. Okay.
Okay. Have a good workout.
Thank you.
Have a good time.
Freezy.
That's interesting.
I'm gonna get your audio thing. No cap, Freezy.
I'm still mad at JP being in the back of my comments, sticking his tongue out and blowing kisses.
He love you.
I get removed from stage so quick.
Oh wow.
I mean, removed from studio, and he was back there laughing. I said,
Wow.
Freezy, you missed so much, but it has turned out to be a great live.
It was a good stream, though.
I learned so much, and it sometimes it's not that I'm learning something new. It's like God is reaffirming, and He'll do it through other people a lot of times. So I'm very grateful.
I agree with you, though. I agree, man. Because, look, to be honest, in 2019, I almost gave up on my life, though, you know? But then I was just like, no, don't do that, though, because God won't be happy with me. And it's not just the people around me I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about what would God want, though. So then afterwards, then I got myself help and stuff like that. I just thought about it and just remembered, look, God is always here for me. And that's why I live today, though. I'm grateful that God saved my life, because I would have just been gone, though. But
Yes. You are blessed. I'm so glad you didn't give up.
yeah.
Reese. Yes, I think
Happy Blessed Monday, guys.
one of the dope things I learned about how God judges you, because people think judgment is just when you do something wrong. As I was telling Ruthless yesterday, responsibility is not just a consequence. It works both ways, right? One of the ways God judges you is how you use what you do have.
That's so true.
It's a good point, actually.
Yeah, you got to maximize.
So this is something. Before I forget, this is something so hard and me and my oldest son's dad, we've been knowing each other since I was 16. So it's kind of like can't stand at times and best friends other times. And we were just talking about relationships, you know, because we just get on the topic sometimes, and I was like, yeah, like every time, you know, I pray about a person, if they're not right, like God removes them, and God is like saving me from them. And then he was like, I'm not trying to be funny, and he said, I tell you this all the time, you're one of the greatest women that I've ever known, but God could also be saving them, because every man is not going to be able to handle you and understand your destiny. We always look at things from an inward perspective, you know, but God sees the entire thing. And I was like, that is so true. You know, and it's like God is saying, no, this is not your person. Like he, you know, and he was like, you're not the only one praying sometimes. People pray, you know, and I was like, wow, like it helped me to not look so self-centered. Cause I was like, God forgive me. Like I got checked. I was like,
what's
I
crazy?
needed to hear that.
You know what's crazy about what you said? I employed that when I was like 20, 21. I said, if it's anybody that don't need to be praying, that God had already helped enough, is me. I made it back. I'm like, look, go take care of them. I'm good. I'm gonna go earn it. I turn my lifestyle into a prayer. I give it back that way. Well, my life is gonna be a prayer. How I live every day. That's why my plate look like Genesis 1 verse 29. I'm gonna live the way you say live. I literally live that. Like I'm the one that you just go take care of them. I'm good. We gotta understand it. I'm doing this shit with me. You know how you do this shit with your eyes. We gotta understand it. I know why I'm here. You know why I'm here. And go take care of them babies and the people that need you a little bit more. I'm good. I got it. You already took care of it. That's the mindset I have.
So good. And I'm learning, like, because growing up it would always be, oh Lord, bless my mom, my daddy, my sister, my brother, bless me when I do this and that. And I'm learning that this is like, is kingdom building.
Indeed.
We have to learn things outside of ourselves, and the more that I grow, you know, I'm learning like it's so much more than my little box. You know,
listen. I've been waiting to hear that for a long time. It's just kingdom building only. That's all we here to do. That's the standard.
And that's why I do what I do. And it when you said like our gifts are not for us, and I'm like, sometimes like and I believe wholeheartedly the word, right? But sometimes it can look like, God, is your hand still on my life? You get what I'm saying? And I'm going hard, like, because it's not for me. I want to see people make it. I want to see people push through. And God has given me this gift inside of me. You know, even sometimes when I don't feel like operating in the gift, I have to. Because it's not for me. It's not my own.
When you look at the rest of God's words outside of us, which is nature, everything is just given to everything, every time, all day, nonstop. Every plant, every bird, every atom, everything is just given. That red robin get up in the morning and it just gives nonstop.
And when you know what Dr. Miles Monroe said, he said, God created everything for its proper function. He said the birds know what to
Yes.
do, the trees know how to grow. He said it's us hard-headed humans don't know how to follow directions.
That's a fact.
Right.
We smart
That's
enough.
not the truth.
We the
We
only
are
ones
all
smart enough to
supposed
be dumb.
for service in
We
some
don't-
kind of way.
We the only ones smart enough to be dumb and not
Hey,
follow directions.
Liberated.
What's up,
That's
Liberated?
true. Hey, where Freezy go? Freezy, where are
I
you?
don't know. I was about to speak to him too. I had to put the whole thing on mute because I had a phone call. I was like, dang, I missed the conversation.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, workers are basically we're supposed to live a life of balance, though, because God don't need us. We're not supposed to do it 24/7 all the time. Of course, we're supposed to do what we're supposed to do, but at the same time, we're supposed to learn to balance it out because God wants you to live your life as well. Because when it's time for us to be judged on that day, I'm not saying I'm gonna know what's gonna happen on that day, but we're just gonna be basically asked questions about our life and how we've lived it, not just the
Yes.
God's
I'm gonna
gonna
tell you.
answer our
I'm gonna
life.
tell you a secret. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I can tell you exactly when the judgment is going to be. The exact time.
When?
It's going to be today.
Okay.
No matter when judgment comes, it's going to be today. So you might as well act like it's today.
Yeah, we just
That's interesting. Minor signs though that is coming, but the major signs will come as well. Not saying though you're not wrong. You're right though. I see where you're coming from.
Can
It's
y'all
more
Liberated.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, much love, more love. Fear no mortals. Look out, Young Riaz. World class. You already know what it is, bro. Look out, everybody in the chat. First thing I'll say is that I did not come up here to disturb the congregation, although I am one of those people that will be labeled as spiritual, and I do not believe in religion, but understand I didn't come up here to stir the pot or offend anybody, even if I'm being facetious when I say this, even if the world class see me as a demon. I ain't come up here to start no trouble.
No. When I found your channel, I was like, yeah, I gotta hit subscribe. Even when I found the world class, because I was able to talk to him on a more personal level. Like when he started hitting my sister link in mine, I was like, oh, okay. Outside of the YouTube drama, these people are wise. So absolutely. And I don't condemn because of, whatever. I understand. I already knew, like, from watching your channel, that you were probably not, I get it.
Oh yeah, I have a foundation that I stick to. So that's why I say I wouldn't fit in a box a lot of times. But I will say I'm glad that I came across y'all space. That'll be you, Mo Love, Fear No Mortals, World Class, Freezy. Because anybody that's familiar with me, and I won't go too long with that, I don't go on a lot of different panels because I have my reasons why.
Right.
So I am glad that I have come across all of y'all, because I may not have to agree with the beliefs per se, but I enjoy the conversations. Y'all have level-headed, mature conversations. So I tip my hat off to y'all for that. Even when y'all doing Bible studies, I don't think I've caught it.
You gotta echo
That'll be something I'd be interested in listening to. Even if I don't believe it, I can still listen into it, because y'all have a certain, it's a lot of things that can branch off into other things, and it can correlate regardless if you believe in it or not.
Yeah.
Hey, Liberated, listen. When I'm on my channel, I just say stuff exactly how I need to be saying it. So when I say that when people say they're not religious, they're just spiritual. The main thing is that's fundamentally a call for demons, because of what the words mean. That's why I try to emphasize to y'all.
Hold on. You said if you say I'm spiritual,
I'm not
religious, that's summoning demons.
Absolutely. So like my brother Asia, right? He always talks about what these people are doing, And there go, and he says, we don't, he constantly says, it don't matter if we don't believe it, these people believe it. This is how they operate. This is how they work. When he's really teaching how these societies are operating. What I'm telling y'all is, irrespective of how we see God or religion or nature, this is how, science, the way the world is set up, this is how things work. These words are not a joke. Your voice is not a plaything. It's not something you can just flick on and off. It has immense power.
Yeah,
Jim Rohn used to say this.
I
He said,
do believe that.
life and death is in the power of the tongue, something like that. A guy named Jim Rohn said we had the power of God. He said, if you come along and you tell somebody your story, you give your testimony, they go, you know what? Before you gave your testimony, I couldn't see. But now you gave your testimony, now I can see. You do the same thing Jesus does at a different level. You help the blind see.
That's what Bridget was saying. Yes, we overcome by the words of our testimony.
And that's why I emphasize you can have whatever meaning you want for words, but that doesn't change the fact that you were born in the 1980s or the 1970s, and these words are 2 or 3, if not 600 and 700 years old. They were here before you here, no different before you were here, no different from every word you say is like a phone number. I've had my same phone number for about 15 years. It's like a phone number. It's on that frequency. It don't matter who get confused on what that phone number mean or who it's gonna go to. That vibration is there. It's when the word vibration comes from vibe means life. Every word is a living being. Every word.
Hey, world class. Hey, bro, you already know, bro. You good because you thoroughly explained where you were coming from, and from that standpoint, I'm talking about that day when you said it. I didn't take no offense to it because I can understand where you coming from.
The kind of brother you are.
Let me say this. Let me say because I can understand where you're coming from with what you believe in, and it's perfectly understandable. I don't disrespect it because what we understood at the end of that conversation is that we were coming from 2 different concepts. You were going a lot deeper, and I was going based off. And I won't go too deep because I don't want to offend nobody. I was going based off my understanding of man-made religion. So you went deeper than what I did, to where it's like, okay, I can't take no offense to what he's saying. That's why I be facetious when I say it, because I know I ain't no damn demon. I got a foundation, because just like you just said a second ago, you gave even more clarity, even though you wasn't speaking on that. Essentially, you were saying that if a person has some type of foundation, and let's say God or whatever the case may be, you can still respect it because they anchored and rooted in something, which would be me. Now, just I'm spiritual, but I do have a root in God. Now, my concept of God may be a little bit different. I don't go based off the he and so on and so forth, but I still have that root in belief in God. I just separate God from religion.
Yeah, I see. Like I'm a Moorish American, so our religion is Islamism, right? But and Riaz is a Muslim. I vibe more with Gnostics than I do Muslims and Muslims, because I favor universal law, and they do too. So I can, and one of my favorite religions is Hinduism, not because of the other depictions, because of the concepts. That was one of the things I studied first to help me really change my thinking, how I thought about religion and nature, because they don't really separate science from life, like science from religion. They think it's the same thing, kind of sort of like prana and stuff like that. So I'm to your point, when you have a root, I can vibe with you. Just about any religion I can vibe, because I can find something that we can agree on. We can stay there. We don't have to talk about what we don't agree with. Businesses don't get together and start talking about what they disagree with. It's no point in getting together.
1000%.
That makes literally no sense. You know what I'm saying? So and I'll say this and I'm done. You're the type of brother that deserves an explanation because of the way you carry yourself. If it's even a thought that you was offended by something I say, how you carry yourself in the chat and on these panels and on your channel, you deserve an explanation if there's some thought or process of chance of you being disrespected by something I or somebody else said.
I appreciate you, bro.
Always.
Yeah. Hey, Freezy.
Hey, Freezy.
Hey.
I keep having to mute because I know this phone that I'm on is like I know it's echoing and everything.
No, it's good now.
It doesn't sound bad now.
No, it is echoing. You got your echo cancellation on?
Oh, you can do that on your phone.
Yep. It's your settings.
Go here, click the settings and go to audio. You see
cancellation on.
You got it on?
Yeah.
Do you have another tab or something open?
You in the car? Yeah, just go to settings, audio, hit it, and make sure nothing else playing in the background.
I hear echo cancellation, but maybe I got another tab open. Hold on.
I don't hear it now.
Mute background.
I don't hear no echo right now.
Nobody was talking when he was talking. It's only when we say stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shout out to Cheapo.
Hey, Cheapo. Oh, hey,
AKA
Cheapo.
Baby Heads. Bridget came back.
Hey, Bridget again. It has calmed down. Did Bridget, were you in here earlier?
I thought she wasn't here
Happy
earlier.
Monday, Cheapo.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you missed a lot, child. You got a little heated.
Yeah.
Hit the replay.
Well, we reeled it on back in.
Yeah, we got back here, didn't we? It went from positivity to passport rules. Like
It did. Logic did that. He always do that, and then he disappears.
But even still, then it was a decent conversation at first.
Yeah, Logic is funny.
Mm-hmm.
He was hilarious.
It's all good though.
You try it now, Freezy. As long as you ain't got no tab, you should be good. Another tab open, you should be good, or another thing playing.
Hey, Cynical One.
What's going on, Cynical?
Cynical, hey.
Make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Shout out to your mama now. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of tabs open on this phone.
Oh,
You
okay.
good now?
Yeah, I don't hear an echo.
Yeah, because every time I talk, every time I stop talking, I mute. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
But no, listen, man. When I woke up, I was so happy that y'all was live, man, for real. Cause man, you know them down those 24-hour streams, 33-hour streams, it really do beat you down. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. 24 hours straight. Oh yeah.
Especially dealing with so many different people, man. I don't see how y'all do it.
Right, it's a lot.
Man, my hat go off for y'all. I don't see how y'all do it.
Man, somebody sent me what the dude name is, Billanico.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Somebody sent me, showed me. He was in Angry Man chat talking shit. This man went from our show to Angry Man show talking shit about me. I was like,
wow.
Apparently.
So how did he deal with that? How did Angry Man deal with that?
I don't know, because he was talking in the chat, and all I did was scroll up and see what he was writing in the chat. He was talking about the whole show. He was saying that we small-minded over there at Freeze's channel. We small-minded and we're never gonna grow. For some reason, people keep saying we're never gonna grow. Like they keep
every time you say that, what happens though? You grow.
Right, you're growing right now. Like literally.
Listen, I went and watched the replay, my exchange with Billanico. This dude was like, he was so rude. This dude was rude, and he was trying to be a smart aleck, and like people be gaslighting so much, they be making me feel like, well, did I do anything to start that? And then when I responded, I was like, I didn't do nothing to that dude. All I did, I read a super chat, and then I asked him, I said, so you said you know what a leader and a follower is? He's like, no, I didn't say that, but this is the problem. If we can't follow simple conversation,
yeah,
like where did that come from?
He insulted you on purpose.
But it's crazy how you can't even see that though. Like he can't even see Or do they see it, or they just don't care? They think they're better than you, or whatever.
They don't care.
Right.
I think they think that they're better, like they're smarter or they're more educated. People like him, you know, from the last exchanges that I have seen when he comes to your channel, he thinks that he's smarter than everyone or better, like more educated than everyone. So that's why he makes those kind of comments like everybody else is simple-minded and don't get it. But when I watched the replay, I was like, well, he's really being insulting on purpose, intentionally. So I was like, yeah, I didn't blame you for how you reacted because it was rude, and he kept going.
You know what I said? You know what I said to myself? They do stuff. They do stuff like that. Because what's going on, Blaze? They do stuff like that because they really don't have an answer to the question. So it's their way of filibustering or like deflecting from actually answering the question. You know what I'm saying? And so they'll go into the insults and try to, you know, and try to make you feel small, knowing that they really don't know like they really don't have an sufficient answer to the question that I'm asking. Because he said that he knew the truth. He knew the truth about this, Carmelo. And he said we don't know the truth, but he know the truth. So I was like, okay, so what is the truth? What is the truth then? You say you know the truth. What is the truth? And then that's when he went into, see, y'all looking at it from a victim point of view instead of a leadership point of view. But I was
that had nothing to do with it.
It had nothing to do with the answering the question. And then when I read the super chat and I said, so you say you know what a leader is and a follower. I wasn't saying what he said verbatim, but I know he was talking about some leadership stuff. And he was like, nah, that's not what I said. If we can't remember simple things, this is the problem. This is why we can't follow conversation. Like he teaching me or something.
Right.
And I'm like, bro, why are you doing this, bro? It ain't even that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
And so the way I broke it down, I was like, they do stuff like that to deflect. They really don't have an answer to the question. And I just really figured that shit out. Like, damn, these, you know what I'm saying? Like these dudes, they will go into like the subtle insults and the smart aleck stuff, you know, to discredit you instead of answering the question and having an intelligent conversation. They'll try to discredit you and make you feel small, because they're conscious that they're in front of an audience. So you know what I'm saying? So it's really about them looking better than you instead of actually having the conversation.
The goal is to make you look dumb on your own channel. And it's like, yo, that's not gonna fly.
And I really be trying to have a conversation.
Right. I think it's the echo still, is it?
Yeah.
Say what?
I think it's still an echo.
Yeah, every time I unmute, y'all probably hear it. Y'all talk while I get rid of all of these tabs. Go ahead. I got a lot of tabs to get rid of.
Can I say something?
No, I ain't going nowhere. I'm just finna get rid of these tabs while y'all talk.
Oh, okay.
Can I say something to Freeze it real quick?
Of course.
Okay, Freeze it. Bro, I made a post a little while ago and tagged your name. You might have seen it. So this is along the lines of the same thing, because I just heard you speak to the individual, whoever that is, the individual insults in your channel. Bro, what you got going on is just from my opinion. And this goes to me not visiting people's channels often and so on and so forth, just based on how I move. From what I done seen from you, bro, and what you got going on your channel, you got a good thing going on, because it allows a lot of different perspectives to come to one spot, and you give everybody the opportunity to give their perspective, whether you agree to it or not, and you stay in the middle, and you don't really side with any side or whatever the case may be. You state where you stand, but you give people the platform to be able to speak on what they speak on. And the big thing that I like about what you're doing is that it's not a lot of drama that goes on your channel, which is a lot different than what's norm in these spaces. So I say that to say, bro, when it comes to your growth, you are going to continue to grow. I don't think you should. I would hope when people spew those type of things that it don't affect you, because you got a good thing going on over there, and what you rooted in, that by all means is going to propel you forward, because you rooted in community, you rooted in your beliefs and your discipline. So you have a solid foundation of what you're doing. From my opinion, it's nothing but good that can come from that. As long as you stay on that path, you're gonna be straight.
Right.
Absolutely.
That is
I
great.
appreciate that, bro. I ain't gonna lie, be needing to hear stuff like that, because like when I have a exchange like I did with Bill and Nico, like I will consider what I did wrong first. Like that's how, you know, I don't, you know, I just always been like that, like, you know, and then I look at the replay just to examine what did I do wrong, because I don't be wanting to offend nobody. I really don't. I don't be wanting to offend nobody. I don't be wanting to upset nobody. And so when I looked at the replay, I really did mean no harm. I was just like, okay, so
You do nothing to that damn.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? What's the problem? And like it just seemed like this Carmelo Anthony thing has brought out a lot of. It's just like what World Class was saying earlier. All of like the more we talk about it, and the more we use our words, the more demons it seems like it bring out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And what you just said, bro, I took my hat off to you, because this is just people in general. It's not about channel holders or whatever the case may be. People have a problem with self-accountability, because I'm not saying like you do no wrong or whatever the case may be, or you may misinterpret something or whatever the case may be. The fact that what you just said is that you will go back and look at the video and you'll reflect on X, Y, and Z. That speaks to a person's character. So like I can go on forever in a day of why I salute what you're doing, bro. Just keep grinding.
Right. I'm glad he heard it from a guy this time, because we be telling him how good he's doing and everything. You know, that was so good, liberating.
Listen, Freezy know if he doing something wrong, I'm gonna tell him. He just don't be doing shit. He don't be doing shit wrong. I watched this man for what, over 4.5 years. The most solid nigga in the space. Him and Tommy B. Tommy B, and Hank.
Agreed.
The most solid brothers in the space. And you know what I'm saying? And consistency and integrity. And when he used to pop up on podcast channel before he even started his own channel, before he was even doing stuff with Anton, he's been solid. A dude had y'all don't know podcasts, a little podcast. So Bean, some of y'all do.
Oh yes, don't. We do.
Yeah.
Oh, you know Beans? Okay. Another dude who's not even a bad guy said something out of line. Freezy hopped up on there and be like, "Hey, bro, nah, that ain't right, my nigga," and really was going back and forth with this dude. So when Beans and Freezy had their back and forth, and Beans wouldn't stop, and I'm like, nigga, I'm cool with you. I'm cool with him. Enough is enough. You upset, but you doing too much. And I know he's watching, and that shit hurt because y'all fucking cool as fuck. So, and this is what was crazy. I think I said this a week ago. I'm telling you to stop so y'all can repair your relationship, which is they end up at least, you know, being cool or whatever. And I'm like, but you disrespected me because I'm not letting you disrespect him. A guy that stuck up for you when you wasn't even fucking there. I've never seen. Listen, a lot of niggas pop a lot of shit and talk a lot of crap. I've never seen Freezy do no fuck shit ever. I've never seen him do no fuck shit ever. Not one time. I watched like a whole. Not one time. I mean, you don't understand how much attention I be paying to the space, and when people be talking, I pay intimate attention to what people say and do. He's never done fuck shit not one time, and nothing even close to it.
Right, me too, Venus. I agree.
This goes to what the World Class was saying, and I leave it at this, Freezy. To go along with like, World Class. I'm trying to remember. I'm in the church house too, so I gotta stop cursing. Anyway,
okay.
but Freezy, like this go along with me. I've been I'd say probably active on social media. Maybe I'm going rough estimate about 4 years, and I can count on one hand how many panels I've been on, and on that same one hand, I can still count how many times I've been on those individual panels. Now, I heard of your name some time ago, but I'll say, me being honest, I'm like a birds of a feather flock together. And so a lot of people I don't rock with just based off the basis of who they surround themselves with. So I kind of prejudged when I heard your name, because I knew it was floating around in spaces that I don't go to. So I say that to say, once I finally came to your channel and I listened in, bro, I done been on your panels, and I've probably tapped into you probably here for 2 months now, maybe pushing 3. I've been on your channel maybe 4 times within 2 to 3 months. That says a lot. When I done been on social media for years and haven't hit those panels 1 or 2 times. You get what I'm saying? So for a person, coming from a person like me, I move with certain principles and I rock with certain people for particular reasons. They got to be standing on something. I know you may not be familiar with me, but with that breakdown that I just gave, you got to understand what that speaks on about who you are as a person, that you would get me to come on your panel. Not saying I'm somebody special. I'm saying based on how I operate and how I move. So for me to come on your panel as many times as I've had in 2 months, that says a lot about you.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
You definitely
good.
one of the dope ones. Her, yeah, Mo Love is F&M is it. Like niggas be, that's what I take pride in, having fucking integrity. Cause if like, I criticize women and will continue to, but when your voice is that loud to criticize, your voice need to be that loud to praise when you see it. That tells you who's doing it genuinely, who's not. I don't think it makes sense for you to be, oh, these women are this or this person is that, and then when you see somebody that's of the standard that you say you want, you don't recognize them. Which you don't see these niggas that complain about females in this chat, because they don't really want women to get better. You just want to whine about it. You don't actually want no solution. You go to the women that's holding women accountable, or that's being upstanding, or that's putting God first. None of them niggas is present. None of them. They're never there. So that's why they don't have a problem with me, because I'm gonna call you out. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. Don't hit the like button, none of that.
Class, and I appreciate what you said, Liberated Soul, man. That means a lot, bro.
Always. You earned it.
Dog. Like you talking about that podcast, right? Like, I removed myself from that dude just because I know, like, he's very self-centered. You know what I'm saying? He really can't see that. He really can't see, like, other people and the humanity in other people. It's like he's so caught up in what he don't get, what people don't give him, and what he wants and stuff, right? And so even when he seen me on Hemp Channel after we wasn't talking, and he tried to make amends on Hemp Channel, bro. The reason why I accepted his apology, and I was just like, bro, it ain't even with me. I just separated myself. I'm not even that. It don't even mean that be that serious to me. But you're not going to disrespect me, bro. I don't know who you think you are. I know you think you the resident gangster, and people need to be scared of you. But bro, in real life, bro, I'm telling you, like, I guarantee you, we wouldn't be going back and forth that long, because I'm gonna pop out so goddamn fast. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna be, when a nigga be talking greasy, I be like, do this nigga think he really is like, do he really think he over me or something? Or do he think he, you know what I'm saying? Like he hard or something, you know what I'm saying? Bro, don't take my kindness for weakness. That's what I be trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? And so I be telling them. So I accepted man's apology, and I want to be cordial with, I wanted to be cordial with him and anybody, right? Class. This man, so we was cordial after that. Don't you know? Somebody sent me a clip. He on Sharon channel. This man called me a bitch ass nigga again.
Oh,
I ain't did nothing to this dude. Nothing. I'm like, so people be wondering why I banned the nigga from my channel and I don't let him come up on my page. That's the reason. You know what I'm saying? I know he said on his show that, somebody, I tried to come up on Freezy channel, but he wouldn't even let me up. And I don't even know why he wouldn't let me up. Somebody probably told him I was talking about him, but they always hate on me and lied. But that's what make Freezy a pussy nigga, because he won't ask me himself. He won't confront me himself. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, damn, this nigga really just gonna sit up here and lie. This nigga really do be throwing rocks and hiding his hand. Bro, I got the screen recorder you calling me a bitch nigga on Sharon channel, and I ain't even did nothing to you. Just because you don't. That's when I say I can't fuck with these niggas, dog, because I'm gonna tell you something, because these niggas be acting like they real, but they really be fake as fuck, dog. I'm telling you, I'm sorry for cussing Mo Love, but I'm just saying, like,
this is rated PG compared to.
I'm just saying, like, they be acting like they really do be real, dog. It's like they want to give off this persona that they the realest dude in the room. But bro, I'm telling you, like, bro, when they do that, all they be doing is they be exposing themselves. You know what I'm saying? You really think I don't know what you said, but you just gonna play it off because you think what you said was already. A nigga will say something and they think that shit be buried in somebody's live stream. No, nigga, I got the screenshot and I got the timestamp.
Right.
But he think that shit was already buried in Sharon's live stream and it was just hearsay. That's what let me know them dudes be fake, bro. You know what I'm saying? So you just gonna call me a bitch ass nigga again, and you were still allowed on my panel. We had, you know what I'm saying? I had accepted your apology, all of that shit. And you gonna call me a bitch? Actually, this is what he said. He called my name, world class name, Tommy B, and I think that was it. And he said, yeah, it's like them bitch ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's always something. And then I was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? This nigga still on that bullshit. I thought we were good. You still on that? That's why I said. That's why I went straight to my YouTube studio and just banned the dude, because I just don't want no parts of that. Not because I hate him, but because I just can't be around that type of energy, bro. Because for one, we on YouTube and my pressure be up, and I really do be want to touch a nigga. You know what I'm saying? But in real life, we know we can't touch each other on YouTube. That's what make that shit so stressful. That's what heighten your anxiety so much, because you really can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So the biggest thing that you can do is just block them. That's it. Just go in and block them.
That's it.
That's so true.
And a heartbeat. I
I don't like to call names on files. But yeah, you know him, I'm sure.
He know he is. Yeah, man, I block people in a heartbeat, bro. I block you because I don't want to see your stupid shit no more.
Yeah, me too.
Instead of arguing with you, like if I don't see your stupid name or your stupid, I just block you.
In your comments, me too.
It's just,
I haven't been that many, but yeah, I will.
No, I should be at like a good 80 at this point.
Really?
If you got a free account, I got a free account. I don't owe you nothing. You don't owe me nothing. I just don't gotta see you. It's that simple.
Yeah. For real.
Yeah, but that's that whole
the
deal.
best thing to me is block can be your best friend in a lot of cases.
I'll leave you to your right answers. You're absolutely right.
Mhm.
Keep that crap, or whatever you call that over there. I don't gotta see you. You don't gotta see me. I won't miss you. I spend more energy telling people don't come. Y'all have never seen me in nobody else's live promote my channel ever. You don't see me drop my link. None of that. I'm more prone to tell people don't come and don't talk to me than to come to my channel.
You can still see people when you're on a live stream though, if you're on somebody's channel.
Yeah. Stream. Yeah.
And that's the only unfortunate part about the block.
Dang, Hot Sauce said he called him. That's crazy.
Never mind. I ain't gonna make it. I ain't just not even gonna
where's
me
the
or that.
link, Mo?
Oh,
You want to drop it? I could drop it for you if you want to.
I got it.
So Freezy, did you
I hate
get
this
a chance to
though.
play the whole thing back, or just that part?
I was listening to it, man. My mic sound amazing now.
Man, your mic sounds superb, dog.
I appreciate you, man. I
Hey,
fixed
Mr.
it.
White.
Appreciate it, man. My shit good now. I'm getting in arguments with these dudes, and my voice be blocking out. I ain't having no more.
I gotta get me.
I had look. You talk about that exchange for no more.
No, did you watch the whole show back or whatever, or you just went to that part?
Oh no, I just went to that part. Yeah, no, we did 12 hours. We did 12 hours on that and 12 hours on the other one.
Oh, like when you was asleep and stuff like that. That's what I meant.
Oh
He do
no,
that.
hell no, I just go to sleep.
He do that shit. That like that quick self-soothing crap that he do, Billy Nico, and I just be like, bro, just relax. Like he's really sensitive. Like, you got your point, just say your point, bro. I'm not. And then he like one thing that burns me up about this space and what people be talking, like when people get attitudes, they will interject, interrupt, and then when they get outclassed, get countered, a lot of these niggas are super terrified of getting embarrassed. Then they start doing, why you interrupting me thing? But you was just doing it 5 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, or the sense before. What you buying for? If I snapped it, probably because of that, because I don't like the little girl crap that y'all want to do and act like you're a man. Be a man. You want to be a girl? I can treat you like a girl. You want to be a man? Be a man.
They say you interrupted, but they done interrupted everybody since they came up. That's the part.
Yeah, that's so shalom, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well.
Shalom.
I'm here, liberated soul. I'm here.
Okay,
I'm about to fire you up, Hot Sauce. You sure you want this smoke, bro?
Hey man, I'm summoned. Summon me. I'm here.
Hey, no, like I said, it's all in fun. And this just going to, I don't mean to derail the conversation, but this going to what y'all were talking about earlier. I just couldn't come up at the time. Hot Sauce, you were saying, and I'm gonna paraphrase what you were saying. I ain't gonna get it word for word, so let me throw that out there.
Yeah, it's fine. No problem.
So Hot Sauce was speaking to something about, because in the chat I said I agree, but it was on the basis of what he said at first. He was saying he essentially feel bad for black women when it comes to dating, so on and so forth. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm with you 100%. But then he gave his reason behind it, and though his reason is valid, to some extent, my reasoning behind saying or having the thought that I feel bad for black women when it comes to dating, it goes back to what I've always thought as a kid. So Hot Sauce alluded to, and he used narrative as his example. He alluded to essentially black women getting with a guy that ain't gonna go for certain things. And so therefore he felt bad for him because essentially they got to get with the program. That's kind of how I looked at it.
No, you got me wrong. You got me wrong.
And that's why I said I'll paraphrase. But regardless, because it ain't really a tit for tat type thing, because my whole point of what I was saying in the chat was saying I'm going to add to what he said, and my reasoning for feeling bad for black women when it comes to dating is because how my outlook on us as men have always been is that a lot of times we feel like we got the answers or we got everything just set in stone, just good. And we don't realize how we need to look in the mirror and understand we got things that we got misconstrued or wrong and need to address, so on and so forth. So that's why I've always felt bad when it comes to women, because I've been surrounded by women, friends wise or whatever the case may be. And they get upset with me throughout the years when we have conversation about they asking my advice and so on and so forth. And like I said, this been since I was a kid, letting them know that, hey, unfortunately, it's going to be a waste of time because of where our mindset are as men. Now, don't get me wrong, there's some good dudes out there. If you come across them, good luck. That was my mind frame at that time. It's like, good luck, they are out there. But the vast majority of men that you ran into, they are probably going to all operate and structure the same way. So that was always my outlook on it.
Yeah.
What I was saying is that because the loudest voice in the room is not the good black women, that it makes it harder for good black women to get married. That's what I was saying.
This was about the stuff that Logic was talking about in another country, or this was a different.
No, that was afterwards.
Yeah, more or less. You can say more or less, right?
Okay.
So that's how I was saying. I was just saying that it's hard for good black women to get married because they're not the loudest voice in the room, right? They're not the loudest voice.
Oh, and I did hear you say that, and I agree with you on that.
Y'all
I did
still
hear
hear
that
echo on my part?
I don't know.
No.
You
I
don't?
don't.
And if I can,
I think
good.
so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is he?
I'm not really hearing it.
I don't hear it.
Oh yeah, I heard it. I heard
I
it just
don't
now.
hear that. I don't hear.
Oh,
But
okay.
that was my point.
It was on my tabs.
Make sure
That's
make sure both of them tabs is click Freezy and the audio. I'm sorry. The reduced mic background noise and echo cancellation, and make sure ain't nothing else playing around.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that was
so you was basically saying that because there are so many loud, ratchet women not acting appropriately, that it makes it hard for the good women to get noticed. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's it.
You saying that's
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. And but one thing I definitely do disagree with Venus about is that if you date outside your race, all of a sudden you hate yourself. I disagree with that.
I
You
did.
think that's what I was talking about with Sharon up here?
Go ahead, World Class. You got it.
No, I'm just recollect. I said I think I did remember y'all talking about that when Sharon was up there.
Yeah. It was inspired by that. It was inspired by that.
Okay. Go ahead, Liberator. My bad. I was trying to.
No, you good, bro. And then the other part that I was talking about in the chat at that time, and I know narrative, because I think I probably posed a question in the narrative, and it was something about if we as men should engage with women from a standpoint of arguing. And so from that standpoint, now I'm going based off the little bit I was hearing because I was in and out. And narrative didn't say anything disrespectful, so I don't want anything I'm saying to be taken out of context, because a lot of times when I talk, I take things further than the interaction I may be talking about. So a lot of times when men present stuff like that is that we shouldn't be getting into back and forth with women. People be thinking you coming off as you just supposed to sit there and get ran over. So I can go from my personal experience. I don't engage with women when it comes to heated arguments back and forth. Now, before I got with my child's mom, I was single for a long period of time, and I could operate the way that I wanted to from the standpoint of it's not going to be no back and forth with people. I didn't argue with people at all. But once I got with her and we had those, disagreements or whatever, it was different. It was a little bit more understanding. But even from that, I grew from that to understand I'm not going back and forth with a woman just period. Now we can hash certain things out, but as far as the disrespect or whatever the case may be, I'm taking it outside of my relationship, whenever that time was or whatever. I'm taking it outside of that now. Is a person could think that I'm weak or whatever the case may be because I choose not to engage with a woman. But if you really knew me and if you heard from her, all her gripes towards me would be that I was controlling, I was stubborn, I was this, I was that. So on the surface, with me saying I don't argue with women, it may come off as docile or weak. But what you don't understand is when it comes to in person, I'm completely different. I know how to shut things down and I know how to have a conversation. And I know when some things are a waste of time. So when it comes to men and women going back and forth arguing, I always see that it's pointless, especially if we're talking about being disrespectful towards each other. I'll never be able to wrap my mind around that.
No, for me, I hear what you're saying, but I just think it's weird how, because I've been abroad half my life now, and like I just think it's weird how women just argue with men like that. Like it's really, I only see it in America, and so I just think it's weird. It's really weird.
That's a serious problem.
Only in America.
Yeah,
No,
it's really,
I don't
like so
think
weird.
so. So I feel like it's just basically based off what energy you basically put out, though. That's just what I see it as. What I put out is what I get back.
Like you don't see that. You don't see it. At least in China, you don't see that, and even in Kenya, you don't see that. You don't see
Hot
women.
sauce. You don't see it in different communities here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in America, so I can't say whatever. But I'm in what, like 8 months in China. 4 months.
Nobody has ever seen a Mormon chick cussing a Mormon man out ever.
Oh, that's
Never
true.
seen that.
That's true too. Okay.
Not once.
Wait, what kind? Have you actually seen the Indian/Pakistani ladies though? Respectfully, you know what they're like though. They're still gonna basically say what they need to say though.
You said Pakistani?
Yeah, Indian/Pakistani.
I've seen them.
Yeah.
I've seen Indians. Yeah,
Yeah. They're very outspoken.
So let me go from a basic standpoint. When I was
I
a kid,
thought Asians were too. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
no, you good, Mo. This your channel. Do you?
But when I go to the nail shop, like I always see the Asians going in on their husbands because it's normally like a family-oriented business. The wives, they be
not here, not in the motherland.
Oh, okay.
They get hurt there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Don't play that shit. Yeah, I think women here don't realize women be getting.
But I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead,
Let me
Hot Sauce, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait,
this woman was going around pickpocketing people, and she was stealing money from men, women, whatever. So the man caught her, came with the police. The police is there. The police is sitting there, and then the man is saying that this woman, and he's calling her all types of stuff, like stole my money and blah blah blah, took his wallet. Then he got so mad that he took the keyboard and went upside her head, and the police didn't do shit.
Yeah, they be getting the shit slapped out of them around the world, man. They don't play that
So
shit.
I just find it like well, maybe let me say it this way. I'm just not used to it, right? Like I'm used to like now I'm just used to like if a man talks, women here are quiet. They'll just stop. I'm just kind of used to that now. So when I see like people going like women cussing niggas out, I'm like wow. I'm just like wow.
No,
That's
I will say this.
But I mean, basically what you do is, of course, she outspoken, but she knows when not to speak, though, and stuff like that, though. She's just like, but the only reason that's not because my dad did not tell her. Dad does let her know that, though, but also sometimes she does that herself, though, because she don't have the energy, though. Sometimes they don't have the energy to basically go back and forth or want to argue, though, you know, sometimes.
I'll go based off, again, this is just how I would run my household, so everybody can operate how they operate. But in my household, as far as it comes to a woman, the type of women I'm into, I don't want a docile woman. I don't want a woman just because now, don't get me wrong, it may be certain times that I may put my foot down per se, but on a regular basis, I don't want a woman to just shut down just because I'm starting to talk. I want her to be able to speak her mind. and be able to be logical and rational with her thoughts, so on and so forth. So that's from that standpoint. But when it comes to the back and forth between women, I think another reason why I don't agree with it and I can't rock with it is because of my upbringing. And I always hate to go to this because it may sound as if I'm promoting certain things when I'm not. But when I was a kid, I was being brought up that what would be the point of arguing with a girl or a woman? Because when it comes to a man, hey, we can do whatever you want to do. We either gonna talk it out or we gonna swing it out. One of the two. But something can be done if we can't come to an agreement. So that's why I wouldn't have a problem having a heated discussion with a man. But when it comes to a woman, how I was being brought up, it's like, what's the point of lip wrestling? Because if it get to a point that you can't come to an agreement and everybody get mad, you can't do nothing from that but walk away. Or you can be the weak type of man that's gonna put your hands on a woman just based off of argument. But that's how I was being brought up. So therefore, when I get to my adulthood, I operate from that same standpoint. That if it go there with a man, I can engage, because wherever it's gonna go, if that's what I'm trying to do, then wherever it's gonna go there. But I know the only place it could go with a woman is a back and forth, which is a waste of time for me.
See, elaborated. What's crazy is what you saying makes sense, and that's what men have done. But they've now weaponized that part. When you become a man and go, all right, I ain't gonna argue with women, they call that now being emotionally unavailable.
Yeah,
they rebranded that into that.
No. Well, yeah, I guess to a certain extent, yeah.
Slow it.
Toxic people.
Right.
Because
you don't have
when you-
emotional intelligence. It's bad.
Yeah.
Emotional.
That's what they call it now.
we say you emotionally unavailable when we're expressing our feelings to you, not in a very aggressive or disrespectful manner, and when the man is still not really attentive or considerate of what we're saying and how we feel, that's emotionally unavailable.
Yeah,
Not I'm yelling and screaming at you and you're ignoring me. No, that's
slightly
completely different.
World class. I wasn't trying to cut you off, no love.
Wait, can I have a go, please? I was just trying to say, basically, though, it's just about the energy.
Yes, you ask. You have a good. You ain't even wait to get the answer.
Let me get it out, just real quick, Riaz. So world class. The reason why I would say I wouldn't see that as emotionally unavailable, even though I have heard it, and that is a problem. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going based off personal experience. And I don't mind speaking on the bad that my child mom had towards me. I won't speak on her, but I will speak on what she was saying to me. She was saying when I would get in that mode that I shut her conversation down. Like I'll be going back and forth and having a conversation, but when it get to a certain point, as if it's not going anywhere, she say I try to control the conversation or I try to shut it down or whatever the case may be. So that would more so come from the standpoint from that, as opposed to being emotionally unavailable, if you get what I'm saying. I was shutting the conversation down. I was ending it and I was done.
Well, you gotta understand something. You gotta understand something. No matter what you try to do, they're gonna say whatever they feel. So if they feel that you are emotionally shut off, they don't care what you want. Like women gotta understand, man. Women are a lot. Women are a lot.
Yeah. Men too.
No, we're not. Men are not a lot.
No.
Women are a lot. I'm sorry, it is a lot. We are very easy. Women are a lot when you have to take care of them. They are a lot. Never happy. Never
the
enough.
audacity.
I'm serious.
It's the audacity for me, as if men cannot be alive. Are you serious? No.
Why you say men are a lot? I just dealt with a man that was a lot last night.
Right. Yeah, he said women are alive.
Easy. I'm talking about in a marriage.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about a marriage. I'm not talking about, in marriage, women are a lot.
Exactly.
Still be two people now.
What?
Wouldn't that still be two people though? The man and the woman could be a lot in a marriage.
I'm sorry. Like no, like 'cause I'm looking at
No,
right now. I'm thinking about all my friends are married
yeah.
to their women, and like and some of their wives are wonderful women, wonderful. But if I'm comparing, a lot, there are a lot. If I'm comparing,
Yeah, but you're the one who attracts that energy to you. What you put out is what you get back. And I feel like it's both genders though. One is not too much. Both, in my opinion, though, are a lot. And I've experienced that from both sides though. Men can be a lot and women can be a lot. I've seen it from both sides.
That's right, Riaz.
I'm saying both sides. That's all you don't understand, no.
You're right, Riaz.
Mm-hmm.
He right. That's crazy.
Yes, how old are you? How old are you?
23.
Yeah, baby.
Come on,
Yeah, definitely,
Come on.
Him and Bridget.
Listen, I had asked last week. I asked Fantastic, who have you had confrontations more on these panels, men or women? And he said men, easy. So you have to ask yourself that, like, why is that? You know what I'm saying?
Because men check him more than women.
Mm-hmm.
He always saying dumb shit. He said stupid shit a lot. Absolutely. There's a lot of dumb shit.
I'm not talking about panels. I'm saying marriage.
Yeah. I'm with you.
I
just think communication with women is
Exactly,
is on a,
Blaze. My bad.
Oh, okay. Oh, y'all was talking about the super chat. My bad. I mean, comment.
Yeah. I'm not talking about panels at all. I'm just saying in marriage, men are much easier.
Right. You're not talking about panels, but isn't what we see on these panels be a reflection of how they interact in relationships as well?
No. I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people are capping in relationships. I think most men who are in relationships, their women run it, especially in America. So no.
The most frustrating shit I've ever experienced in my life is communicating with women in a relationship, because it's like you can't be human. Like I gotta stop being human because of her quote feelings unquote. Like you want me to reverberate your feelings that I can't see, taste, or touch, or smell, or I can't do nothing with what's going on inside of your body that I don't see, taste, and touch. I can only go by what you do. And when I go by what you do, like I said, I watch like a hawk. You don't want me to dissect you. So it's like, and then when you're talking, you don't want me to give you solutions. You just want to hear me. So you just want to talk to restrict my movement just to make sure I'm not somewhere else with somebody else or doing something else. Or what is the point of communication? And I'll never get there. So me, I'm like hot sauce. I'm gonna just shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna say nothing to you. And I'm like, okay, sure, yeah. And that's wait for when, and that's what most men do.
I don't mean a lot in a bad way. I'm just saying it's a lot, right?
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to take it in a negative aspect. Like for example, right? It is to make me happy is a lot easier than what I need to do to make my wife happy, right? And I just mean like stuff like that. It's not even in a negative way. I'm just saying that women in relationships, it's a lot because half the time y'all don't even know what y'all want. Like this shit. I order some food. Do you want something? No. Okay, I'll order something.
Yes.
Her hands are in the first.
Yes. Trigger me right now because that shit irritates. When I tell you,
it's just like it's a lot sometimes.
I'm a cheat. I'm a cheat right now. The second you know what I'm cheating.
If I change the man and do vice versa, man, it's the same thing. I don't see it as a gender thing, though. I see it as a human thing, though, because that's what we as human beings are like, though. Because I've seen it on both sides, though. In my experience, though, it's more easier for me to communicate with a woman than a guy, though. I can tell a guy whatever, but it's more easier and more comfortable to tell a woman based on my experience, though, because they listen more, though, based on my experience, though. And when I try and tell a guy, they cut me off halfway and whatever.
Yeah. Communication is like, it's the foundation of like relationships. Is what you do the most. And
yes, it is.
Yeah, I find it to be extremely difficult when When is a disagreement because we think completely different? Because there's no time whether I'm happy, pissed off, or horny. I think the same exact way. I think it's structured, sequence, no matter what. I think the same way, no matter what. It's the same sequence. My priorities will never change. If I'm in the middle of having sex and I hear the baby, I'm getting up. If I'm in the middle of working and it's the baby, I'm getting up. The baby take priority. And I think in communication, when my marriage that I was in, I realized that I was told this, but then when it happened, I'm like, women really be trying to compete with the damn child. I don't know why y'all mind.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Nigga, they was telling me this when I was a little kid in barbershop.
I don't know what type of like
I don't get that, but I've heard men try to say that before.
Dynamic that is, but I don't. Wow, is all weird. I can say.
It's weird. Because women be thinking, I have your child, you gonna put me first. No, the fuck, I'm not gonna put you first. Why would I put you first?
But see, that whole mindset is competing. I think that is so dysfunctional. When we have a child, it's just weird. We're all supposed to be on the same page. We on the same team. There's no competition. What are we doing?
But it happens. So I want to. I don't know what it is. They try to whatever you try to invalidate whatever they're saying about when a baby comes, you're supposed to be treated better. You think you're supposed to get treated better. I'm like, motherfucker, when a baby came, did they add an extra hour to the day? Did they add an extra day to the week? Did they add an extra week to the month? Did they add an extra month to the year? A year to the decade? So what the fuck am I gonna find the time to do? What? I don't get it. What do you expect?
I just think it's so weird. Like we should be working together for the sake of the child. There's no competing. We both love the child equally. We're a unit, right? We're a unit. Like there should be. That's not true. It's just so weird to me.
I watched it. Okay,
I've never heard of it.
This is like. Have you ever came home and your woman's crying and you ask her what's wrong? She says nothing. Yeah. I just feel like I'm nothing. I just want to feel sad today, so I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
The fuck you supposed to like? What the fuck you supposed to do then?
Multiple women have done that. I'm like, okay, all right, I'm gonna go play the game. What the fuck you want me to do?
Exactly. And then
you just gonna go in the room? Yeah. What the fuck?
Okay, so Stanley said, hold on. I don't know if that's in relation to what we were talking about.
I think the baby.
Actually, that is true. I used to call my wife and son Tom and Jerry. They spent too much time together. I was the judge, apparently, when I got home from work.
All I'm saying is that men are very simple. That's all I'm saying.
Men are not very simple.
Read Blaze's comment, Mo.
Where is it?
Scroll up just a little bit.
Come home. Why are you
crying? Blaze said, even in a relationship, bruh, not every man is as simple as you say they are. Not every man operates the same. The same way you can say women are a lot, the same goes for men. That is so true.
But it's the same way. Same thing I told Ruthless yesterday. When we was talking about parenting, he said, "There's no guarantee that your child will listen. A guarantee or every person or every man has never been a validation for anything under any circumstances anywhere ever. It's not a thing. It's not a validation of anything. It's never been every guarantees or every person doing everything is not a validation of anything to any degree imaginable ever. It's not a validation of anything that everybody's not doing it. When we speak, we got to speak to what a man and a leader is supposed to do is put you in a certain success range. I want to speak to a level of consistency and generality.
And probability.
So when I'm saying men and women, probability. So I don't like when people respond like that, because what it is only is dismissiveness and escapism.
Yep.
What is?
When you anytime you put in, that's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee that you do that, but every man don't do it and every woman don't do it.
Not all, not every.
But it's the truth, though.
Yeah, it's
It's the truth.
But you can say any random non-relevant truth that the sky has planes in it. It's like it's irrelevant.
But to make it sound as if men are, you guys may not be as emotional, but that doesn't mean that you're not equally as difficult.
Well, I understand that.
Allow me to say this really quickly. So first of all, let's recap. When I said women was a lot, I didn't even say it in a negative manner, right? And I gave lighthearted situations. Now all of a sudden now it becomes a gender war issue that no one's trying to make in the first place. Secondly, if we are looking at what men need and what women need, I mean, the probability is that the man is going to be easier, probably, than a woman, right? How often do women come home and see their man crying, and you ask them what's wrong? Nothing. I just want to feel sad.
I mean, but I don't do that as a woman. I've never told anybody nothing. I just want to feel sad.
No one said all women do this. I
asked. Y'all say this. I don't want no solution right now. Y'all say I don't want no solution right now. I just want you to listen. It's the same thing Hasel's saying. It's the same thing. I just want you to listen. That's what he's saying. It's the same exact thing. I just want you to listen. You just want to be sad today. You don't want me to fix it. Okay, you want me to be your computer? Your diary?
Why did my sister say I've done that? Wow. So you have looked at my brother-in-law and said, nothing, I just want to feel sad. Girl, you need a whooping.
In world class, notice. I did not say
I
asked the question, what is the probability? Right? I actually said, what's the probability? And then they're going to say, oh, not all women. I was asking, what's the probability?
I get what you're saying.
Exactly.
No,
tell Mr.
Period.
Tell Mr. T that I feel him.
I guess it's just different for everybody. That's why we be like, now, well, that doesn't apply to everybody or not all. Because, with your experience with your exes and past people and your wife could be totally different than the next man's situation.
Most men have ran into that situation. Most.
Hey, world class. That's
my sister said my husband calls me crazy. See, why can't I just meet somebody that call me crazy and still love me at the same time?
Right.
That's cool.
World class. That's where I think the emotion, we get that title emotionally unavailable, because again, coming from personal experience, that would be what I had to learn and deal with, is that in my terms, women are beyond extremely complex, which would then put me in the position that I'm in now, just getting a little personal, to where I don't have the energy or motivation to be in a relationship based off of my understanding of how complex women can be, because of that example that y'all just gave, as far as you come in, and I know it's being funny, but I understand where hot sauce coming from. You come in and the woman crying, and world class, what you just said was they don't even want a solution. I've had that. I'm a solution person, so I've had my child mom get mad at me because I'm always trying to find a solution. And I'm like, I ain't gonna cuss. I know I'm in a church house, but I'm like, dang, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm trying to help you, work through whatever it is that you're going through. So I get where y'all coming from, but that's where me personally, I get to the point of knowing how I am and what I can deal with and what I can't deal with, to be like, you know what, relationships ain't for me.
I'm a stand on principle.
No,
I'm a stand on principle, right? And because I don't stand on business. Businesses fail, principles don't. I've done videos about what I'm about to say. The complexity that you're talking about is this demonic, satanic thing called feelings and emotions that people think are okay. I can't relate with you because watch this, the no solution thing. If I'm designed to solve problems and you don't want solutions, you don't want me.
The bars. Bars.
How
What
is
am I
it
here for?
demonic and that's a part of our makeup? Like
Feelings and but
having
watch
Oh,
emotions.
this is
say
and
it.
that's
Say it.
watch
Say
hot sauce.
it.
I
Hot
think
sauce.
when
Hold up.
you operate
Hot sauce.
only
Watch
in
this.
your feelings, and that's when it can become dangerous. But it's
Okay, I'm gonna
normal to
ask y'all.
feel.
I want T and all of, I want T and Eminem. I'm sorry, Eminem. F and M in the chat. I want everybody to answer this question. Where in your Bible did your God say you were made out of feelings and emotions?
It doesn't say that, but it's common
It doesn't
sense.
say that.
We're in human fleshly form, and that's part of our genetic makeup to have emotions and feelings. That's part of it.
Your God, but what your hold on,
We're
Riaz.
just not supposed to dwell in them all the time, but we absolutely have them.
Feelings. Your God told you that He made y'all out of us. Are we not logical?
But you guys also have feelings. Y'all are just good at hiding them. Y'all have emotions.
not
Y'all
reacting
just
on them.
don't express them
Hard.
as much as we do as women.
No,
I
you're
got
missing
you. I
his
got
point.
you.
You're missing his point. You're missing his point.
No, I'm not.
World
Yes,
class.
you
You know
are.
I'm about to
Yes,
be
you are.
goofy,
You're
right?
missing his point.
No, I'm not.
It's an exorcism.
Exactly.
This an exorcism. I'm getting these demons out of here. This is what we gotta
World
do.
class. You know I'm about to be
That's what I'm
funny,
here
right?
for. Go.
Like,
Oh, cause you ain't
and he gonna
shit.
learn y'all today. He gonna learn y'all today.
Get to
Again.
the point.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, world
Again.
class. So what you saying? You know, the feelings, and I'm paraphrasing what you saying. The feelings and emotional or demonic. Being that you see me as a demon, I can rock in that world, right?
Yes,
I
you
told
can.
you I was about to be funny. I told you I was about to be funny.
Absolutely, at your own risk.
So from that standpoint, like I would, and maybe because my understanding is not where yours is, but from my understanding of what I have and where I stand, I wouldn't classify emotions and feelings as demonic, because I do look at that as a humanly thing, if you will, which both men and women should operate off feelings and emotions. Now it is hot sauce. I wasn't asking for your opinion, bro. Let me finish. So from that standpoint, I do agree that an overabundance of something without balancing it out is a problem. I agree 1,000%. But just to say emotions or feelings are demonic, I can't rock with that, because feelings is what got me to the point of how I operate from a spiritual standpoint, and it got me on the straight trajectory per se. So for me to dismiss feelings would be crazy, because it has gotten me in such a position from where I wasn't at one point in time with my beliefs to where I am now. My feelings led me in that direction, as opposed to the tangible information that I started finding out years later. So now it comes back to, oh, okay, so this would give credence to the feelings I was having. I didn't have the tangible information of why I was feeling this, but now that I'm older, that tangible information is coming. I understand why I was feeling that way. So that's the basis of why I can't dismiss feelings and emotions as being something demonic.
This is why I say and do the things that I do, because you operating from the definition. So what are feelings and what are emotions? What are they? Let's not even do etymology. Let's not even do none of that. Let's
hold on. Can I say something real fast, really quickly? Jeremiah 17 and 9. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? And in the Bible, it does talk about feelings and emotion and how it deceives you.
Exactly.
And it's unreliable.
Exactly.
Right? It's unreliable. So what World Class is saying is on point. And then also when World Class is saying that if woman is made from, if Eve was made from Adam, the whole notion of, well, women are emotional, that's a false doctrine that comes from Satan, which you guys, and that's what I'm saying, missing the point, because the Bible does talk about I'm sorry?
How is it false?
Because it goes against the teaching. In the Bible doesn't teach that women are these emotional creatures.
No, it doesn't.
are emotional, and they
But
cannot that their logic cannot overcome their emotions. The Bible does not teach that. The
but
Bible teaches to separate, to discipline, to
but when the but the
uplift
Wait a minute.
yourselves.
Wait a minute.
Hey, can I
the
ask
but
this?
where the
No, Mo, I'm
scripture
sorry.
says
Go ahead.
though, where it says treat her as the weaker vessel, I don't think that's just implying from a physical standpoint.
Treat her as
Emotionally
It's
too.
it's about
no.
order. It's
It's
about order.
about it's about order, right? Treat her as the weaker vessel because you are physically weaker than he is.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, but
submission
I
is.
think
Submission.
that covers every aspect of a woman.
Well,
But
then,
here's
so
what
then,
I'm hold on.
so
Let me just at least finish when I'm
yeah,
because like I
okay,
said,
go
I'm
ahead.
gonna leave etymology out. I'll just do simple stuff because that's the beauty of God and the beauty of the truth. I don't have to use my best weapons. I can use your life. When have you ever made decisions based off smell?
Based on
Your
what?
life decisions, smell.
Hey,
If
you ever smelled
something
chitlins, bro?
Based
doesn't
on
smell
smell?
good and I'm
Right.
supposed to eat it, I'm not gonna eat it.
Right.
So you leave it to food, right? Or whether it's something's burning, right? Yes.
Yeah,
Do you
or
use
a room I want to
do you,
walk in, a bathroom, anything.
cologne, a man may smell good, right?
Right.
Do you ever use your sense of smell to decide whether you're gonna get a mortgage or not?
No, because that's not
It doesn't make
relatable.
any goddamn sense. It's hyper incompetent. You don't use your sense of smell to decide whether you're gonna get this color dress or that color dress. Don't make sense, does it? So why does it make sense for women to remember, make decisions based off their feelings, which is the property of a sense? Yes, let me be clear on what I'm saying to you. Your feelings is a property of your sense of touch. Your sense of touch is in the same senses and at the same higher hierarchy as your sense of smell. But women are making a decision of how they feel, which is a property of touch. I.e., the last will become first, the first will become last. You leading ass in every time you make a decision of how you feel. These marriages are dying because I don't feel happy. You're not making
So
a
I get
decision
what
based
you're
off.
saying. But you said that feelings and emotions are demonic. That's the part that I was addressing. I think that when you operate in them only, that's when it can work against you and be demonic. But feelings and emotions alone are not demonic.
Right,
out of
because there
order.
are positive emotions and feelings like joy, love, trust, and then there's negative emotions and feelings.
Like happiness. That's a emotion, a feeling.
Okay, so this is, and again,
Risk quickly, and then I'll
Riaz,
let
hold
you.
on, Riaz, hold on, Riaz, hold on. Feelings and emotions are demons. They are demonic possession. A nigga gets angry.
I don't believe that.
A nigga, watch this. A nigga gets angry, or a woman gets in love, and the decisions that they make is based off love and whether they're angry. That means that their anger possesses them. That means that their love possesses them. I can give you the foundation of the entirety of it, that the word feeling.
I just said that though. If you operate out of the negative emotion and you dwell in it, then it can have a negative and demonic effect on you. But emotions and feelings alone are not demonic, you know?
They absolutely are. They absolutely are. There's nothing godly about them. They're all fake. Because none of the words, every time y'all, but hold on. Every time, everything that y'all associate and keep saying to me that is a feeling, is emotion, are not. The word feel is a verb that means to touch. To touch does not mean something touching you. It means you touching something.
But words have different meanings. Like
they don't, but that's,
I don't know.
It doesn't work like that. The other word, emotion, means a social moving. It means two people speaking. To agitate, to stir up, to remove. It does not mean love, happiness, and joy. Love is not even a feeling. It's a verb. It means to care. God does not operate in false names. It does anything of God doesn't operate in false names. Ever.
So I'm not gonna sit up here and say, because we know what we say feelings and emotions are, and it's not demonic.
Period.
So
That's just my
The
point.
dictionary definition of feeling is an emotional state or reaction or a belief, especially a vague or irrational one.
Look
Right.
up emotion.
I want to go. I want to go
Dictionary
back to.
definition.
I want to go back to the scripture. I want to go back to the scripture really quick, and I'm going to use the layman's term of feelings and emotion. I'm going to use the layman's term, just so it's just easier to communicate. At the end of the day, right? When we're talking about heart, matters of the heart, right? Psychological experiences, right? The Most High calls it wicked, right? Because a lot of times when we're called to do stuff, it's really out of duty. It's really out of duty, right? And long suffering and through affliction, right? Duty, long suffering, and affliction, right? Just like the Most High suffers for us, for our salvation, and has a duty towards us, and he's patient. It's the same thing for us. So, my point is this, right? I think that because it's generally accepted that women are emotional creatures, that they get away with highway robbery, and that's part of a demonic message. Now, the messaging, I would say, is a demonic messaging that keeps women to kind of rely on this and keep this bad behavior, lack of a better word, bad behavior going. Because at the end of the day, you're an adult, right? And to be able to be in your feelings and emotions, and for some of us throw tantrums, that's childish.
Can I ask?
It'll be in a
Word, sorry. I want to have my go, please. So I was just trying to say, to build upon the point. I get what you guys are trying to say, though, but I feel like this, though, feelings aren't demonic if you let it be, though. So if you let yourself be consumed in it, though, then yes, it can become that, though, because if you don't have balance, that's why you're supposed to balance it out, though. Like, yes, actually go through what you're supposed to go through, express it out, but then also learn to balance it. So that's why, though. So we're supposed to have element of balance, though. If you let it consume you, then yes, it can, though. So
does Allah say does Allah say that you supposed to have balance with things that are haram?
yeah, no, Allah does. Wait, what do you mean?
Okay, then. So the answer is no, right? Okay, so some certain things that are God does not do inaccuracies. God is either good or God is not good. There's no balancing of things that you're not supposed to be doing.
Right,
Can I ask y'all both a question?
There's no balance.
So what Riaz just said, I would agree, because I mentioned balance a second ago, so I can understand where he coming from. I would also say a lot of times with the conversations, like the real in-depth conversations, I think it's just gonna be, and here for the T just said the same thing. It's gonna have to be like a agree to disagree type thing, because people have a basic level of understanding of certain things and so on and so forth. But World Class and Hot Sauce, what I want to ask y'all, and I think I would have an idea of where y'all would go with the answer, but like how Hot Sauce just mentioned, he gonna keep it in layman's terms. Try to understand from a layman's term standpoint. If a scenario, you two walked in y'all house and y'all seen y'all back door open, would you not get a feeling that something is wrong?
No. Because
What
feeling means to
would
touch.
what would you call that?
It's called cognizance.
Well, I
You
would
have to
just
understand.
it's called
Go ahead.
evidence. Oh, no, go first. You go first, and I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Maybe it's a bad example, and I'll go to something else in a second.
No.
You have your point, and I'll never deny your point. I'm just saying it to me, though. I just see it differently. Okay,
You
sorry.
got to be coherent in the conversation. He just asked us questions. We're trying to answer them.
Okay, my bad.
You have to understand that what I'm talking about, it's not up to y'all to decide. I'm speaking specifically to demonic warfare. It's not a choice for you. You got to, like I said earlier, you got to remember what I am. I come from the division of warfare. I am showing you how the enemy operate. So everything that you associate to be feelings and emotions, the positive stuff, is actually cognitive abilities. The enemy will pretend to be you. The enemy will start to claim stuff as its own and rebrand it. That's what I'm telling you. So to answer your question, I will take recognition of what occurred and respond accordingly.
So
Which you keep experiencing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll give my answer.
No, go ahead.
All right. So here's my answer, and I think what Ria says is extremely dangerous. That you're great, because the thing you're saying is like unless you have the power of God or you have the Holy Spirit where you can cast out stuff, it's not up to you to let anything happen, right? So when we talk about and World Class made a great point. You don't keep a balance with something that is sin, right? You chop your right hand off if it's going to make you to commit sin, right? You don't balance that. And the second thing is, if my door is open, well, the evidence is telling me that somebody is in my house or has broken in my house.
Okay. I mean, look, you're not wrong though. I see where you're getting at though. That's also, I'm starting to understand what you mean though. You're not wrong, of course not though. I'm just saying though, don't let it consume you when you actually go through with it. Don't act on it though like that. I'm not saying you're not wrong. You have a point though. I'm not gonna take away from that.
What I'm trying to explain to y'all is this is warfare, and people have. Well, I'll just. Let me make it clear. The enemy will always hide in the last place you'll ever look. That's the best place for an opponent to hide or an enemy to hide. And where's the best place he's going to hide? In the place that you'll defend.
So World Class and Hot Sauce, because I see y'all both share similar foundational things. I'll say it that way. Let me ask y'all this: if people don't get to y'all's understanding, what then?
If people don't get to my level of understanding?
Yeah, what then? Because let's say people can never get to the root meaning of this and that and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay,
What happens then? Because a vast majority of people, like reality wise, are not at all going to get to what y'all are talking about at all.
Okay.
So
right,
what happens from there?
So I will say this because this is where me and World Class is going to differ. So I'll give my answer first this time. Fine. So my testimony, like for example, I love fellowship and I love talking about the Bible, but I am not a preacher. I'm not a person that passes the word around. I think Freezy is more that. That is not my testimony. So for me, I can be comfortable with a person that's never going to get it, and it doesn't bother me because my testimony is not to my testimony is not to save souls. I know that's horrible to say, but that's not. I don't care to do that. So
what would you say when? I'm sorry. Hot Sauce.
No, but the gospel is you're supposed to spread the word, right? But that's not my testimony. But
so from that standpoint, what I guess I would have a hard time understanding that stance that you have as far as not trying to basically did you say teach anyone? Did you say that? Or how would you word that?
It's not my testimony to lead people to Christ because niggas are exhausted and I just can't. I don't have the patience.
So it not have it. It's just so it not being your testimony. Would it then be mindful of you not to use the words such as that's wrong or so on and so forth? Because you're now telling people how to construct their life based on your foundation and your beliefs.
I'm talking about that's wrong if we're talking about the context.
I think you're going in and out.
So you're going in and out. Yeah, he breaking up bad. I don't know what you doing. So you breaking up? I can't hear you. No.
Hot Sauce, you going in and out, Hot Sauce, if you can hear us.
Still breaking up.
You like completely out now.
Okay. I mean, I get it now because the way you.
Riaz, I'm not trying to be rude, but I did pose that same thing to World Class, so I would like to hear his thoughts as well.
What's the run it back again? Because okay, now you come back. Now I can hear you.
Okay, so the reason why I can say it's wrong because if we're having Bible study and we're talking about the Bible says study to show yourself approved. So in that context, yes. But if we were out on the street and you just say whatever, or whenever notice whenever she talks about the Quran, I don't say anything. I don't make not one comment. Right?
Okay. From that standpoint then though, unless I missed it, from that standpoint, I would say from what I seen, Bible study wasn't going on just a second ago, and you implemented the Bible to prove why someone was wrong.
Well, because we were talking about demonic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then that automatically makes me go to the Bible because the word demonic popped up, correct?
It makes you go to the Bible to then say someone is wrong, but that's not your testimony, right?
No. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. So as soon as the word demonic came up, right? So I'm going to bring in because I'm a Hebrew Israelite, right? So then when we're talking about demonic and God, right? Demonic and God was brought up. So as soon as
demonic and satanic,
demonic, satanic, and not of God, every Hebrew Israelite in the world is going to go to the Bible.
Yeah.
I just accept it as a agree to disagree because we're gonna keep going back and forth on it. But World Class,
that is facts.
That's cool. Facts. That's cool. That's cool. Facts. Cool. I want to go to World Class now with the same question. And World Class, I think I heard you asking for me to ask the question again.
Yeah.
And the question
what was your first question?
The question was because I know Hot Sauce said y'all would probably disagree here. But my question was, if people never got to the level of understanding that y'all had, what does that now do for those people? Like, where do they end up? That was the question.
They end up being a plaything.
They end up being what? I missed it.
A plaything. They're being a vessel.
So would they
for demons?
So they end up demons, if you will.
They end up being possessed, yeah.
Okay. So when it's all said and done, if we went basic level as far as quote unquote heaven and hell, just keep it basic, just use it as something symbolic. So if those people ended up being demons just because they don't have the level of understanding that y'all have and don't live by that, they would end up going to hell?
No, they end up living hell. They will have it while they're here.
So it's no upward scale from them if they never get to y'all point. That's what I'm trying to get to.
But it's not our point. It's not mine.
That's just a word I'm using. The point of your foundation, where you get your thoughts and beliefs. So they would end up at a point to where
living hell, yeah, twice.
Okay.
Yeah, they would live hell and then have to go to it. Yes. Okay. And I'm in the business of not letting people die twice. I'm not gonna sit by and watch it let it happen.
Agree to disagree, definitely.
Okay, I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, I agree. I'm starting to see where he comes from, though, a little bit, just a little bit. Starting to understand just a bit in which context a little bit. I see both sides, though.
Well, I mean, like your salvation is not based off of knowledge.
Right.
It sounds like that's what you're asking, right? If you're asking that if your knowledge is not the level of my knowledge or the level of his knowledge or whatever, will you go to heaven or hell?
Yeah, I mean it's just the question he asked, but let's be clear. I am saying, and it's not challengeable, that feelings and emotions are demons and satanic. You want me to? It's this level of standard that you got to get to for that. It's simple language. You never had to check when they told you milk does a body good. You never checked for that. Because the person that told you that or the TV that told you that, you trusted that. Y'all just don't trust me because you never checked for that. And you never had any investment in whether milk does a body good or not. But there's an investment in feelings and emotions.
Well, we know that milk doesn't do body good because
Yeah.
People who eat dairy have higher rates of cancer. So, but it's not the fact that whether I trust you or not. It's the fact of my understanding is different. Like, because I would say feelings is wicked, but I won't say I can't go to the point of demonic, but I will meet you with wicked. I personally can't.
Okay, cool. Again, let me finish. Feelings and emotions are demonic. You have this word called God. That word God comes from the word gut, G-U-U-D. That word means to invoke or libations. Now let's be adults. We got high school diplomas, college degrees. We know that the thing that we call feelings is a chemical hormonal response in our bodies. That hormone goes into your bloodstream and that gives you the quote feelings unquote that you have.
Right.
That's libation. A fluid goes into another fluid is libation.
Okay.
It's the same ritual that happens all around the planet. It is demonic possession when that feeling or libation has you and you don't have you. That's fundamental grammar of called possession. None of them serve you. None of those feelings is serving God. Your God told you have dominion over the earth, which is the 102 minerals that your body is made out of, and every creepy thing that creepeth. When you let your feelings and emotions make decisions for you, mess up your governance, that is a demonic possession. That's you being in disorder. Every feeling is irrelevant. They don't matter.
I meet you at this one. Because the thing about it is,
but what I'm saying, real quick, hot sauce, it's just what the truth is. It's not mine. It's what the truth tells you. When you go ahead.
Because when we talk about demonic possession, right? We have information in the Bible. We have the information of Legion, right? Where Legion left the man and he entered 100 pigs. They ran over the thing, right? We have the spirit of Tyre, where Satan dwelt in the kingdom, right? There's specific passages in the Bible and in the Apocrypha of demonic possession. That's more explicit than emotions, and so that's why. I mean, I'll give you it's out of order. I can agree with you that I can agree with you on wickedness, but the reason why I can't go to demonic possession is because the Bible describes what demonic possession is, right? And again, with the thing of Legion, when Christ was walking in the graveyard, and he was like, "Are you coming to send us to hell as the appointed time?" And then he said no, and then he said, "Well, let us put." But he says you have to get out of this man, and they say, "Well, let us possess these pigs," and then they possess the pigs.
Last question, because I like, me personally, that's why I'm asking, because I like the complexity of a lot of different things, even if I don't know about it, don't believe in it, whatever the case may be. So let me ask this. What would y'all, Hot Sauce and World Class, what would y'all call anger? What would you classify that as? If a person blank anger?
Demon.
Where I would say feels anger, but y'all use whatever word y'all want to use. Where will y'all place anger? Because I look at that as a feeling or an emotion, depending on what it is. But where would y'all place the word anger? What is that when a person, quote unquote, feels that?
Demon.
So let me ask you this, World Class. Do you ever get angry? So would that be a possession?
Can I give? Okay, go. Please continue, and I'll go after you. Then, I guess.
So this is a good question, right? Because now you can learn how to not be possessed. If I get it, then I have it. It doesn't have me. So it goes to that upper point that y'all were trying to make in the beginning. You don't let it go too far. I know it's irrelevant. Dismiss it. It can't affect. It don't get into the control room. Your anger. It's just like what y'all say in relationships. If you're angry, don't say anything. Don't talk to your wife or talk to your children when you're angry. You don't let any decision, and that's what I started with when I gave my example. You don't let your smell decide if you're going to get a mortgage or not. I'm not going to let my anger make my decisions for me. I'm going to change my breathing. I'm not going to let my anger to control me. I'm not going to be possessed.
Is Freezy
because
here?
dogs. He might be it.
Right, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I'm
Because
here.
dogs,
I'm just listening. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
because dogs, chicken, cows, all of them have feelings. They cry. Horses cry. They have that. Did y'all know that? They have the same feelings y'all got.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes you different from a dog is your ability to think, and your ability to think only to the point where God named you thought. That's what the word man means. The plural men, M-E-N, means to think. That's why it's the root word for the word mental. 100% of what you keep calling feelings is just your mind. Intuition is not a feeling, it's a cognitive ability. You are a thought of God. That's what you are. So the only thing that makes you human is your ability to think. Go ahead.
So to some extent, as long as you can control the possession, quote unquote, it's not a bad thing.
Because that's the crux of it. Yes, you're going to have these quote feelings, unquote. Is it controlling you? That's why I said what they are. I didn't say what you were.
Right.
Feelings and emotions are. Go ahead.
No, you go world class. Finish your thought, bro.
Yeah, I was saying feelings and emotions are demons. They are a threat to you. No different from overeating. The word envy is the name of a demon.
Okay, so my last point, then I know Hot Sauce was trying to jump on the topic. Then I would ask, and I think because world class, you already kind of touched on it after Riaz spoke to what he said. So I may already know where you're going to go with this question. How would, based on what you just said, how would that then dismiss what me and Riaz just said as far as having a balance and not letting something overconsume you? We just have a different way. We, as in me, you, Riaz, we just have a different way of how we go about explaining it. But what you just said is the exact same thing that I mean, and that I would assume Riaz said as well. When we say a balance, don't let it overconsume you, i.e. you control it.
Yeah. So it's again, it's the same response. Is there's no balance for things you're not supposed to be doing. You're not gonna let your cell phone drive your car for 2 miles. So
but
why am I letting the demon?
Balance would be control. Hold on, right? You got control. Okay, not bad.
Why would I let it? Watch, this is spiritual, right? This is the spiritual part. Why would I let a demon, a feeling, take control over a vessel that God assigned to me?
For
any amount of time. For any amount of time. Why would I do that?
But you would do that if you got angry.
No, I wouldn't do it at all. I don't. Again, I said don't make decisions, meaning 100% when you're mad. Don't make decisions when you're envious. Don't make decisions when you're in love.
And I get that. That's why done in love. That's why I say it would be like a quote unquote agree to disagree thing, because in my eyes, I see it as we're saying the same thing. We just have a different way of what our beliefs are on the words and so on and so forth. And that's why I would be able to understand where a Mo Love or Fear No Mortals or anybody, majority of people would come from if they couldn't understand what y'all were saying. Not saying that y'all were quote unquote wrong, because it just depends on the conversation. But it's like, then where do you go from there when you find out that essentially, just like we just seen, we're saying the same thing?
Where you go from that is every 30, 60, 90 days, it takes for your neurological pathways to change. And there's skills that I give people, you will see it clearly. It just takes a long time. This is not something I just made up on the fly. It's something I learned over the span of 15 years with the right tools. But I have to tell it exactly how it is, right? Keep shit pure. Keep exactly what it says and what it is as pure as possible to give you an opportunity. My mentor just passed away this month. It took him telling me something, the same thing over and over and over again for 2 years for me to hear him.
Wow.
It take 30, 60 to 90 days. It's not going to happen in one conversation. Rome wasn't built in a day. So I'm not expecting y'all to understand it, but after 30, 60, 90 days from today, you'll see it and you'll decide whether you want to accept it or you won't, but you will see it.
Okay. I mean, I'm starting to slowly understand what you mean, though. You're not wrong, though. I get it, though, a little bit.
Hot sauce. My bad, bro. You can go ahead. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
So Ephesians 4 and 26 and 7. Be ye angry, do not sin. So I look at anger as a matter of the heart. Be angry, do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your own anger, nor opportunity to the devil. Proverbs 15 and 1. A soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Okay, so anger is a matter of the heart. I wouldn't say it's a demon or something like that, but it is a matter of the heart, and it can cause you to sin.
It can cause you what? I missed that last part.
It can cause you to sin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what a demon is. That's literally what it is. Riaz, isn't that called a jinn? Ain't that what jinn do?
But the thing about it is, my understanding of the demon is unclean spirit.
Yes, that is coded in as well. But also with the jinn, as we have to understand though that not all jinns are bad. There are good jinns, bad jinns, but then I don't know, just to understand it, not basically accept them and stuff like that though. You know, like basically there are some jinns who are like believers like you and me, and they worship and everything. You know. They're just basically like you and me, but the only difference is there's a barrier between us and them. They can see you, but you can't see them. You can feel them, you can feel their presence, but you can't see them though. That's why you have to pray and everything like that.
That's why I'm special, because I'm showing you how to see him.
Hot sauce. I would then ask you, hot sauce. And I would assume you probably, I'm gonna paraphrase, you probably would end up going to, well, if it's not for you, then you just on your own, or it always roots back to this. So let me ask you this, because I see how you keep referencing the Bible, and I'm gonna put it on myself personally. What would, for a person that does not believe in religion and does not live by the Bible, what would you quoting scriptures and so on and so forth do for a person like myself?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question, because if you're asking me what I believe, I go to the Bible, right? Because you asked me what I believe, so I'll go to that. So if you said if you don't believe in the Bible, then I would just simply say okay.
So from that standpoint, because we've been having this conversation, me, you, Riaz, and World Class, but somehow you do keep finding your way to the Bible. So for you to now, I would assume
you keep asking me what's my belief.
I'm not. Hold on. I keep asking you about your belief. Even though that's not what I'm asking, I get where you're coming from. But let me ask you this.
Hold on. Let's pause for a second. What is the original question then? Please ask me what's the original question.
Okay, so my original question, let's just say me and you were having a conversation, just me and you, clear from whatever we've been talking about right now. And it then comes
clean slate.
Say it again. Yeah, clean slate. So then while we're having the conversation, let's say what we're talking about could be tied back to the Bible. But from now you having an understanding of me that I do not live by the Bible, would you use the Bible to try to prove your point?
So then ask me the question as a clean slate.
I did. I just asked it. If we're having a conversation about something and what we're talking about has to do with beliefs and so on and so forth, and it could be tied back to the Bible. Knowing I don't live by the Bible, would you use the Bible to try to prove your point?
It depends on the question then. Because I don't know what the question is.
Regardless of what the question was, if I don't live by the Bible, hold on, let me finish. Regardless of what the question was, if I don't live by the Bible, what does any scripture you are going to say, what reverence does it have with me if I don't live by that?
So again, it depends on the question. So for example, if you ask me, is there heaven and hell, knowing that you don't believe in the Bible, but you're asking me, I'm going to use the Bible. If you ask me, do you believe in God or not, I probably wouldn't use the Bible. It just depends on the question.
Yeah.
Right?
The other thing is,
if you say, hold on. If you say, do you believe in God? I probably say yes and leave it at that. Right? If you say, matter of fact, even if you ask me, like, are you going to heaven and hell? I probably still wouldn't use the Bible. Right? I probably still wouldn't. Right?
Okay. So let me make it more specific. So being that we were just, and it's still a clean slate, but being that, because I can't think of just a random, example to use. But let's say we were talking about feelings and emotion being demonic or whatever title you want to use it. Hold on. Being that I don't live by the Bible, would you then use the Bible to try to explain how it is demonic or so on and so forth? Because my idea on demonic is not even the same. So why would you then go to the Bible to try to prove a point that is going to be mute to me?
Right. So okay, here's my situation. If you say, like, we had a conversation, is feelings and emotion good or bad, whatever, I probably would not go to the Bible. But if you say demonic, then I probably will go to the Bible, because that would just be a trigger word for myself. And even the fact that you don't believe in that, I can accept that, but I would just tell you what my perspective was, and I would accept yours, right? But if you ask me a question on what's my perspective of it, then I would use the Bible. If you said demonic, if you never said the word demonic, and you just said, do you think feelings are good or bad, whatever, I'll probably give you a layman terms perspective on it. I would use the Bible.
So you just said you would respect my beliefs just like I would respect yours, but in this conversation, you have said that a person was wrong about this belief or that belief because it didn't align with your beliefs, which is my entire point.
So can you go back to that specific point? Because what I said was wrong. It was probably has something to say that somebody said it was in the Bible and it wasn't.
Now, Riaz mentioned balance. And he didn't mention Bible when he mentioned balance. But as soon as you responded, you said he was wrong, and you went to a scripture.
That's my question. He was responding to my question.
I was responding to what World Class was saying.
I asked Riaz.
Right. I was responding to World Class, not to Riaz.
Yeah.
Okay. Would it come in directly after?
Because I need to say, I never said that. I never said Riaz was wrong or anything, especially.
I never said you good. You don't have to explain, because it was just a misunderstanding.
Bro, I can explain it if I want to, right? Like,
I'm saying, if I already say I understand that, and that's something I'm working on personally. Yeah, if I say I already understand somebody, I don't like to waste time continuously talking about something I already understand.
I want to clarify. But I want to clarify. I do have.
What is the clarification when I say I understand and you're talking to me?
Okay, but bro, like, there's more than one person on the panel.
So then from there I can understand. Now you're talking to everybody else when me and you were having a dialogue. So now I can understand you're talking to everybody and not just me. So you good?
Okay, fine. So then we can. Bro, I mean, what's your problem, bro? It's like,
bro, hot sauce. I just told you, maybe it's a me thing and it's something that I'm working on. But I told you, if me and you are having a conversation and I say I understand something, I don't see. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish to give you context to your question of what's my problem. You just asked what's my problem. You just asked what's my problem. I would like to explain. I would like to explain what my problem is. I would like to explain what my problem is without getting cut off.
No, you're good. You're good. It's okay. I don't care to know now. I don't care to know.
Cool.
Actually, I don't care to know. Right? Because I'm
you gotta look at when you liberator. You gotta look at when you're saying, if you remove your religion. When you're talking to somebody that, the two things you mentioned to me are not bringing up my understanding of grammar. You remove grammar and you remove religion. What are you talking to then? If the understanding has to come from, or talking to a person that doesn't adhere to religion and doesn't adhere to grammar, what type of person are you kind of speaking for at that point? If you don't care about religion and you don't care about the language you're using to dismiss the religion, then who would you be speaking for at that point?
Bro, world class.
Because there's no basis at that point.
Though I never.
That's not even 8.
Though I never.
No, I didn't say you said that. I'm just saying in the examples that you gave to me and you gave to him, if we was to not be ourselves or not use our language and our understanding, right? And I was talking to somebody else and we were talking to conveying to somebody else. It's like at that point, who would you be talking to? Who would you be trying to help understand?
I used that to try to convey that we can still move forward, even though we don't have the same beliefs and so on and so forth, because we were trying to depict words and what they mean and so on and so forth. But it's like, if you're speaking general, if you're speaking over someone's head, so let me use an example. Okay. And this may be a bad person to use given the circumstances, but Polite had in my opinion, the things he spoke about, he had a particular knowledge of, and he wouldn't quote unquote dumb things down. He would speak to a level that he understands. But it's like, what good does that do to a person that does not understand where you're coming from? Can y'all still somehow find a way to move forward without y'all needing to be on the same page about this or that? So that's how I would answer your question.
So let me say this, like, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. But to me, this seemed like a very long, drawn-out experience because you thought I was saying that Reyes was wrong.
No, that's completely wrong. It's long drawn out because, and I do understand you said you apologize in advance. It's long and drawn out because a second ago I said, and that's why it's just us three talking essentially now, is because I did say we can agree to disagree, but I also said, unlike a lot of people, I do like complex things even if I don't agree with them. So that's why it's long and drawn out for just my intellectual, desires or whatever the case you want to call it. So that's why it's long and drawn out. That's part of why it's long and drawn out.
Because my initial, if that's the case, then if you don't believe in the Bible and you don't believe in what it has to say, and you know that I believe in the Bible, then why ask a question if you know I'm going to go to the Bible then?
All right, so with that, and this would go to the other part, because that's why I said that's a part of why it's long and drawn out. To answer your question, this would go to the other part. Mo Love was having her stance, and y'all were having y'all stance on words, and it wasn't being understood, and it comes down to an agree to disagree. So then I interjected to try to see if I can possibly get y'all to understand that regardless of what it is that y'all talking about, true or not, do y'all understand that a lot of people will not be able to come to terms with what y'all are talking about? So that would be the other part of why it was long and drawn out.
I think everybody came to terms. I don't think they didn't understand. I think they just
I don't.
No, agree to disagree is not coming to the same page, because y'all were doing a lot of back and me. I don't like unnecessary back and forths. We talk about a conversation for 45 minutes when it could have only taken 3 minutes to understand, hey, we're going to agree to disagree. And y'all had been having a conversation for a while, and then it went on to a different topic. It was about feelings and emotions. Then it was about something else and so on and so forth. So that's a long drawn out conversation without understanding that y'all are not going to get on the same page, and it could be a agree to disagree and move on.
Me and Mo Love didn't go back and forth. She said she didn't agree.
Yeah,
that was it.
No, but y'all kept going from word to word. Like this, how we ended up on feelings and emotions. 20 minutes ago, it was something else. 20 minutes before that, it was something else. Then now it came down to feelings and emotions. Hold on, bro. Hold on. That's why I'm saying that when y'all started the conversation, say hypothetically an hour ago, this entire conversation probably wouldn't have never happened if y'all would have understood agree to disagree, because now y'all would understand that there's no need to go tit for tat for words, because y'all understand that y'all are not going to be on the same page. Do y'all not understand where I'm coming from that?
We understand what you're coming from, but that's not what happened.
Yeah.
But this 90% of this conversation was you asking this question.
That's true.
I didn't argue with Mo Love. I've never argued with Mo Love. I didn't go back and forth with her. I just stated what I stated, and I kept it pushing.
Okay, but
I'll say I'll let it go. I'll say that.
okay, cool. All I'm gonna say is
So
to be
hold on one second. Freezy, what is your opinion about that? About emotions being spirits or demonic or whatever? If you're still here, what is your opinion about that?
I'm listening to everybody, and I think everybody made good points. I think that feelings are natural. It's like a fleshly thing. It's like a natural fleshly thing. Like when somebody dies, you're naturally gonna mourn, you're gonna grieve.
Yeah.
But I think that God commands us to be mindful of our feelings and emotions because in the grand scheme of things, they're not trustworthy. We know that. We know our feelings and emotions are not trustworthy. It's not good to stay in a mournful state. It's not good to stay in it's not good to stay in a angry state. It's not good to stay in a affectionate state. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not trustworthy. I just said something the other day. Like people will disappoint you. People cause feelings and emotions. They spark feelings and emotions. They will disappoint you. So the word of God is more instructional,
right?
More so than feelings and emotions. So I do understand that feelings and emotions are natural, but we do have to practice mindfulness and understand that they can be misleading, and it's not good to actually be led by your feelings and emotions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. That's where I'm at with it.
It's
I'm
just
more.
not good to be led.
Okay. Go ahead, Riaz. You've been quiet.
Sorry.
Okay.
What he said, that makes sense though. You know, I'm just getting what he's saying. That's saying how basically it is natural though, of course, but basically staying in that state though and being consumed by it though. I see where you're coming from. Being, you know, if you're in that state and whatever you're feeling, don't let it consume you. So like I get you on that though. I see both sides though on what you're saying, you know, like the way he explained it, it made sense though. Not denying what you're saying though. I just see how it's different for you, right?
Yeah, I see it the same way Freezy sees it. Just
the way y'all see it is not wrong. I'm just telling you that it's much more dangerous than what you think. That's my
Hey, I gotta make a quick run, so I'm gonna drop down, but I'm gonna still be in the chat.
Right, bro.
Respect to each and every one of y'all. Much love to y'all, man. Y'all
Definitely.
stay up.
Take care.
Appreciate you, bro. Be safe out there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because think about it.
I gotta go. It's 2 a.m., guys. I gotta go.
Think about it.
Okay,
Hold on, Hassan. Let me say this. In some situations, some situations are gonna naturally spark feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody passed away, a loved one, you're not gonna be like a rock. You're gonna feel that.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But I think it's just good to practice mindfulness. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna feel it, but there's a we are instructed. Wisdom and feelings to me are different, right? So a wise person is not going to stay in that mournful, grieving state because they know what it can do to them, right? So yeah, but just things could naturally cause certain feelings and emotions. So I think that's what Mo Love and Fernando Motors are saying. It's like a natural, you know.
It's natural for, like I said earlier, dogs have feelings, goat have feelings, animals have feelings. It's natural in that sense. But we come from God. We and demons have the ability to possess these beings, and we will bestow commission, however you want to say it, this human body. And our job is to not let our bodies operate in the same order that beasts do.
Yeah. All right,
So
gentlemen. All right, y'all take
All right,
care.
Hassan, be safe.
Easy. But I
Okay.
will say,
All right, bro.
diseases are demonic now. Like, you can cast that shit out. Diseases are demonic, pestilence and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I believe that. But anyway, y'all take care, and maybe one day we'll do a thing about that, like healing and things like that,
Indeed.
and like healing and diseases and stuff like that. But anyway, y'all take care.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Russ.
Yeah, and
Yes,
I
Evan.
agree with what you're saying, class, as far as too. It's because we can be like our feelings and emotions can manipulate us. Like demons feed off of our feelings and emotions. So
Indeed.
yeah, I understand that. I understand exactly. That's why we have to be mindful. You know, spiritually mindful. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of times, like, if I ever do get upset and I get disappointed in myself, right? Because I want to have more control, and be more reserved over my feelings and emotions, because somebody could actually bring you to a state of mind to where you're not thinking clearly. You know.
Yeah.
So
It's just like it's not this one of the toughest concepts that I provide to people. It's one of the 3 hardest concepts I bring to people. But all of them is for you to identify what's demonic and what's satanic. I'm not saying it haphazardly. I don't have an agenda. My job is just to tell you the truth. And when you can think about it, when you can let it, because it takes some time. People make decisions based off how they feel, a feeling that just came 3 seconds ago, 30 seconds ago, 40 seconds ago. And they don't last that damn long. The only reason you think they last long because you keep thinking about it. You'll make a decision based off how you, quote, feel, unquote. When you got people in your life, they won't make decisions for your life. And you hear what I keep saying about feelings is the decision. Decisions you make is where you'll find exactly what I mean in terms of demons and satanic. And when you understand, it's the other part that a lot of religions don't teach people demonic and satanic concepts, so you don't recognize it. That's the other half of this conversation. If you actually study demonic and satanic principles and concepts and how they operate from a warfare standpoint, you will see exactly what I'm saying on how they're using it. So like Freezy said, these things are natural to the body, but man is not the body. That's not us. If that was the case, we'd be immortal until your body wither away. We the spirit. And when you understand that demonic entity is the same thing, that's why, like, they even said it, I think, on one of your lives, Freezy, when LL Unkman was dead. Somebody asked me, what do they used to call alcohol? They called them spirits. Because it affects your body, and the alcohol goes in your bloodstream, which is libation, which is a god. I.e., the deviation that y'all was talking about earlier today. That's subscribing to two different gods.
You know, I like what you said as far as like the end thing is the decision, and that's what demons care about the most. What decision that you're going to make, right? Because like even the Bible says, faith without works is dead. So what really matters the most to God is what decision we're going to make. Like we can feel something all day, but if we don't act on it,
exactly,
there's not going to be a profit in it, right? There's not going to, like, demons cannot profit off of it. God cannot profit off of it. If you know what I'm saying, like, if we just sitting around feeling stuff all day and we don't do nothing, there's not gonna nothing won't really manifest from that. So,
and that.
Go ahead.
No, I ain't going to cut your wisdom, and that's where the conversation came from. When Hassas brought up that concept of you come home, the woman crying, and she just want to feel. She don't want to do anything but just sit there and wallow. I have no use now. I'm just here. So you don't want me, you want that feeling. That feeling now has become your husband or your spouse. And that's evil. That's demon. That's demonic. That's satanic. Two objects can't occupy the same space at the same time. That's how we came down this road. I'm not gonna act like this is not an easy concept to understand. It's really difficult. And the difficulty comes with the other thing that I'm always saying. It's about identity. When you start to take your identity as something that's demonic, that's when it becomes a problem. Women really think it's okay to be emotional and be into feelings. They take it as an identity. But when I ask you, where did your God say that? Where did Allah say that? Where did Yahweh Shah say that? Where did Elohim say that? Ugun Ushun, Asar Aset, the All Mother, All Father. When I ask people that, they don't have no answer, because no God has ever said that. What you know for a fact is that God made you out of me.
Right.
God made you out of man. So where did you get feelings and emotion from? And who told you it was okay to do that? So that's stuff that we've gotten.
Here's the deal. Not to cut you off, but here's the deal. This is why Yahweh Shah, aka Jesus, was able to complete his mission, because he always lived by let his Father's will be done and not his own will. Because if Jesus went by his own feelings and emotions, he most likely wouldn't have went through with his whole mission, getting crucified and all that kind of stuff. But he just what he did was something all of us can actually do. Just obey God. Just obey.
Indeed. Just
obey instructions outside of us. Right? So that's a scripture actually. Let thy will be done and not my own will. Right? So we know our will is produced from our own feelings and emotions. But God's will is it was already written for the things that he wanted us to do. Right? So it's just like a parent and a child. A child can want to do this and want to do that, but the parent is not expecting this child to act off of their own feelings and emotions, because they know it could serve as detrimental to their life.
Exactly.
The parent wants the child to follow their strict instruction. No matter how the child feels, no, you need to listen to what I'm telling you to do, and you're gonna be okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, yeah, our own feelings and emotions can be very it can be very deceiving and deceptive, and but I don't want to say that we're not gonna feel them. I think just from me taking a step back and listening to you and Hot Sauce and Liberated. Yeah, and Riaz. I think what a disconnect is, we all understand that feelings and emotions are natural, and you're going to feelings. You're going to have feelings. But I think where you connected the dots, World Class, was, yes, you understand we're naturally going to have feelings and emotions, but we shouldn't make decisions. Like we shouldn't practice making decisions off of our feelings and emotions. I think that's what you said.
When you watch the part about it, right? When you have these feelings, these things that are called feelings and emotions, right? When you have them, the number one thing they be trying to do is to get you to make a decision. That's the first thing whether it's in love, or go over that nigga house right now and fuck him. Go over that girl house right now and fuck her. Hit this nigga in the mouth. You angry? Hit this nigga in the mouth. Those thoughts that come in your head that you think are you are not you. It mimics your voice and make it seem. See, this is the thing that people don't understand. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. But how? I put on the greatest con he ever pulled. The greatest con he ever pulled was convincing you that he's you. You be listening to that voice for so long, you think it's you. You think it's your best friend. And where is the best place an opponent should hide? In the very last place you would ever look. The devil is they said the devil is a shapeshifter, but what makes shape? Sound. It mimics your voice. It tells you stuff like, what do you mean feelings and emotion is bad? You did all those good things with feelings and emotions. You did not. Only thing that did all of those good, hold on. Only thing that did those good things was God. It will steal God's glory. And this is the origin of all of this feminist shit, this Nazi shit, this red pill shit, is when you start practicing at the smallest little root, the smallest little space, and stealing God's credit. That's where you get what you get. It will convince you that the good qualities of you comes from it and not you or not God. Feelings and emotions have nothing to do with you. Absolutely nothing.
Bro, that was some real ass shit you just said.
Okay.
When you said we could feel something for so long and have emotions for so long and hear we can hear ourselves telling ourselves to do this, and you think that's really you. You think that's your voice.
Exactly.
Because it's become a part of your ID, your identity. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Okay, now we explained it like that. I'm starting to understand what you mean. So yeah, it does though. So basically the true struggle though is not just from the outside world as well, it's the one within as well. Because you yourself can be the enemy as well. Because yes, you made a point though as well though. It makes sense now though, actually, when you go by the Finn's emotional thing and everything that you just mentioned, when you both mentioned that though, basically though, that's kind of yourself as well. You're also kind of a part of it as well. That is something that we have to actually fight or control or manage it.
What happens is it's commandeering your senses and it's pretending to be you. It's not you. You know how you know it's not you? Because you were here yesterday and it wasn't.
Okay. Now I'm starting to understand the context that you mean though. I'm starting to understand a little bit more now. That makes sense though.
Those feelings last for 30 seconds, 40 something seconds, and then and this is the thing. Where do they come from? They come from your thoughts. If I'm chilling, right? I don't gotta use a scenario. I can come up with a real situation. I'm in here editing. My homegirl texts me. She said, "Hey, your homeboy looking for you." She on Facebook. I'm like, all right, I call him. She was like, "Is your number the same?" I think I got the same number. So he calls me. He said, "Hey man, what's going on?" "Hey, I'm good." He said, "Man, I gotta tell you something." "So what you gotta tell me?" He said, Brobo died. Like, what? Yeah. Before he called me, I was good. After he called me, he told me that so-and-so died. Then I got that quote feeling, unquote. For a second, I'm like, the response is this guy that's been like a father figure to me. I wanted to cry. Then I'm like, you know what? I know who he is. He prepared us for this moment. I'm not gonna cry because this man lived the life that he lived and changed a lot of people's lives. I had to think and not let that thing control me, because that'll be in dishonor. What am I gonna cry for? Because I'm hurt? I'm not hurt.
Okay. That makes sense.
Class, do you think that's why there are so many divorces and breakups? Because like both men and women have their own feelings and emotions, and like both parties are expecting the other person to understand each other's feelings and emotions, when really you should have one unified thought process outside of both of you that you're both agreed to hear by.
Yes. That's why we came to this. This is why I came down this road, because this is what breaks us up. Because that feeling that they have, that women keep accepting as their identity, is a damn threesome. Almost all these relationships is adultery. Because it's you, him, and a demon. And we don't know how many of them it is. Could be a goddamn orgy just between two people. That's why these people can't get on the same page, because that other entity is in place, and then it's passed from people to people, and it passes from sex.
So that's why God say the man should submit to him and the woman should submit to him. So now both people are submitting to one thing, and we're agreeing that we're not going to go off of our own feelings and emotions. We're going to go off of what the instructions of what God told us to do, both of us.
Yeah.
Feelings and emotions is rebranded temptation and sin. That's all it is. Because I already explained to y'all what the words is. I put it in the chat. The words don't have nothing to do with what we're saying. It's just rebranded temptation and sin. That's all it is. It may not mean that to y'all, because you have people that you love that use the words feelings and emotions, but they didn't know either. So you can liberate them. It's how to liberate it with the truth. These are what these things really are. They real warfare, real evil. All it does, real Satan stuff, is always going to bring something you like and love only. These are people you deal with, your peers, and y'all have problems. That's not your enemy. The enemy will always bring things that you like and love and trust and defend only. That's the only way it operates. It operates at the highest level of creation that it possibly can. It only operates at the highest level, the satanic and demonic thing. It can't operate in no other space. It's down a limited, bonded, little restricted world while you have access to the rest. The second you understand it, you'll never be a plaything. You'll never be able to be messed with ever again in life.
It only brings what we like and love. What do you mean by that?
Evil. What did the devil do when Jesus was fasting? He brought something that he liked and loved.
He tempted him with a lot of things he thought he would want.
Exactly. And I'm saying like in love because I'm talking to us, right? I'm talking about Jesus. Jesus knew better. But according to the devil was appealing to his flesh, his body, where the natural feelings come from. Because that's the only thing he can do. He don't have no other access to you. And this is what I'm saying. That's why it's hard for people to understand it, because I'm cutting off the access. This is an exorcism in reality, not the fake shit you see in the movies. This is a real exorcism. Because two objects can't occupy the same space at the same time. So when I come, they gotta leave.
No, that makes so much sense, because what Satan was offering Jesus was a lot of the things that we actually want. Like, we want fame. We would be lying if we said, "Oh, I don't care about fame and money and attention." All of us want that. Like our natural state of mind, like feelings and emotions. All of us want that.
All that makes sense, though. Yeah, that is kind of true in some way. Yeah.
But we have to.
Sorry, what was that?
No, I was going to say, but that's not true wisdom, though. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We know from having true wisdom that none of that stuff that we actually want in the world is the answer to us having true peace.
True. Right.
We know that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know that from, so, but what you just said made so much sense, because that is the biggest bait of demons and Satan, just to appeal to our feelings and emotions. Yeah.
That's it. It's the only access it got. They don't have no other access to you.
Okay, that is true, but isn't it like basically the work has like, like for me, like the way I see it as well, is it also like this mark in your heart? You have like this black mark in your heart though, right? And basically the more and more, depending on the deeds and stuff like that, or how it is though, right? It's like called the confessions of a black heart though. The more and more it grows, the more and more it feels less, and the moment it gets there fully is the moment you don't feel anything while you pray, though. It's just basically completely, empty.
So, yeah, I like that concept because that's you almost kind of explaining like the yin and yang concept. But
yeah,
the word I replace with, because I even in my live that I did when I explained this, I don't take stuff from people without giving them something. So that's probably why I'm loving effing and Park. Why I don't take things without giving you stuff in replace of that. What we call feelings and emotions is this word conditione, which is the root word for the word condition. What we experience when we call feelings and emotions is fundamentally a condition. And it seems like a regular haphazard word, but it's actually pretty powerful. Con, the suffix means with. The prefix con, C-O-N, means with. The suffix shun means a state of being. The root word, therefore, is di. It's C-O-N-D-I-T-I-O-N, condition. Right? D means God. D in Latin means God. Dia, dea, or deus, or dia means God. Condition is a with God state of being. Every situation, everything that you go through is a condition. You go through conditioning. Instead of changing, you go through conditioning. You condition yourself to be a certain way, the subconscious, and it works perfectly when you understand how neuroscience works. You condition in your mind and condition in yourself from a long term, with respects to what already happened, a long-term outcome. That's the word you switch with feelings and emotions, my condition. I know that's not language that you're used to, but that has more power than the words that you're using, even in their natural state. Even though the word emotion means to push away. To your point, Freezy, why these relationships don't work, because emotion means to push away. It can't not mean that because other people like it to mean something else. You can't not be Freezy because people like calling you Beans or people like calling you Ella Unkman. That's not how that works.
Nah, man, I'm following you wholeheartedly because to be honest with you, that's how me and my wife came more together. She started understanding that in order for this marriage to work, we have to be unified. We have to have one mind. Now we have to form some sort of unity. So now that we feel like we need one mind, how do we do that when I have my own feelings and emotions and she has her own feelings and emotions? How do we do that? And now we have to adhere to one belief system. Now, where did that belief system come from? Because she has her own feelings and emotions. I got my own feelings and emotions. So neither one of us are going to, if we were just to rely on our own feelings and emotions, neither one of us are going to, try to compromise those things. You know what I'm saying? So now we have to agree on something else outside of us. Both of us do, and actually make a contract with it, make a covenant with it. You know what I'm saying? It's like the way we look at it, it's like both of us is at a job. The job is not going to, it's not going to profit, or it's not going to work if she's doing her own thing and I'm doing my own thing. Right? Like if I like a lot of days I don't feel like getting out of bed. But I know if I keep acting on those feelings, I'm never gonna do nothing. I'm never gonna do nothing, bro. I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be so unproductive, and my life is gonna go into shambles. You know what I'm saying? So instead of going with my feelings, because I be wanting to stay in the bed, but I have to. Some days I have to just make myself get out of bed, man, because I know that's the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? But the deceptive thing about feelings and emotions is it feels right. Like it feels like me wanting to stay in bed, me not wanting to get out of bed. It feels like I should stay in bed.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It takes time. You got to process it. It's like Rome wasn't built in a day, because we not young. We not like 20 years. We not like teenagers. We got a lot of life to really process. So I'm here. If y'all need me, y'all know y'all can hit me up, and I'll advise you. I know it's tough. I know F and M been muted the whole time. I don't know Mo Loves today. You said that, Mo Love? Y'all there?
What'd you say?
I said y'all still there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Yeah, I was just about to dip. Appreciate y'all having me up. Love to hear
Don't
y'all
mind
thoughts
if
on
I'm
it after what
asleep.
you get. Oh, you went to sleep? That's what's up.
Mo, you there?
Mo sleep too.
I am not.
You just staying quiet.
Y'all have a good topic going though about words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm about to drive. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you, Freezy. Shout out to Liberated for coming up. Hot sauce. I make sure I hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. We out.
Appreciate you too, man.
All right.
All right. Are y'all ready to end it?
Sure. If you wanna end it up, I'm cool. I mean, I don't mind.
Crazy.
What's up, sis?
Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about?
Nah. Y'all need to go to bed. Y'all need to get some sleep.
Yeah, I do.
It's about 7:35 p.m. for me right now.
Yeah. Go on in the live stream. Or I have to make you in the live stream.
Okay, well, I'm gonna end it. I need to call my dad anyway. Okay, I love y'all. I'm gonna go. Thank y'all for doing the stream with me so
All
much.
right.
Thank you, FNM.
Yeah,
No
love y'all too.
problem.
Love you too, the F&M and Mo
All
Love.
right. Love you all. Bye,
Okay.
Rihanna.
Bye,
Bye.
guys.
All right.